37719. Prize Stories, 1993. The O. Henry Awards. Edited and with an introduction by William Abrahams. Copyright 1993 by Doubleday, a division of Bantam Doubleday Dell Publishing Group, Incorporated. All rights reserved. Read by Fred Major.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. 23 short stories selected from American magazines for the 73rd Annual O. Henry Awards collection. Contains familiar names such as Joyce Carol Oates and Charles Johnson. In the first prize winner, The Pugilist at Rest by Thom Jones, a Vietnam veteran relives boot camp and recalls humiliations, atrocities, and how he got Hey Baby shipped out. Strong Language, 1993. From the book jacket. Long an annual literary tradition, Prize Stories, the O. Henry Awards, enters its 73rd year with this volume. Established in 1918 as a monument to the memory of one of the early masters of the American short story, O. Henry, Prize Stories has traditionally presented a remarkable sampling of stories. This collection is no different, bringing together 23 stories published in the past year in magazines large and small by long-established writers and others in the early stages of their careers. Although eclectic in content and varied in subject, all of the stories included here reflect something of the time in which they were written. William Abrahams, in his 27 years as editor of the series, has shown an unerring ability to discover the writers who have gone on to become the seminal voices of contemporary American fiction. Continuing in this tradition, this year's collection includes several new writers: Thom Jones, the first prize winner, Cornelia Nixon, and John Van Kirk. Many writers who are quickly establishing themselves on the literary horizon, Andrea Lee and Linda Svensson, as well as some familiar names such as Charles Johnson, Alice Adams, and Joyce Carol Oates. The value of the collection is enhanced by a special section devoted to biographies and comments about their work by the authors themselves. Representative of the very best in contemporary fiction, Prize Stories is proof of the continuing strength of the American short story. About the editor. William Abrahams has served as editor of Prize Stories since 1967. He is co-author with Peter Stansky of Journey to the Frontier, The Unknown Orwell, and Orwell, The Transformation, each of which was a final nominee for the National Book Award. He is also a senior editor at E.P. Dutton, where he has his own imprint. Mr. Abrahams lives in California. Table of Contents. Publisher's Note, Side 1, Tone 2. Introduction by William Abrahams, Side 1, Tone 3. First prize, Thom Jones, The Pugilist at Rest, The New Yorker, December 2, 1991, Side 1, Tone 4. Andrea Lee, Winter Barley, The New Yorker, March 2, 1992, Side 1, Tone 5. William F. Van Wert, Shaking, The North American Review, December 1991, Side 2, Tone 1. Joyce Carol Oates, Goose-Girl, Fiction, Volume 10, Number 3, 1991, Side 2, Tone 2. Charles Eastman, Yellow Flags, The Atlantic, April 1992, Side 2, Tone 3. Cornelia Nixon, Risk, Boulevard No. 19, Spring 1992, Side 3, Tone 1. Rilla Askew, The Killing Blanket, North Dakota Quarterly, Fall 1991, Side 3, Tone 2. Antonya Nelson, Dirty Words, The New Yorker, December 16, 1991, Side 3, Tone 3. John H. Richardson, The Pink House, The Atlantic, July 1992, Side 4, Tone 1. Diane Levenberg, A Modern Love Story, Midstream, December 1991, Side 4, Tone 2. John Van Kirk, Newark Job, The Hudson Review, Winter 1992, Side 5, Tone 1. Alice Adams, The Islands, The Ontario Review, Fall-Winter 1991-92, Side 5, Tone 2. Stephen Dixon, The Rare Muscovite, Western Humanities Review, Winter, 1991, Side 6, Tone 1. Laurie Moore, Charades, The New Yorker, April 20th, 1992, Side 6, Tone 2. Kate Wheeler, Improving My Average, The Missouri Review, Volume 14, Number 2, 1992, Side 6, Tone 3. Peter Weltner, The Greek Head, American Short Fiction, Summer 1992, Side 7, Tone 1. C. E. Poverman, The Man Who Died, The Ontario Review, Fall, Winter 1991-92, Side 8, Tone 1. Jennifer Egan, Puerto Vallarta, Plowshares, Fall 1991, Side 8, Tone 2. Charles Johnson, Quoon, Playboy, December 1991, Side 9, Tone 1. Linda Svensson, The Edgerman, Agni, 35, 1992, Side 9, Tone 2. Daniel Stern, A Hunger Artist by Franz Kafka, a Story, The Paris Review, Summer 1992, Side 10, Tone 1. Josephine Jacobson, The Pier Glass, New Letters, Fall 1991, Side 10, Tone 2. Stephen Schwartz, Madagascar, Tikkun, Volume 7, Number 2, 1991, Side 10, Tone 3. Biographies and some comments by the authors, Side 11, Tone 1. Magazines consulted, Side 11, Tone 2. Publisher's Note. This volume is the 73rd in the O. Henry Memorial Award Series and the 27th to be edited by William Abrahams. In 1918, the Society of Arts and Sciences met to vote upon a monument to the master of the short story, O. Henry. They decided that this memorial should be in the form of 2 prizes for the best short stories published by American authors in American magazines during the year 1919. From this beginning, the memorial developed into an annual anthology of outstanding short stories by American authors, published, with the exception of the years 1952 and 1953, by Doubleday. Blanche Colton Williams, one of the founders of the awards, was editor from 1919 to 1932. Harry Hansen from 1933 to 1940. Herschel Brickell from 1941 to 1951. The annual collection did not appear in 1952 and 1953, when the continuity of the series was interrupted by the death of Herschel Brickell. Paul Engel was editor from 1954 to 1959, with Hansen Martin co-editor in the years 1954 to 1960. Mary Stegner in 1960, Richard Poirier from 1961 to 1966, with assistance from and co-editorship with William Abrahams from 1964 to 1966. William Abrahams became editor of the series in 1967. In 1970, Doubleday published, under Mr. Abrahams' editorship, 50 Years of the American Short Story, and in 1981, Prize Stories of the 70s. Both are collections of stories selected from this series. The stories chosen for this volume were published in the period from the summer of 1991 to the summer of 1992. A list of the magazines consulted appears at the back of the book. The choice of stories and selection of prize winners are exclusively the responsibility of the editor. Biographical material is based on information provided by the contributors and obtained from standard works of reference. Introduction. Specifics first, then the observations, generalizations, and speculations they give rise to. This is the 27th O. Henry collection for which I have had the sole editorial responsibility. The first was Prize Stories, 1967. I began my introduction to that volume with specifics. Here are 16 short stories chosen from among the 1,000 or more published in American magazines this year. 6 of these 16 appeared in magazines of large circulation, 10 in the so-called little magazines. The disproportion, which I hasten to point out is not the result of prejudice or preconceptions on the part of the editor, is significant enough to deserve comment. At the least, it reminds us of the debt that dedicated readers and writers continue to owe the little magazines. Adjusting the specifics for this year, I find that debt continues. Here are 23 stories, 16 from the little magazines, 7 from magazines of large circulation. The disproportion is even more indicative than the latter figure may suggest, for only 3 magazines account for the 7 stories, 4 in the New Yorker, 2 in the Atlantic, and 1 in Playboy. In 1967, I raised the question, what if the little magazines did not exist? Suppose that in 1 year they were all together to cease publication, having run afoul of creditors, having lost the goodwill of a foundation or a patron or a board of regents, or for whatever reason. The effect upon the American short story would be immediate and lamentable. That gloomy prospect has been averted. In the 1990s, the little magazines, more important than ever, thrive, burgeon, bringing forward the work of newcomers and established writers, while the number of large circulation magazines that regularly publish stories each year decreases. The Atlantic is an exception that comes promptly to mind, and a handful of others. Most rewarding of all has been the New Yorker, where year after year, week after week, stories of outstanding merit have appeared on a scale, more than 100 a year, unrivaled by any other magazine, intended as it is for a large readership. Now, late summer 1992, its future is something of an enigma, entrusted to a new editor famous thus far for her achievements in a magazine devoted exclusively to nonfiction. One hopes that in her new post she will prove to be equally welcoming to fiction. Meanwhile, the stories from the New Yorker I have included in this year's collection represent standards established at the magazine more than 50 years ago, maintained up to the present moment, and likely, if allowed, to continue there in the future. Late summer 1992, when political rhetoric clamors for our attention and simultaneously contrives to elude our close inspection, is perhaps not the ideal time to discuss standards, literary or otherwise. Even at its best, the rhetoric of politics attempting to describe the reality of American life in the 1990s blurs, muffles, and waffles as though simple truth is too threatening to be communicated truthfully. At its worst, it distorts and falsifies stupidly or slyly, so that the reality it purports to describe, ours and others as we know it and live it, is palpably unreal. At such a moment, it seems permissible to say that fictions reveal what politics conceal. The 23 stories in this collection, for all their differences in style and content, are alike in this. They are the work of American writers in the early 1990s, seeking out the truth in the stories they choose to tell, or are chosen by. As they communicate to us a sense of the here and now or the past, we feel and respond in a vibration of recognition. The time of the story may be long ago, as in Rilla Askew's retelling in The Killing Blanket of an episode in Native American history, back when our word Oklahoma that called us the red people had not yet turned over to mean white man's land. Or it may be the more recent past, where we have lived and lied through the war in Vietnam and its still wounding aftermath, as in Thom Jones's The Pugilist at Rest. Mostly, though, these are contemporary and private stories. As such, they move among the complexities, contradictions, and tangles of the present, comic, ironic, tragic, and all the registers between, each with its own truth, brought into our view in a kind of window or mirror, reassuring, sometimes painful to discern, but ultimately rewarding. In the transaction between the reader and the story, the reward is to acknowledge, I am the other. Once again, warm thanks to Arabella Meyer and John Ferret at Anchor Doubleday for their invaluable cooperation and assistance. William Abrahams. The Pugilist at Rest by Thom Jones. The Pugilist at Rest by Thom Jones, copyright 1993 by Thom Jones, first appeared in the New Yorker, by permission of Little Brown and Company, Incorporated. Hey Baby got caught writing a letter to his girl when he was supposed to be taking notes on the specs of the M14 rifle. We were sitting in a stifling hot Quonset hut during the first weeks of boot camp, August 1966, at the Marine Corps Recruit Depot in San Diego. Sergeant Wright snatched the letter out of Hey Baby's hand, and later that night in the squad bay he read the letter to the Marine recruits of Platoon 263, his voice laden with sarcasm. "Hey, baby," he began, and then as he went into the body of the letter, he worked himself into a state of outrage and disgust. It was a letter to Rosie Rottencrotch, he said at the end, and what really mattered, what was really at issue, and what was of utter importance, was not Rosie Rottencrotch and her steaming hot panties, but rather the muzzle velocity of the M14 rifle. Hey Baby paid for the letter by doing 100 squat thrusts on the concrete floor of the squad bay, but the main prize he won that night was that he became forever known as Hey Baby to the recruits of Platoon 263, in addition to being a shitbird, a faggot, a turd, a maggot, and other such standard appellations. To top it all off, shortly after the incident, Hey Baby got a Dear John from this girl back in Chicago, of whom Sergeant Wright, myself, and 78 other Marine recruits had come to know just a little. Hey Baby was not in the Marine Corps for very long. The reason for this was that he started in on my buddy Jorgensen. Jorgensen was my main man, and Hey Baby started calling him Jorgapussy, and began harassing him and pushing him around. He was down on Jorgensen, because whenever we were taught some sort of combat maneuver or tactic, Jorgensen would say under his breath, "You could get killed if you try that," or "Your ass is had if you do that." You got the feeling that Jorgensen didn't think loving the American flag and defending democratic ideals in Southeast Asia were all that important. He told me that what he really wanted to do was have an artist's loft in the Soho district of New York City, wear a beret, eat liver sausage sandwiches made with stale baguettes, drink Tokay wine, smoke dope, paint pictures, and listen to the wailing, sorrowful songs of that French singer Edith Piaf, otherwise known as the Little Sparrow. After the first half hour of boot camp, most of the other recruits wanted to get out too, but they nourished dreams of surfboards, Corvettes, and blonde babes. Jorgensen wanted to be a beatnik and hang out with Jack Kerouac and Neil Cassidy, slam down burning shots of amber whiskey, and hear Charles Mingus play real cool jazz on the bass fiddle. He wanted to practice Zen Buddhism, throw the I Ching, eat couscous, and study astrology charts. All this was foreign territory to me. I had grown up in Aurora, Illinois, and had never heard of such things. Jorgensen had a sharp tongue and was so supercilious in his remarks that I didn't know quite how seriously I should take this talk, but I enjoyed his humor, and I did believe he had the sensibilities of an artist. It was not some vague yearning. I believed very much that he could become a painter of pictures. At that point, he wasn't putting his heart and soul into becoming a Marine. He wasn't a true believer like me. Some weeks after Hey Baby began hassling Jorgensen, Sergeant Wright gave us his best speech. "You men are going off to war, and it's not a pretty thing," etc., and etc. "And if Luke the Gook knocks down one of your buddies, a fellow Marine, you are going to risk your life and go in and get that Marine, and you are going to bring him out. Not because I said so, no. You are going after that Marine because you are a Marine, a member of the most elite fighting force in the world. And that man out there who's gone down is a Marine, and he's your buddy. He is your brother. Once you are a Marine, you are always a Marine, and you will never let another Marine down," etc., and etc. "You can take a Marine out of the Corps, but you can't take the Corps out of a Marine," etc., and etc. At the time, it seemed to me a very good speech, and it stirred me deeply. Sergeant Wright was no candy-ass. He was one squared-away dude, and he could call cadence. Man, it puts a lump in my throat when I remember how that man could sing cadence. Apart from Jorgensen, I think all of the recruits in Platoon 263 were proud of Sergeant Wright. He was the real thing, the genuine article. He was a crackerjack Marine. In the course of training, lots of the recruits dropped out of the original platoon. Some couldn't pass the physical fitness tests and had to go to a special camp for pussies. This was a particularly shameful shortcoming, the most humiliating apart from bedwetting. Other recruits would get pneumonia, strep throat, infected foot blisters, or whatever, and lose time that way. Some didn't qualify at the rifle range. One would break a leg. Another would have a nervous breakdown, and this was also deplorable. People dropped out right and left. When the recruit corrected whatever deficiency he had, or when he got better, he would be picked up by another platoon that was in the stage of basic training that he had been in when his training was interrupted. Platoon 263 picked up dozens of recruits in this fashion. If everything went well, however, you got through with the whole business in 12 weeks. That's not a long time, but it seemed like a long time. You did not see a female in all that time. You did not see a newspaper or a television set. You did not eat a candy bar. Another thing was the fact that you had someone on top of you watching every move you made. When it was time to shit, shower, and shave, you were given just 10 minutes and had to confront lines and so on to complete the entire affair. Head calls were so infrequent that I spent a lot of time that might otherwise have been neutral or painless in the eye-watering anxiety that I was going to piss my pants. We ran to chow, where we were faced with enormous steam vents that spewed out a sickening smell of rancid, superheated grease. Still, we entered the mess hall with ravenous appetites, ate a huge tray of food in just a few minutes, and then ran back to our company area in formation, choking back the burning bile of a meal too big to be eaten so fast. God forbid that you would lose control and vomit. If all had gone well in the preceding hours, Sergeant Wright would permit us to smoke one cigarette after each meal. Jorgensen had shown me the wisdom of switching from Camels to Pall-Malls. They were much longer, packed a pretty good jolt, and when we snapped open our brushed chrome Zippos, torched up and inhaled the first few drags, we shared the overmastering pleasure that tobacco can bring if you use it seldom and judiciously. These were always the best moments of the day, brief respites from the tyrannical repression of recruit training. As we got close to the end of it all, Jorgensen liked to play a little game. He used to say to me, with fragrant blue smoke curling out of his nostrils, "If someone said, 'I'll give you $10,000 to do all of this again,' what would you say?" "No way, Jack." He would keep on upping it until he had John Beresford Tipton, the guy from The Millionaire, offering me a check for $1 million. "Not for any money," I'd say. While they were all smoldering under various pressures, the recruits were also getting pretty salty, they were beginning to believe. They were beginning to think of themselves as Marines. If you could make it through this, the reasoning went, you wouldn't crack in combat. So I remember that I had tears in my eyes when Sergeant Wright gave us the spiel about how a Marine would charge a machine gun nest to save his buddies, dive on a hand grenade, do whatever it takes, and yet I was ashamed when Jorgensen caught me wiping them away. All of the recruits were teary except Jorgensen. He had these very clear, cobalt blue eyes. They were so remarkable that they caused you to notice Jorgensen in a crowd. There was unusual beauty in these eyes, and there was an extraordinary power in them. Apart from having a pleasant enough face, Jorgensen was small and unassuming except for these eyes. Anyhow, when he caught me getting sentimental, he gave me this look that penetrated to the core of my being. It was the icy look of absolute contempt, and it caused me to doubt myself. I said, "Man, can't you get into it, for Christ's sake?" "I'm not like you," he said, "but I am into it, more than you could ever know. I never told you this before, but I am Kal-El, born on the planet Krypton, and rocketed to Earth as an infant. Moments before my world exploded. Disguised as a mild-mannered Marine, I have resolved to use my powers for the good of mankind. Whenever danger appears on the scene, truth and justice will be served as I slip into the green USMC utility uniform and become Earth's greatest hero." I got highly pissed and didn't talk to him for a couple of days after this. Then about 2 weeks before boot camp was over, when we were running out to the parade field for drill with our rifles at port arms, all assholes and elbows, I saw Hey Baby give Jorgensen a nasty shove with his M14. Hey Baby was a large and fairly tough young man who liked to displace his aggressive impulses on Jorgensen, but he wasn't as big or as tough as I. Jorgensen nearly fell down as the other recruits scrambled out to the parade field, and Hey Baby gave a short, malicious laugh. I ran past Jorgensen and caught up to Hey Baby. He picked me up in his peripheral vision, but by then it was too late. I set my body so that I could put everything into it, and with one deft stroke I hammered him in the temple with the sharp edge of the steel butt-plate of my M14. It was not exactly a premeditated crime, although I had been laying to get him. My idea before this had simply been to lay my hands on him, but now I had blood in my eye. I was a skilled boxer, and I knew the temple was a vulnerable spot. The human skull is otherwise hard and durable, except at its base. There was a sickening crunch, and Hey Baby dropped into the ice plants along the side of the company street. The entire platoon was out on the parade field when the house mouse screamed at the assistant DI, who rushed back to the scene of the crime to find Hey Baby crumpled in a fetal position in the ice plants with blood all over the place. There was blood from the scalp wound as well as a froth of blood emitting from his nostrils and his mouth. Blood was leaking from his right ear. Did I see skull fragments and brain tissue? It seemed that I did. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't have cared in the least if I'd killed him, but like most criminals, I was very much afraid of getting caught. It suddenly occurred to me that I could be headed for the brig for a long time. My heart was pounding out of my chest, yet the larger part of me didn't care. Jorgensen was my buddy, and I wasn't going to stand still and let someone fuck him over. The platoon waited at parade rest while Sergeant Wright came out of the duty hut and took command of the situation. An ambulance was called, and it came almost immediately. A number of corpsmen squatted down alongside the fallen man for what seemed an eternity. Eventually they took Hey Baby off with a fractured skull. It would be the last we ever saw of him. 3 evenings later in the squad bay, the assistant DI told us rather ominously that Hey Baby had recovered consciousness. That's all he said. What did that mean? I was worried because Hey Baby had seen me make my move, but as it turned out, when he came to, he had forgotten the incident and all events of the preceding 2 weeks. Retrograde amnesia. Lucky for me. I also knew that at least 3 other recruits had seen what I did, but none of them reported me. Every member of the platoon was called in and grilled by a team of hard-ass captains and a light colonel from the Criminal Investigation Detachment. It took a certain amount of balls to lie to them, yet none of my fellow jarheads reported me. I was well-liked, and Hey Baby was not. Indeed, many felt that he got exactly what was coming to him. The other day, Memorial Day, as it happened, I was cleaning some stuff out of the attic when I came upon my old dress blue uniform. It's a beautiful uniform, easily the most handsome worn by any of the U.S. Armed Forces. The rich color recalled Jorgensen's eyes for me, not that the color matched, but in the sense that the color of each was so startling. The tunic does not have lapels, of course, but a high collar with red piping and the traditional golden eagle, globe, and anchor insignia on either side of the neck clasp. The tunic buttons are not brassy, although they are, in fact, made of brass, but are a delicate golden color like Florentine gold. On the sleeves of the tunic, my staff sergeant's chevrons are gold on red. High on the left breast is a rainbow display of fruit salad representing my various combat citations. Just below these are my marksmanship badges. I shot expert in rifle as well as pistol. I opened a sandalwood box and took my various medals out of the large plastic bag I had packed them in to prevent them from tarnishing. The Navy Cross and the 2 silver stars are the best. They are such pretty things they dazzle you. I found a couple of tie sticks in the sandalwood box as well. I took a whiff of the box and smelled the smells of Saigon, the whores, the dope, the saffron, cloves, jasmine, and patchouli oil. I put the tie sticks back, recalling the 3-day hangover that particular batch of dope had given me more than 23 years before. Again, I looked at my dress blue tunic. My most distinctive badge, the crowning glory, and the one of which I am most proud, is the set of airborne wings. I remember how it was walking around Oceanside, California. The airborne wings and the high and tight haircut were recognized by all the Marines. They meant you were the creme de la creme. You were a recon Marine. Recon was all Jorgensen's idea. We had lost touch with each other after boot camp. I was sent to comm school in San Diego, where I had to sit in a hot Class A wool uniform all day and learn the Morse code. I deliberately flunked out, and when I was given the perfunctory option for a second shot, I told the colonel, "Hell no, sir. I want to go 003 infantry. I want to be a ground pounder. I didn't join the service to sit at a desk all day." I was on a bus to Camp Pendleton 3 days later, and when I got there, I ran into Jorgensen. I had been thinking of him a lot. He was a clerk in headquarters company. Much to my astonishment, he was 15 pounds heavier and had grown 2 inches. And he told me he was hitting the weight pile every night after running 7 miles up and down the foothills of Pendleton in combat boots, carrying a rifle and a full field pack. After the usual what's been happening BS, he got down to business and said, "They need people in force recon. What do you think? Headquarters is one boring motherfucker." I said, "Recon? Paratrooper? You got to be shitting me. When did you get so gung-ho, man?" He said, "Hey, you were the one who bought the program. Don't fade on me now, goddammit. Look, we passed the physical fitness test, and then they send us to jump school at Benning. If we pass that, we're in, and we'll pass. Those doggies ain't got jack. Semper Fi, motherfucker, let's do it." There was no more talk of Neil Cassidy, Edith Piaf, or the artist's loft in Soho. I said, "If Sergeant Wright could only see you now." We were just 3 days in country when we got dropped in somewhere in the western highlands of the Quang Tri province. It was a routine reconnaissance patrol. It was not supposed to be any kind of big deal at all, just acclimation. The morning after our drop, we approached a clear field. I recall that it gave me a funny feeling, but I was too new to fully trust my instincts. Everything was spooky. I was fresh meat, FNG, a fucking new guy. Before moving into the field, our team leader sent Haynes, a lance corporal, a short-timer, with only 12 days left before his rotation was over, across the field as a point man. This was a bad omen, and everyone knew it. Haynes had 2 Purple Hearts. He followed the order with no hesitation and crossed the field without drawing fire. The team leader signaled for us to fan out and told me to circumvent the field and hump through the jungle to investigate a small mound of loose red dirt that I had missed completely, but that he had picked up with his trained eye. I remember I kept saying, "Where?" He pointed to a heap of earth about 30 yards along the tree line and about 10 feet back in the bushes. Most likely it was an anthill, but you never knew. It could have been an NVA tunnel. "Over there," he hissed. "God damn it, do I have to draw pictures for you?" I moved smartly in the direction of the mound while the rest of the team reconverged to discuss something. As I approached the mound, I saw that it was, in fact, an anthill, and I looked back at the team and saw they were already halfway across the field, moving very fast. Suddenly, there were several loud, hollow pops and the cry, "Incoming!" Seconds later, the first of a half-dozen mortar rounds landed in the loose earth surrounding the anthill. For a millisecond, everything went black. I was blown back and lifted up on a cushion of warm air. At first, it was like the thrill of a carnival ride, but it was quickly followed by that stunned, jangly, electric feeling you get when you hit your crazy bone. Like that, but not confined to a small area like the elbow. I felt it shoot through my spine and into all 4 limbs. A thick plaster of sand and red clay plugged up my nostrils and ears. Grit was blown in between my teeth. If I hadn't been wearing a pair of Ray-Ban aviator shades, I would certainly have been blinded permanently. As it was, my eyes were loaded with grit. I later discovered that fine red earth was somehow blown in behind the crystal of my pressure-tested Rolex submariner, underneath my fingernails and toenails and deep into the pores of my skin. When I was able to, I pulled out a canteen filled with lemon-lime Kool-Aid and tried to flood my eyes clean. This helped a little, but my eyes still felt like they were on fire. I rinsed them again and blinked furiously. I rolled over on my stomach in the prone position and leveled my field-issue M16. A company of screaming NVA soldiers ran into the field, firing as they came. I saw their green tracer rounds blanket the position where the team had quickly congregated to lay out a perimeter, but none of our own red tracers were going out. Several of the Marines had been killed outright by the mortar rounds. Jorgensen was all right, and I saw him cast a nervous glance in my direction. Then he turned to the enemy and began to fire his M16. I clicked my rifle onto automatic and pulled the trigger, but the gun was loaded with dirt and it wouldn't fire. Apart from Jorgensen, the only other American putting out any fire was Second Lieutenant Milton, also a fairly new guy. A cherry who was down on one knee firing his .45, an exercise in almost complete futility. I assumed that Milton's 16 had jammed like mine, and watched as AK-47 rounds, having penetrated his flak jacket and then his chest, ripped through the back of his field pack and buzzed into the jungle beyond like a deadly swarm of bees. A few seconds later, I heard the swoosh of an RPG rocket, a dud round that dinged the lieutenant's left shoulder before it flew off in the bush behind him. It took off his whole arm, and for an instant I could see the white bone and ligaments of his shoulder and the red flesh of muscle tissue, looking very much like fresh prime beef, well marbled and encased in a thin layer of yellowish-white adipose tissue, that quickly became saturated with dark red blood. What a lot of blood there was. Still, Milton continued to fire his .45. When he emptied his clip, I watched him remove a fresh one from his web gear and attempt to load the pistol with one hand. He seemed to fumble with the fresh clip for a long time, until at last he dropped it along with his .45. The lieutenant's head slowly sagged forward, but he stayed up on one knee with his remaining arm extended out to the enemy, palm upward in the soulful, heart-rending gesture of Al Jolson doing a rendition of Mammy. A hail of green tracer rounds buzzed past Jorgensen, but he coolly returned fire in short, controlled bursts. The light, tinny pops from his M16 did not sound very reassuring, but I saw several NVA go down. AK-47 fire kicked up red dust all around Jorgensen's feet. He was basically out in the open, and if ever a man was totally alone, it was Jorgensen. He was dead meat, and he had to know it. It was very strange that he wasn't hit immediately. Jorgensen zigged his way over to the body of a large black Marine who carried an M60 machine gun. Most of the recon Marines carried grease guns or Swedish Ks. An M60 was too heavy for traveling light and fast, but this Marine had been big, and he had been paranoid. I had known him least of anyone in the squad. In 3 days he had said nothing to me, I suppose because I was FNG and had spooked him. Indeed, now he was dead. That august seeker of truth, Schopenhauer, was correct. We are like lambs in a field, disporting themselves under the eye of the butcher, who chooses out first one and then another for his prey. So it is that in our good days we are all unconscious of the evil fate may have presently in store for us: sickness, poverty, mutilation, loss of sight or reason. It was difficult to judge how quickly time was moving. Although my senses had been stunned by the concussion of the mortar rounds, they were, however paradoxical this may seem, more acute than ever before. I watched Jorgensen pick up the machine gun and begin to spread an impressive field of fire back at the enemy. Thuck, 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 thuck. I saw several more bodies fall, and began to think that things might turn out all right after all. The NVA dropped for cover, and many of them turned back and headed for the tree line. Jorgensen fired off a couple of bandoliers, and after he stopped to load another, he turned back and looked at me with those blue eyes and a smile, like, "How am I doing?" Then I heard the steel cork pop of an M79 launcher, and saw a rocket grenade explode through Jorgensen's upper abdomen, causing him to do something like a backflip. His M60 machine gun flew straight up into the air. The barrel was glowing red like a hot poker and continued to fire in a cook-off until the entire bandolier had run through. In the meantime, I had pulled a cleaning rod out of my pack and worked it through the barrel of my M16. When I next tried to shoot, the Tonka toy son of a bitch remained jammed, and at last I frantically broke it down to find the source of the problem. I had a dirty bolt. Fucking dirt everywhere. With numbed fingers, I removed the firing pin and worked it over with a toothbrush, dropping it in the red dirt, picking it up, cleaning it, and dropping it again. My fingers felt like Novocaine, and while I could see far away, I was unable to see up close. I poured some more Kool-Aid over my eyes. It was impossible for me to get my weapon clean. Lucky for me, ultimately. Suddenly, NVA soldiers were running through the field, shoving bayonets into the bodies of the downed Marines. It was not until an NVA trooper kicked Lieutenant Milton out of his tripod position that he finally fell to the ground. Then the soldiers started going through the dead Marine's gear. I was still frantically struggling with my weapon when it began to dawn on me that the enemy had forgotten me in the excitement of the firefight. I wondered what had happened to Haynes, and if he had gotten clear. I doubted it, and hopped on my survival radio to call in an airstrike when finally a canny NVA trooper did remember me and headed in my direction most ricky-tick. With a tight grip on the spoon, I pulled the pin on a fragmentation grenade and then unsheathed my K-bar. About this time, Jorgensen let off a horrendous shriek. A gut shot is worse than anything. Or did Jorgensen scream to save my life? The NVA moving in my direction turned back to him, studied him for a moment, and then thrust a bayonet into his heart. As badly as my own eyes hurt, I was able to see Jorgensen's eyes, a final flash of glorious azure before they faded into the unfocused and glazed gray of death. I repinned the grenade, got up on my knees and scrambled away until finally I was on my feet with a useless and incomplete handful of M16 parts, and I was running as fast and as hard as I have ever run in my life. A pair of Phantom F4s came in very low with delayed action, high explosive rounds, and napalm. I could feel the almost unbearable heat waves of the latter, volley after volley. I can still feel it and smell it to this day. Concerning Lance Corporal Haynes, they found him later, fried to a crisp by the napalm, but it was nonetheless ascertained that he had been mutilated while alive. He was like the rest of us, 18, 19, 20 years old. What did we know of life? Before Vietnam, Haynes didn't think he would ever die. I mean, yes, he knew that in theory he would die, but he felt like he was going to live forever. I know that I felt that way. Haynes was down to 12 days and a wake-up. When other Marines saw a short timer get greased, it devastated their morale. However, when I saw them zip up the body bag on Haynes, I became incensed. Why hadn't Milton sent him back to the rear to burn shit or something when he got so short? 12 days to go and then mutilated. Fucking Milton. Fucking second lieutenant. Theogenes was the greatest of gladiators. He was a boxer who served under the patronage of a cruel nobleman, a prince who took great delight in bloody spectacles. Although this was several hundred years before the times of those most enlightened of men, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, and well after the Minoans of Crete, it still remains a high point in the history of Western civilization and culture. It was the approximate time of Homer, the greatest poet who ever lived. Then, as now, violence, suffering, and the cheapness of life were the rule. The sort of boxing Theogenes practiced was not like modern-day boxing, with those kindergarten Queensberry rules. The two contestants were not permitted the freedom of a ring. Instead, they were strapped to flat stones facing each other, nose to nose. When the signal was given, they would begin hammering each other with fists encased in heavy leather thongs. It was a fight to the death. 1,425 times Theogenes was strapped to the stone, and 1,425 times he emerged a victor. Perhaps it is Theogenes who is depicted in the famous Roman statue, based on the earlier Greek original, of the Pugilist at rest. I keep a grainy black and white photograph of it in my room. The statue depicts a muscular athlete approaching his middle age. He has a thick beard and a full head of curly hair. In addition to the telltale broken nose and cauliflower ears of a boxer, the pugilist has the slanted, drooping brows that bespeak torn nerves. Also, the forehead is piled with scar tissue. As may be expected, the pugilist has the musculature of a fighter. His neck and trapezius muscles are well developed. His shoulders are enormous. His chest is thick and flat without the bulging pectorals of the bodybuilder. His back, oblique, and abdominal muscles are highly pronounced, and he has that greatest asset of the modern boxer, sturdy legs. The arms are large, particularly the forearms, which are reinforced with the leather wrappings of the cestus. It is the body of a small heavyweight, lithe rather than bulky, but by no means lacking in power. A Jack Johnson or a Dempsey, say. If you see the authentic statue at the Thom Museum in Rome, you will see that the seated boxer is really not much more than a light heavyweight. People were small in those days. The important thing was that he was perfectly proportioned. The pugilist is sitting on a rock with his forearms balanced on his thighs. That he is seated and not pacing implies that he has been through all this many times before. It appears that he is conserving his strength. His head is turned as if he were looking over his shoulder, as if someone had just whispered something to him. It is in this that the art of the sculpture is conveyed to the viewer. Could it be that someone has just summoned him to the arena? There is a slight look of befuddlement on his face, but there is no trace of fear. There is an air about him that suggests that he is eager to proceed, and does not wish to cause anyone any trouble or to create a delay, even though his life will soon be on the line. Besides the deformities on his noble face, there is also the suggestion of weariness and philosophical resignation. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Exactly. He knew this more than 2,000 years before Shakespeare penned the line. How did he come to be at this place in space and time? Would he rather be safely removed to the countryside, an obscure, stinking peasant shoving a plow behind a mule? Would that be better? Or does he revel in his role? Perhaps he once did, but surely not now. Is this the great Theogenes, or merely a journeyman fighter, a former slave or criminal bought by one of the many contractors who for months trained the condemned for their brief moment in the arena? I wonder if Marcus Aurelius loved the Pugilist as I do, and came to study it and to meditate before it. I cut and ran from that field in Southeast Asia. I've read that Davy Crockett, hero of the American frontier, was cowering under a bed when Santa Anna and his soldiers stormed into the Alamo. What is the truth? Jack Dempsey used to get so scared before his fights that he sometimes wet his pants. But look what he did to Willard and to Luis Firpo, the wild bull of the Pampas. It was something close to homicide. What is courage? What is cowardice? The magnificent Roberto Duran gave us no mas, but who had a greater fighting heart than Duran? I got over that first scare and saw that I was something quite other than that which I had known myself to be. Hey Baby proved only my warm-up act. There was a reservoir of malice, poison, and vicious sadism in my soul, and it poured forth freely in the jungles and rice paddies of Vietnam. I pulled 3 tours. I wanted some payback for Jorgensen. I grieved for Lance Corporal Haynes. I grieved for myself and what I had lost. I committed unspeakable crimes and got medals for it. It was only fair that I got a head injury myself. I never got a scratch in Vietnam, but I got tagged in a boxing smoker at Pendleton. Fought a badass light heavyweight from artillery. Nobody would fight this guy. He could box. He had all the moves, but mainly he was a puncher. It was said that he could punch with either hand. It was said that his hand speed was superb. I had finished off at least a half rack of hams before I went in with him and started getting hit with headshots I didn't even see coming. They were right. His hand speed was superb. I was 27 years old, smoked 2 packs a day, was a borderline alcoholic. I shouldn't have fought him. I knew that, but he had been making noise. A very long time before, I had been the middleweight champion of the 1st Marine Division. I had been a so-called war hero. I had been a recon Marine. But now I was a garrison Marine and in no kind of shape. He put me down almost immediately, and when I got up, I was terribly afraid. I was tight, and I could not breathe. It felt like he was hitting me in the face with a ball-peen hammer. It felt like he was busting light bulbs in my face. Rather than one opponent, I saw 3. I was convinced his gloves were loaded, and a wave of self-pity ran through me. I began to move. He made a mistake by expending a lot of energy trying to put me away quickly. I had no intention of going down again, and I knew I wouldn't. My buddies were watching, and I had to give them a good show. While I was afraid, I was also exhilarated. I had not felt this alive since Vietnam. I began to score with my left jab, and because of this, I was able to withstand his bull charges and divert them. I thought he would throw his bolt, but in the beginning he was tireless. I must have hit him with 400 left jabs. It got so that I could score at will with either hand. But he would counter, trap me on the ropes, and pound. He was the better puncher and was truly hurting me, but I was scoring, and as the fight went on, the momentum shifted and I took over. I staggered him again and again. The Marines at ringside were screaming for me to put him away, but however much I tried, I could not. Although I could barely stand by the end, I was sorry that the fight was over. Who had won? The referee raised my arm in victory, but I think it was pretty much a draw. Judging a prize fight is a very subjective thing. About an hour after the bout, when the adrenaline had subsided, I realized I had a terrible headache. It kept getting worse, and I rushed out of the NCO club where I had gone with my buddies to get loaded. I stumbled outside, struggling to breathe, and I headed away from the company area toward Sheepshit Hill, one of the many low brown foothills in the vicinity. Like a dog who wants to die alone, so it was with me. Everything got swirly, and I dropped in the bushes. I was unconscious for nearly an hour, and for the next 2 weeks I walked around like I was drunk with double vision. I had constant headaches and seemed to have grown old overnight. My health was gone. I became a very timid individual. I became introspective. I wondered what had made me act the way I had acted. Why had I killed my fellow men in war without any feeling, remorse, or regret? And when the war was over, why did I continue to drink and swagger around and get into fistfights? Why did I like to dish out pain, and why did I take positive delight in the suffering of others? Was I insane? Was it too much testosterone? Women don't do things like that. The rapacious will to power lost its hold on me. Suddenly, I began to feel sympathetic to the cares and sufferings of all living creatures. You lose your health and you start thinking this way. Has man become any better since the times of Theogenes? The world is replete with badness. I'm not talking about that old routine where you drag out the Spanish Inquisition, the Holocaust, Joseph Stalin, the Khmer Rouge, etc. It happens in our own backyard. 20th century America is one of the most materially prosperous nations in history. But take a walk through an American prison, a nursing home, the slums where the homeless live in cardboard boxes, a cancer ward. Go to a Vietnam Vets meeting or an AA meeting or an Overeaters Anonymous meeting. How hollow and unreal a thing is life, how deceitful are its pleasures, what horrible aspects it possesses. Is the world not rather like a hell, as Schopenhauer, that clear-headed seer, who has helped me transform my suffering into an object of understanding, was so quick to point out? They called him a pessimist and dismissed him with a word, but it is peace and self-renewal that I have found in his pages. About a year after my fight with the guy from artillery, I started having seizures. I suffered from a form of left temporal lobe seizure, which is sometimes called Dostoevsky's epilepsy. It's so rare as to be almost unknown. Freud, himself a neurologist, speculated that Dostoevsky was a hysterical epileptic, and that his fits were unrelated to brain damage, psychogenic in origin. Dostoevsky did not have his first attack until the age of 25, when he was imprisoned in Siberia and received 50 lashes after complaining about the food. Freud figured that after Dostoevsky's mock execution, the 4 years' imprisonment in Siberia, the tormented childhood, the murder of his tyrannical father, etc., and etc., he had all the earmarks of hysteria, of grave psychological trauma. And Dostoevsky had displayed the trademark features of the psychomotor epileptic long before his first attack. These days, physicians insist there is no such thing as the epileptic personality. I think they say this because they do not want to add to the burden of the epileptic suffering with an extra stigma. Privately, they do believe in these traits. Dostoevsky was nervous and depressed, a tormented hypochondriac, a compulsive writer obsessed with religious and philosophic themes. He was hyperloquacious, raving, etc., and etc. His gambling addiction is well known. By most accounts, he was a sick soul. The peculiar and most distinctive thing about his epilepsy was that in the split second before his fit, in the aura, which is in fact officially a part of the attack, Dostoevsky experienced a sense of felicity, of ecstatic well-being unlike anything an ordinary mortal could hope to imagine. It was the experience of Satori, not the nickel-and-dime Satori of Abraham Maslow, but the supreme. He said that he wouldn't trade 10 years of life for this feeling, and I, who have had it too, would have to agree. I can't explain it. I don't understand it. It becomes slippery and elusive when it gets any distance on you. But I have felt this down to the core of my being. Yes, God exists. But then it slides away and I lose it. I become a doubter. Even Dostoevsky, the fervent Christian, makes an almost airtight case against the possibility of the existence of God in the Grand Inquisitor digression in the Brothers Karamazov. It is probably the greatest passage in all of world literature, and it tilts you to the court of the atheist. This is what happens when you approach him with the intellect. It is thought that St. Paul had a temporal lobe fit on the road to Damascus. Paul warns us in 1 Corinthians that God will confound the intellectuals. It is known that Muhammad composed the Koran after attacks of epilepsy. Black Elk experienced fits before his grand buffalo vision. Joan of Arc is thought to have been a left temporal lobe epileptic. Each of these, in a terrible flash of brain lightning, was able to pierce the murky veil of illusion which is spread over all things. Just so did the scales fall from my eyes. It is called the sacred disease. But what a price! I rarely leave the house anymore. To avoid falling injuries, I always wear my old boxer's headgear, and I always carry my mouthpiece. Rather more often than the aura where every common bush is afire with God, I have the typical epileptic aura, which is that of terror and impending doom. If I can keep my head and think of it, and if there is time, I slip the mouthpiece in and thus avoid biting my tongue. I bit it in half once, and when they sewed it back together, it swelled enormously like a huge red and black sausage. I was unable to close my mouth for more than 2 weeks. The fits are coming more and more. I'm loaded on Depakine, phenobarbital, Tegretol, Dilantin, the whole shitload. A nurse from the VA bought a pair of Staffordshire Terriers for me and trained them to watch me as I sleep, in case I have a fit and smother face down in my bedding. What delightful companions these dogs are. One of them, Gloria, is especially intrepid and clever. Inevitably, when I come to, I find that the dogs have dragged me into the kitchen, away from blankets and pillows, rugs, and objects that might suffocate me, and that they have turned me on my back. There's Gloria barking in my face. Isn't this incredible? My sister brought a neurosurgeon over to my place around Christmas. Not some VA butcher, but a guy from the university hospital. He was a slick dude in a $900 suit. He came down on me hard, like a used car salesman. He wants to cauterize a small spot in a nerve bundle in my brain. It's not a lobotomy. It's a singulotomy, he said. Reckless, desperate, last-ditch psychosurgery is still pretty much unthinkable in the conservative medical establishment. That's why he made a personal visit to my place. A house call, drumming up some action to make himself a name. See that bottle of Thorazine, he said. You can throw that poison away, he said. All that amitriptyline, that's garbage. You can toss that, too. He said, tell me something. How can you take all of that shit and still walk? He said, you take enough drugs to drop an elephant. He wants to cut me. He said that the feelings of guilt and worthlessness and the heaviness of a heart blackened by sin will go away. It is not a lobotomy, he said. I don't like the guy. I don't trust him. I'm not convinced, but I can't go on like this. If I am not having a panic attack, I am engulfed in tedious, unrelenting depression. I am overcome with a deadening sense of languor. I can't do anything. I wanted to give my buddies a good show. What a goddamn fool. I am a goddamn fool. It has taken me 6 months to put my thoughts in order, but I wanted to do it in case I am a vegetable after the operation. I know that my buddy Jorgensen was a real American hero. I wish that he had lived to be something else. If not a painter of pictures, then even some kind of fuck-up with a factory job and 4 divorces. Bankruptcy petitions, in and out of jail. I wish he had been that. I wish he had been anything rather than a real American hero. So then, if I am to feel somewhat indifferent to life after the operation, all the better. If not, not. If I had a more conventional sense of morality, I would shit-can those dress blues, and I'd send that Navy Cross to Jorgensen's brother. Jorgensen was the one who won it, who pulled the John Wayne number up there near Quezon and saved my life, although I lied and took the credit for all of those dead NVA. He had created a stunning body count, nothing like Theogenes, but Jorgensen only had something like 12 minutes total in the theater of war. The High Command almost awarded me the Medal of Honor, but of course there were no witnesses to what I claimed I had done, and I had saved no one's life. When I think back on it, my tale probably did not sound as credible as I thought it had at the time. I was only 19 years old and not all that practiced a liar. I figured if they had given me the Medal of Honor, I would have stood in the ring up at Camp Las Pulgas in Pendleton and let that light heavyweight from artillery fucking kill me. Now I'm thinking I might call Hey Baby and ask how he's doing. No shit. A couple of neuropsychs. We probably have a lot in common. I could apologize to him, but I learned from my fits that you don't have to do that. Good and evil are only illusions. Still, I cannot help but wonder sometimes if my vision of the supreme reality was any more real than the demons visited upon schizophrenics and madmen. Has it all been just a stupid neurochemical event? Is there no God at all? The human heart rebels against this. If they fuck up the operation, I hope I get to keep my dogs somehow. Maybe stay at my sister's place. If they send me to the nut house, I lose the dogs for sure. Winter Barley by Andrea Lee. Copyright 1992 by Andrea Lee. First appeared in the New Yorker, reprinted by permission. 1. The Storm. Night. A house in northern Scotland. When October gales blow in off the Atlantic, one thinks of sodden sheep huddled downwind and of oil cowboys on bucking North Sea rigs. Even a large, solid house like this one feels temporary tonight, like a hand cupped around a match. Flourishes of hail like birdshot against the windows, a wuthering in the chimneys, the sound of an army of giants charging over the hilltops in the dark. In the kitchen, a man and a woman sit eating a pig's foot, Ado and Elizabeth. Together, their years add up to 90, of which his make up 2/3. Ado slightly astonished Elizabeth by working out this schoolboy arithmetic when they first met 6 months ago. He loves acrostics and brain teasers, which he solves with the fanatical absorption common to sportsmen and soldiers, men used to long, mute waits between bursts of violence. Ado has been both mercenary and white hunter in the course of an unquiet life passed mainly between Italy and Africa, between privilege and catastrophe. He is a prince, one of a swarm exiled from an Eastern European kingdom now extinct, and this house, his last, is a repository of fragments from ceremonial lives and the web of cousin ships that link him to most of the history of Europe. The house is full of things that seem to need as much care as children. Pieces of buhl and caffieri scattered among the Scottish furniture bought at auction. A big IBM computer programmed to trace wildfowl migrations worldwide. Gold flatware knobby with crests. An array of retrievers with pernickety stomachs in the dog run outside. Red Venetian goblets that, for washing, require the same intense concentration one might use in restoring a Caravaggio. In the afternoons, Ado likes to sit down with a glass, a supermarket glass, of vermouth and watch reruns of Fame, magically sucked from the wild Scottish air by the satellite dish down the hill. With typical thoroughness, he has memorized the names and dispositions of the characters from Manhattan's High School of Performing Arts, and has his favorites. The curly-haired musical genius, the beautiful dance instructor he calls La Mulâtresse. The television stands in a thicket of silver frames that hold photographs of men who all resemble Edward VII, and women with the oddly anonymous look of royalty. Often they pose with guns and bearers on swords blanketed with dead animals, and their expressions, like Ado's, are invariably mild. To Elizabeth, Ado's kitchen looks unfairly like a men's club. Brown, cavernous, furnished with tattered armchairs, steel restaurant appliances, charts of herbs, dogs in corners, Brobdingnagian pots for feeding hungry grouse shooters, and green baize curtains, which, as they eat tonight, swell and collapse slowly with the breath of the storm. The pig's foot is glutinous and spicy, cooked with lentils the way Romans do it at Christmas time. Ado cooked it, as he cooks everything. When Elizabeth visits, he doesn't let her touch things in the kitchen. Even the washing up is done in a ritual fashion by the housekeeper, a thin Scottish vestal. "These lentils are 7 years old," he announces, taking another helping. "Aren't you embarrassed to be so stingy?" "Dried legumes never go bad," he tells her, "and it's a vulgar trait to disdain stinginess." His mother fed her children on rice and coffee during the war, even though they crossed some borders wearing vests, so weighted with hidden gold pieces that he and his sisters walked with bent knees. Ada grew up with bad teeth and an incurable hunger, like the man in the fairy tale who could eat a mountain of bread. He has a weakness for trimmings and innards, the food of the poor. Elizabeth knows she adopts an expression of intense comprehension whenever Ada reminisces. It pinches her features, as if they were strung on tightening wires. Still, she doesn't want to be one of those young women befuddled by lives lived before their own. She grew up in Dover, Massachusetts, went to Yale in hopes that one day she'll believe in more than she does now. At the same time, she has a curiously Latin temperament, not the tempestuous, but the fatalistic kind, for someone with solid layers of Dana and Hallowell ancestors behind her. This trait helps her at work. She is a vice president at an American bank in Rome. Tonight, under a long pleated skirt she is wearing, instead of the racy Italian underwear she puts on at home, a pair of conventional white underpants and white cotton stockings held up with the kind of elastic garters her grandmother's Irish housemaid might have worn. Ada has been direct, and as impersonal as someone ticking off a laundry list about what excites him. She is excited by the attitude in itself, an austere, erotic vocabulary, far removed from the reckless sentiment splashed around by the men she knows in Rome, Boston, and Manhattan. Elizabeth discovered early on that the world of finance, far from moving like clockwork, is full of impulse and self-indulgence which extend into private life. When she met Ada, she had just come out of a bad 2 years with a married former client from Milan, full of scenes and abrupt cascades of roses and a cellular phone trilling at all hours. In contrast, this romance is orderly. She supposes it is an idyll when she thinks about it, which, strangely, is almost never. It flourishes within precise limits of ambition, like a minor work of art. The past he sets before her in anecdotes, for he is a habitual raconteur, though rarely a tedious one, keeps the boundaries clear. Africa. Dust-colored Tanzania. Ada is telling her how his mother once got angry on safari, blasted a rifle at one of the bearers, missed, and hit a small rhinoceros. Under a thatch of eyebrows, Ada's hooded blue eyes glow with a gentle indifference, as if to him the story means nothing. The fact is that he couldn't live without invoking these memories, which instead of fading or requiring interpretation, have grown more vivid and have come to provide a kind of textual commentary on the present. His hair is white, and he has a totemic Edwardian mustache. His cheeks are eroded from years of shooting in all weathers on all continents. It's the face of a crusty old earl in a children's book, of Lear, and he is appropriately autocratic, crafty, capricious, sentimental. He watches Elizabeth and thinks that her enthusiasm for the gluey pig's foot and the rhino story both grow out of a snobbish American need to scrabble about for tradition. Americans are romantics, he thinks. Romantic, for him, is the equivalent of middle class. And she is no exception, even if she does come from a good family. Accustomed to judging livestock and listening to harebrained genetic theories at gatherings of his relatives, he looks at her bone structure with the eye of an expert. She is beautiful. Her posture has the uncomplicated air of repose which in Europe indicates a well-born young girl. But there is an unexpected quality in her, something active, resentful, uncertain, desirous. He likes that. He likes her in white stockings. She says something in a low voice. "Speak up," he says, cupping his ear like a deaf old man. He is, in fact, a bit deaf, from years of gunpowder exploding beside his ear. He often claims it turned his hair prematurely white and permanently wilted his penis, but only the first is true. "You're a gerontophile," he tells her. She'd said something about storms on Penobscot Bay. The rattling windows here remind her of the late August gales that passed over Vinalhaven, making her grandmother's summer house as isolated from the world outside as a package wrapped in gray fabric. She recalls the crystalline days that came after a storm, when from the end of the dock she and her cousins, tanned Berber color and feverish with crushes, did therapeutic cannonballs into the frigid water. She sees her grandmother in long sleeves and straw hat, for her lupus, dashing down a green path to the boathouse with a hammer in her hand. Storm damage. In the island house, as in Oates, is a tall clock whose authoritative tick seems to suspend time. Elizabeth and Ada finish the pig's foot and stack the dishes in the sink. Then they go upstairs and, on his anchorite's bed, make love with a mutual rapacity that surprises both of them, as it always does. Each one has the feeling that he is stealing something from the other, snatching pleasure with the innocent sense of triumph a child has in grabbing a plaything. Each feels that this is a secret which must be kept from the other, and this double reserve gives them a rare harmony. Later, Ado lies alone under the heavy linen sheets, his lean body bent in a frugal half-crouch evolved from years of sleeping on cots and on bare cold ground. He sent out the dogs for a last pee beside the kitchen door, and now they sleep twitching in front of the embers in his fireplace. He has washed down the sleeping pill with a glass of Calvados that Elizabeth left for him, and lies listening to a pop station from Aberdeen and feeling the storm shuddering through the house, through his bones. He imagines Elizabeth, already asleep in the bedroom with the Russian engravings, or, hideous American custom, having a bedtime shower. He has never been able to share a bed with a woman, not during his brief marriage, not during love affairs with important and exigent beauties. It gives him a peculiar sense of squalor to think of all the women who protested or grew silent when he asked them to leave or got up and left them. Alone among them, Elizabeth seems to break away with genuine pleasure. Her going is a blur of white legs flashing under his dressing gown. Attractive. After immersion in that smooth body, he feels not tired but oddly tough, preserved. An old salt cod, he says to himself, but for some reason what he envisions instead is a burl on a tree. At Santa Radegonda, a vast country house in Gorizia that nowadays exists only in the heads of a few old people, there was in the children's garden an arbor composed of burled nut trees trained together for centuries. The grotesque, knobby wood, garish with green leaves, inspired hundreds of nursemaids' tales of hobgoblins. Inside were a rustic table and chairs made of the same arthritic wood. The quick and the dead. A miracle of craft in the garden of a house where such miracles were common, and all of them grist for Allied and German bombs. He seems to see that arbor with something inside flashing white, like Elizabeth's legs, but then the Tavor takes hold and he sleeps. 2. Remembering Easter. The storm has blown itself out into a brilliant blue morning, and Elizabeth lies in bed below an engraving of a cow-eyed Circassian bride and reads the Diary of Virginia Woolf, Volume 2, 1920 to 1924. She imagines Bloomsbury denizens with long faces and droopy, artistic clothes making love with the light-hearted anarchy of Trobriand Islanders. Through the window she can hear Ada talking in his surprisingly awful English to the gardener about damage to cruciferi in the kitchen plot. Rows of broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and a rare black Tuscan cabbage have been flattened. The gardener replies in unintelligible Scots, and Elizabeth laughs aloud. She finds it shocking that she can feel so happy when she is not in love. They met when she was depressed over the terrible, commonplace way things had ended with her married lover from Milan, with all her friends' warnings coming true one by one like points lighting up on a pinball machine. She had sworn off men, Italians in particular, when a gay friend of hers, Nestor, who spoke Roman dialect but was really some kind of aristocratic mongrel, invited her to Scotland to spend Easter with him and some other friends at the house of a mad old uncle of his. Nestor and the others didn't show up for their meeting at Gatwick, so Elizabeth bought a pair of Argyle socks at the airport shop and took the flight up to Aberdeen on her own. It didn't feel like an adventure, more like stepping into a void. After the tawny opulence of Rome, the obstinate cloud cover through which she caught glimpses of tweed-colored parcels of land far below suggested a mournful Protestant thrift even in scenery. She listened to the northern British accents around her and recalled her mother's tales of a legendary sadistic Nanny Mackenzie. In her head ran a rhyme from childhood. There was a naughty boy, and a naughty boy was he. He ran away to Scotland, Scotland for to see. Nestor was not in Aberdeen, had left no word, and the mad uncle was disconcerting, white-haired, thin-legged, with the pitiless eyes of an old falcon. He was exquisitely unsurprised about her coming alone, as if it were entirely usual for him to have unknown young women appear for Easter weekend. Jouncing along with her in a green Land Rover, he smoked one violent, unfiltered cigarette after another as she talked to him about Rome, trying to conceal her embarrassment and her anger at Nestor. Air of a near-polar purity and chilliness blew in through the window and calmed her, and she saw in the dusk that the landscape wasn't bundles of tweed, but long, rolling waves of woodland, field, and pasture under a sky bigger than a Colorado sky, a glassy, star-pricked dome that didn't dwarf the two of them, but rather conferred on them an almost ceremonial sense of isolation. No other cars appeared on the road. They passed small granite villages and plowed fields full of clods the size of a child's head, and Elizabeth felt the man beside her studying her without haste, without real curiosity, his cold gaze occasionally leaving the road and passing over her like a beam from a lighthouse. Ada was wondering whether his young jackass of a nephew had for once done him a favor, but he himself had offered no kindness that merited return, and Nestor was ungenerous like the rest of Ada's mother's family. Perhaps the girl's arriving like this was a practical joke. He remembered the time in Rome when a half-clothed Cinecittà starlet had appeared on his terrace at dawn, sent by his friends but claiming to have been transported there by group telekinesis during a séance. But Elizabeth's irritation, barely lacquered with politeness, was genuine, and lent a most profound resonance to her odd entrance. In the half-light he admired the gallant disposition of her features below her short fair hair, the way she talked in very good Italian, looking severely out of the window, from time to time throwing her neck to one side in her camel-hair collar like a young officer impatient with uniforms. "We're on my land now," he said after 40 minutes, and she observed ridges of pleated dark forest and a jumble of blond hills. Down a slope behind a wall of elms was the house, a former grange, 200 years old, long and low, with wings built on around a courtyard. With windows set deeply below an overhanging slate roof, it looked defensive and determined to endure. On each wing, black support beams of crudely lapped pine gave it the air of an archaic fortification. When Ada opened the Land Rover's door for her and she stepped out onto the gravel, the air struck her lungs with a raw freshness that was almost painful. "Why do you live here?" Elizabeth had changed from jeans into a soft, rust-colored wool dress that she wore to the bank on days when she felt accommodating and merciful. She stood in front of the fire with one of the red Venetian goblets in her hand, feeling the airiness of the crystal, balancing it like a dandelion globe she was about to blow, watching the firelight reflecting on all the small, polished objects in the long, low-ceilinged room so that they sparkled like the lights of a distant city. She knew the answer. Gossipy Nestor had gone on at length about Byzantine inheritance disputes, vengeful ex-wives, and drawn-out tantrums in climacteric princes. However, with Ada standing before her so literally small and slight, but at the same time vibrant with authority, so that one noticed his slightness almost apologetically, with him playing host with immaculate discretion, yet offering subtly an insistent homage, she felt strangely defenseless. She felt, in fact, that she had to bide time. Already she was deliberately displaying herself as the fire heated the backs of her legs. Before she let everything go, she wanted to understand why suddenly she felt so excited and so lost and so unconcerned about both. "Why do I live here?" "To get clear of petty thieves," he said with a smile. "The daily sort, the most sordid kind, family and lovers. When I got fed up with all of them a few years ago, it occurred to me that I didn't have to go off to live in Geneva like some dismal old fool of an exile. Africa was out, because after a certain age one ends up strapped to a gin bottle there. So I came up here among the fog and the gorse. I like the birds in Scotland, and the people are tight-fisted and have healthy bowels like me." He paused, regarding her with the truculent air of a man accustomed to being indulged as an eccentric, and Elizabeth looked back at him calmly. "Are you hungry?" he asked suddenly. "I'm very hungry. Since breakfast I've only had a horrible scone." "Horrible scones are only served in this house for tea. I have something ready which I'll heat up for you. No, I don't want any help. I'll bring it to you as you sit here. It will be the most exquisite pleasure for me to wait on you. There is some snipe that a nephew of mine, not Nestor, shot in Sicily last fall." "What do you think happened to Nestor?" asked Elizabeth. "Could you call him?" "I'd never call that bad-mannered young pederast. He was offensive enough as an adolescent flirting with soldiers. Now he's turned whimsical." When Ada went off to the kitchen, Elizabeth walked back and forth, glancing at photographs and bonbonnieres, touching a key on the computer, looking over the books on cookery and game birds, the race car magazines, the worn pinkish volumes of the Almanac de Goethe, and she smiled wryly at how her heart was beating. In the kitchen, Ada coated the small bodies of the snipe in a syrupy, dark sauce, while from her corner the Labrador bitch looked at him beseechingly. His thought was, how sudden desire makes solitude not oppressive, but unwieldy and slightly ludicrous. It was a thought that had not come to him in the last few years, not since his last mistress had begun the inevitable transformation into a sardonic and too knowledgeable friend. "Randy old billy-goat," he said genially to himself, employing the words of that outspoken lady. And with the alertness he used to follow trails or sense changes in weather, he noted that his hand was unsteady as he spooned the sauce. The next day, Good Friday, they drove 100 miles to Loch Ness and stood in the rain on a scallop of rocky shore. Ada broke off a rain-battered narcissus and handed it to Elizabeth in silence. He was wearing a khaki jacket with the collar turned up, and suddenly she saw him as he must have been 40 years earlier, a thin, big-nosed young man with a grandee's posture, an image now closed within the man in front of her, like something in a reliquary. On the drive back, he asked her abruptly whether she knew who he was, told her that his curious first name, Ada was the third in a procession, had set a pre-war fashion for hundreds of babies whose mothers wanted to copy the choice of a princess. It was a rather pathetic thing to say, thought Elizabeth, who from Nestor knew all about him and the family, even down to alliances with various unsavory political regimes. Long beams of sunlight broke through over pastures where lambs jumped and ewes showed patches of red or blue dye on their backs, depending on which ram had covered them. Shadows of clouds slid over the highlands in the distance. Ada drove her across a grouse moor and talked about drainage and pesticides and burning off old growth, about geese and partridge and snipe. Then he said, "I want the two of us to have some kind of love story. Am I too old and deaf?" "I don't know," said Elizabeth. "I've quarreled with nearly everyone. I'm solitary and selfish, and I understand dogs better than women. I have been extremely promiscuous, but I have no known disease. That's just to prevent any misunderstanding." "It doesn't sound very appealing." "No, but I have a foolish, optimistic feeling that it might appeal to you. The thing I like most is a girl from a good family who dresses vulgarly once in a while, nothing flashy, just the cook's night out. And schoolgirl underclothes, the kind the nuns made my sisters wear. Do you think you'd be willing to do that for me?" "I might." Elizabeth felt as if she were about to burst with laughter. Everything seemed utterly simple. as it did, she knew, at the beginning of the most harrowing romances. Yet, laughing inside, she felt curiously tender and indulgent toward him and toward herself. Why not, she thought. During the rest of the trip home, they traded stories about former lovers with a bumptious ease startling under the circumstances, as if they were already old friends who themselves had gotten over the stage of going to bed. His were all bawdy and funny, making love to a fat Egyptian princess on a bathroom sink, which broke. An actress who cultivated 3 long golden hairs on a mole in an intimate place. The telephone rang before dinner that night, and it was Nestor. He was in France, in some place where there were a lot of people, and the line kept dropping. He wanted to know whether Elizabeth had arrived. His uncle swore at him and said that no one, male, female, fish, or fowl, had arrived, and that he was spending Easter alone. Then Ado slammed the phone down and looked at Elizabeth. "Now you're out of the world," he told her. "You're invisible and free." They stood, looking out of the sitting-room windows toward the northwest, where a veil of daylight still hung over the Atlantic. And he told her that when seals came ashore on the town beaches, people went after them with rifles. He came closer to her, felt desire strike his body like a blow, called himself an old fool, and began to kiss her face. Her hair had a bland fragrance like grain, which called up a buried recollection of a story told him by his first adored nurse, a Croat with a cast in one eye, about a magic sheaf of wheat that used to turn into a girl. He couldn't remember why or how. Elizabeth remained motionless, and experienced for the first time the extraordinary sensation she was to have ever after with Ado, of snatching pleasure and concealing it. "We won't make love tonight," he said to her. "I've already had you in 100 ways in my mind. I want to know if I can desire you even more. Prolonging anticipation. It's a very selfish taste I have. But without these little devices, I'll be honest with you, things get monotonous too quickly." Later he told her not to worry, and she said happily, "But I'm not at all worried. In a few months we'll be sick to death of each other." This arrival at Easter has become currency in Elizabeth's sentimental imagination, but unlike other episodes with other men, it doesn't pop up to distract her during work or even very often when she's not working. She has never been anxious about Ado, but she wants to see him often. Though he is never calm, he calms her. When he sends for her, and she takes the now familiar flight up to Aberdeen, she feels her life simplified with every moment in the air. It's a feeling like clothes slipping off her body. She thinks of it this morning as she sits in the sunlight with her knees up under the covers, and she takes possession, a habit of hers, of a phrase from the book she is reading. "So the days pass," she reads half aloud, "and I ask myself whether one is not hypnotized as a child by a silver globe, by life, and whether this is living." 3. Sportsman. For the last 10 minutes, Elizabeth, the old prince, and 3 young men have been sitting around the table talking about farts. The young men are Nestor and 2 cousins of his, whom Elizabeth knows slightly from parties in Rome. All 3 are tall and thin, with German faces and resonant Italian double last names. They wear threadbare American jeans and faded long-sleeved knit shirts. They are here for a few days' shooting, and in the front hall stand their boots, magnificent boots the color of chestnuts, handmade, lace-up, polished and repolished into the wavering luster of old furniture. The front hall itself is worth a description. Wide, bare pine boards, a worn brocade armchair, antique decoys, a pair of antlers 20,000 years old dug from a Hungarian bog, 10 green jackets on wall pegs, exhaling scents of rubberized canvas and dog. The 3 young men worship Ado. Since their nursery days, he has been a storybook rake-hell uncle, wreathed in a cloud of anecdote unusually thick even for their family. They are also very interested in Elizabeth, 2 of them because she's so good-looking, and Nestor from a piqued curiosity mixed with sincere affection. She has stopped confiding in him since he mischievously threw her together with his uncle at Easter. He owns the condominium next to the one she rents in Via dei Coronari, and knows that she has been using a lot of vacation time going up to Scotland. He assumes that the old skinflint is laying out money for the tickets and that they're sleeping together, but he can't understand what they do for each other, what they do with each other. She is not an adventuress. In his world, they still talk about adventuresses, and she is clearly not even infatuated. Elizabeth's non-whim, as he is starting to call it, only serves to confirm in Nestor's frivolous mind the impenetrable mystery that is America. Elizabeth sits among them like a sphinx, something she learned from watching fashionable Italian women. But she feels conflicted, torn between generations. Ado feels a growing annoyance at seeing how her fresh face fits in among the fresh faces of the young men. Her presence makes the gathering effervescent and unstable, and all the men have perversely formed an alliance and are trying with almost touching transparency to shock her. It's a 16th century gadget in copper called la péteuse, continues Ado in a gleeful, didactic tone. It consists of a long, flexible metal tube that was used to convey nocturnal flatus out from between the buttocks, under the covers of the seigneurial bed, into a pot of perfumed water where rose petals floated. I own 3 of them, one in Paris and the other 2 in Turin. I keep them with the chastity belts. Everyone is crunching and sucking the tiny bones of larks grilled on skewers, larks that the guests brought in a neat, foil-wrapped parcel straight from Italy, it being illegal to shoot songbirds in Great Britain. They eat them with toasted strips of polenta, also imported. Elizabeth hates small birds, but is determined this evening to hold up the female side. She draws the line at the tiny, contorted heads, which make her think of holocausts and Dantean hells. Game, she thinks, is high in the kind of amino acids that foster gout and aggressive behavior. The worst case of flatulence I know of, Ado says, was the Countess Pence, a lady-in-waiting to my mother. She was a charming woman with nice big breasts, but she was short and ugly and farted continuously. It was funny at receptions to see everyone pretending not to notice. I believe she used to wear a huge pair of padded bloomers that muffled the noise to a rumble like distant thunder. They go on to discuss Hitler and meteorism. One of Nestor's cousins, Gian Galeazzo, sends Elizabeth a swift glance of inquiry, perhaps of apology. There is something sweet about that look. Ado sees it and glowers. Elizabeth seizes the opportunity to contribute, mentioning, she realizes it's a mistake the minute she does, Chaucer. Blank looks from the men, although only Ado is truly uneducated. Ado says, the middle classes always quote literature. It makes them feel secure. Elizabeth has lived in Rome long enough to be able to throw back a cold-blooded barb of a retort, the kind they don't expect from an American woman. She knows that the young men aren't even surprised by Ado's remark, since it seems to be a family tradition to savage one another like a pack of wolf cubs. But she is looking at the row of restaurant knives and cleavers stuck in back of the long, oiled kitchen counter, and she is imagining the birds heaped in the freezer, small, gnarled bodies the color of cypress bark. She decides that she would like not simply to kill Ado, but to gut him swiftly and surgically, the way she has watched him so many times draw a grouse. When they have finished the larks and the young men are eating Kit-Kat bars and drinking whiskey, they complete the fraternal atmosphere by launching into a canzone goliarda, a bawdy student song. This one has nearly 20 verses and is about a monk who confesses women on a stormy night and the various obscene penances he has them perform. Con questa pioggia, questo vento, chi è chi bussa a mio convento? Between verses, Ado looks at her without remorse. He's thinking, she's tough, she holds up, which is one of his highest compliments. You look like a wild animal when you get angry, he tells her, and she hates herself for the way her heart leaps. Just before midnight, she lies in bed wondering whether he will come down to her. She will not go to him, She wants him to come to her room so she can treat him badly. She lies there feeling vengeful and willfully passive, imagining herself a Victorian servant girl waiting for the master to descend like Jove. At any minute she expects the doorknob to turn. But he doesn't come, and she falls asleep with the light on. At breakfast the next morning he greets her with great tenderness and tells her that he sat up till dawn with Nestor, discussing fishing rights on a family property in Spain. 4. Halloween. Bent double, Ado and Elizabeth creep through a stand of spindly larch and bilberry toward the pond where the wild geese are settling for the night. It is after 4 on a cold, clear afternoon, with the sun already behind the hills and a concentrated essence of leaf meal and wet earth rising headily at their footsteps, an elixir of autumn. Ado moves silently ahead of Elizabeth, never breaking a twig. His white head is drawn down into the collar of his green jacket, and his body is relaxed and intent, the way he has held its stalking game over the last 50 years in Yugoslavia, Tanzania, Persia. Even before they could see the pond, when they were still in the Land Rover, chivying stolid Herefordshire cows, and then on foot working open a gate that the tenant farmer had secured sloppily with a clothesline and a piece of iron bedstead, even then the air reverberated with the voices and wing beats of the geese. The sound created a live force around the two of them, as if invisible spirits were bustling by in the wind. Now, from the corner of the grove, Ado and Elizabeth spy on 200 or 300 geese in a crowd as thick and raucous as bathers on a city beach, preening, socializing, some pulling at sedges in the water of the murky little pond, others arriving from the sky in unraveling skeins, calling, wheeling, landing. Sometimes during the great fall and spring migrations, over 2,000 at a time stop at Ado's pond. He brought them here himself, using his encyclopedic knowledge of waterfowl to create a landscape he knew would attract them. He selected the unprepossessing, scrubby countryside after observation of topography and migratory patterns, and enlarged the weedy pond to fit an exact mental image of the shape and disposition needed to work together in a kind of sorcery to pull the lovely winged transients pair by pair out of the sky. After 3 years, the visiting geese have become a county curiosity. Local crofters have lodged repeated complaints. Ado doesn't shoot the geese, he watches them. This passion for the nobler game birds is the purest, most durable emotion he has known in his life. It was the same when he used to lie in wait for hours in order to kill them. Now he's had enough shooting, but the passion remains. He grips Elizabeth's arm as he points out a pair of greylags in the garrulous crowd on the water. His hand on her arm is like stone, and Elizabeth, who loves going to watch the geese, nevertheless finds something brittle and old-maidish in the fixity of his interest. Crouching beside him, she experiences an arid sense of hopelessness, of jealousy, she isn't sure of what. Casting about, she thinks of his ex-lovers who sometimes call or visit. European women near his own age who seem to have absorbed some terrible, erotic truth that they express in throaty laughter and an inhuman poise in the smoking of cigarettes and in the crossing of their still beautiful legs. They are possessive of Ado, and they make her feel raw as a nursery child brought out on display. But she knows they aren't the real reason that she feels cold around the heart. "You're not interested in getting married, are you?" He says it abruptly, once they have returned to the Land Rover. He says it in French, his language for problems, reasoning, and resolution. He hears his own terror and looks irritably away from her. It is 6 months since they met. "No, I'm not," replies Elizabeth. She is embarrassed by the fatuous promptness with which the words bound out like a grade school recitation, yet she hadn't prepared them. She hadn't prepared anything. They are bouncing across stubble, and to the west, where the evening light is stronger, a few green patches shine with weird intensity among the autumn browns. Barley fields planted this month to be harvested in January or February. On the horizon, below a small spiky gray cloud, a bright planet regards them equably. Without another word, Ado stops the motor and reaches over to unzip her jacket and unbutton her shirt. With the same rapt, careful movements he used in approaching the geese, he bends his head and kisses her breasts. Then he straightens up and looks at her, and a strange thing happens. Each understands that they've both been stealing pleasure. For a second, they are standing face to face in a glass corridor. They see everything. It's a minor miracle that is over before they can realize that it is the most they will have together. Instantly afterward, there is only the sense of a bright presence already departed, and the two of them faltering near the edge of an indefinable danger. As Elizabeth buttons her shirt and Ado turns the ignition key, they are already engaged in small, expert movements of denial and retreat. The jeep pulls out onto the darkening road, and neither finds a further word to say. A tumult of wind and dogs greets them as they pull up 10 minutes later to the house. Dervishes of leaves spin on the gravel beside the rented Suzuki that Nestor and his cousins used to get to that day's shoot near Guthrie. Both Elizabeth and Ado stare in surprise at the kitchen windows, where there is an unusual glow. It looks like something on fire, and for an instant Ado has the sensation of disaster, a conflagration not of his house, nothing so real, but a mirage of a burning city, a sign transplanted from a dream. "What have they gotten up to, the young jackasses?" he says, climbing hurriedly out of the jeep. But Elizabeth sees quite clearly what Nestor and his cousins have done, and, with an odd sense of relief, starts to giggle. They've carved 4 pumpkins with horrible faces, put candles inside, and lined them up on the windowsills. She interprets it as a message to her. Since yesterday, she and Giangagliazzo, who went to Brown, had been talking about Halloween in New England. "It's Halloween," she says, in a voice pitched a shade too high. She feels a sudden, defensive solidarity with the jumble of young men in the kitchen, who are drinking Guinness and snuffing like hungry retrievers under the lids of the saucepans. "Jackasses," repeats Ado, who at the best of times defines as gross presumption any practical joke he hasn't thought of himself. In this mood, his superstitious mind is shaken, and he can't cast off that disastrous first vision. He hurries inside, telling her to follow him. Instead, Elizabeth lets the door close and lingers outside, looking at the glowing vegetable faces and feeling the cold wind shove her hair back from her forehead. She wills herself not to think of Ado. Instead, she thinks of a Halloween in Dover when she was 8 or 9, and stood for a long time on the doorstep of her own house after her brothers and everyone else had gone inside. The 2 big elms leaned over the moon, and the jack-o'-lantern in the front window had a thick dribble of wax depending from its grin, and she had had to pee badly, but she had kept standing there, feeling the urine pressing down in her bladder, clutching a cold hand between her legs where the black cheesecloth of her witch costume bunched together. She'd stood there feeling excitement and terror at the small, dark world she had created around herself simply by holding back. It's an erotic memory that she has always felt vaguely ashamed of, but at the moment it seems curiously appropriate, a pleasure she'd enjoyed without guessing its nature. Ado opens the kitchen door and calls her, and she comes toward him across the gravel. For a moment, before he can see her clearly, he has the idea that there is a difference in the way she is moving, that her face may hold an expression that will change everything. Once, 30 years ago in Persia, he and his brother Prospero saw a ball of dust coming toward them over the desert, a ball of dust that pulled up in front of them and turned into a Rolls-Royce, with a body made impossibly a wicker, and inside 2 young Persian noblemen, their friends, laughing, with falcons on their wrists. He and his brother and the gun-bearers had stood there as if in front of something conjured up by jinns. He watches Elizabeth come with the same stilling of the senses as he had that afternoon in the desert. When she gets closer, though, the dust, as it were, settles, and his wavering perspective returns to normal, there on the doorstep of his favorite house in the cold October night. He thinks of the unspoken bargain she has kept so magnificently for a woman of her age, for any woman, and he says to himself, "Very well." He has studied nature too long to denigrate necessity. Then why the word thudding inside him, first like an appeal, then a pronouncement? Never, never, never. Never, then. Laughter comes from behind him. His nephews, to summon him, have launched into the ribald student's song from the other night. When Elizabeth reaches him, he doesn't look any more, but takes her arm firmly, draws her inside, and shuts the door. Shaking by William F. Van Wert, copyright 1991 by the University of Northern Iowa. Hard to remember the beginning with people. The end, no. The end is different. The end gets written in indelible ink, but beginnings are so alive. They require the force of memory to be recaptured, and even then they're never as alive as they once were. The aliveness is missing. This was the case with Jenny Winslow, the Shaker woman. The free clinic in Canterbury. Fall colors. The annual blood drive. The bonnet on her brittle head. Shawl across her lap like a tablecloth. Nubby fingers that never stopped twitching. Cobbler's shoes that clacked like in the fairy tales. All remembered in great detail, like pieces of a patchwork quilt. But the aliveness is missing. It was fall at the free clinic in Canterbury. The trees outside were on fire with colors, raw sienna, robin's breast, roan, and burnt henna. The perfect time for a blood drive, except that the wind was blowing, bone cold outside, and the whole country was afraid of AIDS, so nobody was giving blood. I was in the office working on the books when Alice Perry, one of the volunteer nurses, came in. "Dr. Lazarus, sorry to bother you." "What is it?" "I think you better come out and see for yourself." I started to follow her to the intake station. I stopped in the doorway to put on my white coat and stethoscope, and I saw the woman. Nurse Perry had gotten her as far as the chair next to the table with the curtain partially pulled around, although there was no one in the outer room to see her. I knew she was a Shaker woman from the flat mesh bonnet, which looked like a snarl of cobwebs on the white mat of hair. She had little hair left, and the bonnet gave the appearance of even less. Like rain after snow, I thought. Anything added to white makes white look gray. She wore horn-rimmed glasses with thick curved lenses that made her eyes look big and smeared. Everything else on her face looked pre-shrunk, from the small nose to the pursed lips to the bags of chin. She had spread a white shawl like a tablecloth across her black dress, upon which her fingers shook and rubbed against each other, the only visible sign of any nervousness. "This is Jenny Winslow, Dr. Lazarus, and she wants to give blood," Alice Perry said, then added, "She insists upon giving blood." "Does she now?" I said, trying to be cheerful. "I'm Dr. Lazarus, Miss Winslow, or is it Mrs.?" I held out my hand to shake her hand as I asked, but instead of giving me her hand, she held it up palm towards me, as though to stop me from coming any closer. "I'm legally blind, you know," she said in a scratchy voice, "but I can tell you've got your hand out there. I'm a Shaker, and the Shakers have always been celibate, so of course there's no Mrs. to me. You can call me Sister Jenny if you have to call me anything. And I don't mean to hurt your feelings, because the Shakers love everybody, and we are permitted handshaking with a man. No harm in that if it goes no further. But you're a young man, and I never made your acquaintance before, and I'm already nervous enough about giving the blood, so if you don't mind." I knew there was a Shaker settlement in Canterbury, but I never expected to meet one of them at the clinic. She was very old and dignified in her demeanor, and I suppose I was amused by her presence there. But when she spoke, she seemed to be talking about 14 things at once, the way old people do, and I think I felt a little put off that she had to give me the Shaker belief system in order to avoid my handshake. "That's fine, sister," I said, wanting to be done with her. "I told her I didn't know if I could find a vein," Alice said. I nodded to Alice Perry that I understood her predicament. She had done right to come get me. We didn't want to poke into this woman's flabby arms trying to find a vein and possibly triggering something that might lead to a malpractice suit. "How old are you, sister, if I may ask?" "I'm 89. How old are you?" "I'm 26, but that's not the point. You see, we don't usually take blood from someone who's over—" "Pardon me," she interrupted, "but it's you who doesn't understand. I have to give the blood this time." "This time?" "Yes. I came the other time, but I was too young to keep my wits. I got sick to my stomach just thinking about the needle, and I got out of line and ran away." "When was that?" 19 what?" 17 it was, for the war. I could believe it somehow. The more outlandish a thing she said, the more I believed it. She had come to repay a debt, an obligation, a chance missed of 70 years. She had to be 19 at the time. All those years, the blood not given, the needle avoided, the wars that followed. There was a strength in that kind of obsession. As a rule, we didn't take blood from people over 60. The thought is beautiful, sister, but maybe it's better left as a thought than as a deed. You don't actually have to. I know you must think I have no manners at all, interrupting you all the time and such, but I won't be talked out of it. I know it's old blood, but it has to be worth something to somebody. It's kept me going all these years. Well, okay then, I said finally. Let's do it. If I must be penetrated, it would be my wish that this good woman do it. We'll just have to respect your wish then, won't we? Would you excuse us for a moment, sister? We'll be right back. Alice Perry followed me into the lab. The way the Shaker woman had said penetrated sounded too sexual to me. Something as neutral as drawing blood shouldn't have carried such connotations. But then the way she said it gave me an idea. I really don't think I can find a vein in either arm, Alice Perry said. You don't have to, I said. You just have to pretend to find one. I got some blood we had on hand in the refrigerator and extracted some into the syringe. We went back to the patient. I distracted her with questions about the Shaker way of life, and Alice Perry pretended to draw blood. I thought it would be darker, Jenny Winslow said when she finally looked at the blood up close to her face. I wasn't sure that she was convinced. Alice has a patch to give you, I said, distracting her once again. It says you gave. That's nice, Jenny said. That's exactly how I'd want to be remembered. Can I call a cab for you? I said. No, my legs are good, she said. I like to walk. It's what I do best. I felt relieved to see her go, but I also felt a slight twinge of guilt for having tricked an old woman. I had no idea that she would be coming back every day after that. I came to do my internship at the free clinic in Canterbury with a chip on my shoulder. My wife had left me, I was still heavily in debt, and I didn't want to deal with the humiliation of hierarchies and political intrigues at a big hospital, so I opted out. I came to Canterbury to clean out my lungs on country air and put my damaged manhood on hold. I thought I would find some lost ideals in healing the poor, but I soon found out I hated the poor, their basic ignorance of the body, their fierce pride at not paying, their repetitive diseases. New Englanders are supposed to be hardy and harsh like the weather and silent as proverbial sticks. They doctor themselves and pretend away coughs and colds until they're bedridden, and then they like to mistake the doctor for the disease. A deep distrust of doctors, a blind belief in God and self-sufficiency. They seem to go hand in hand, one nurturing the other. What keeps them here, rooted for generations? Fall colors, winter quilts, and family farms all conspire to keep them. But these have become as much a reason for other people coming as for them going, as much a tourist attraction as their beloved tombstones. Why do they live in places that do not protect them? I say they, but I am one of them. Jenny Winslow kept coming to the clinic day after day, at first a few hours at a time, and then gradually half a day, usually in the mornings. She came with knitting or crochet work, and she sat in a corner speaking to no one. At first I ignored her because I thought she had come to give blood again. Then I thought she might be there to proselytize, and I didn't want to encourage that, so I ignored her. And then all sorts of possibilities occurred to me, and I wanted to ignore all of them. She may have experienced some sort of bonding because of the blood donation. She may have become senile, with no place to go but places of habit or unusual experience. She may have been waiting for the right moment after wearing us down with her presence, to ask for a drug, some sort of twilight sleep to end it all. I was ashamed of all these thoughts, and finally I felt ashamed of having ignored her. But a doctor, even an intern, learns to let trouble come to him. He doesn't go looking. I heard her tell Ruth Halliburton, one of the nurses, that the Shakers stopped shaking in chapel a long time ago. That kind of dancing took place in the old days when Mother Ann Lee was founding the Shaker settlements, and there was a need to communicate physically with God by dancing. She told Ruth there were only 8 of them left now at Canterbury and at Sabbath Day Lake in Maine. All women in their 90s who kept to the simple ways, still did some farming, canned jams, wrote cookbooks, and watched Jerry Falwell and Johnny Carson on TV. "I can't remember the last time I shook," she told Ruth. I don't think Ruth or any of the other nurses believed her. An old woman, celibate all her life and living apart from other human beings in a sect like that, has to have a secret, and the secret had to be some sort of shaking. The name still held. Why not the practice? I waited until she had dozed off, as she often did, and I left my office to go stare at her. Bonnet on a brittle head, shawl across her lap like a tablecloth. Stubs of fingers that never stopped pointing and twitching and rubbing even while she slept. And those quaint cobbler's shoes, like in the fairy tales. I found myself staring at her shoes. The shoes of old people are never in style. They reflect the feet inside, not the times around them. Shoes that aged with them, gnarled and irregular, encompassing ingrown toenails, corns, bunions, broken arches, swollen ankles. Her shoes were black and bulbous, mannish shoes. I remembered my grandmother in shoes like that, shoes that had to be resoled a dozen times because there was no buying new ones to fit. Old women in men's shoes, clacking on linoleum floors and clapping time for an old Disney tune from the Seven Dwarfs. Shoes to set my feet a-dancing, dancing all my cares away. Or maybe it was Geppetto, before he made the real boy. I came out of my office one afternoon, and there was nobody there except the Shaker woman. I didn't expect to see her in the afternoon like that, and I certainly didn't expect to find myself alone with her. "The school called," she said. "Her little boy was throwing up, so Ruth had to go. You were in the bathroom, so she asked me to tell you." "Did she say she was coming back?" "She didn't say. She said she would call." "Thanks." I started to walk back to my office, then stopped. I felt that I was being rude somehow, turning my back on her like that. "You want a cup of tea or something?" "Thanks, no, I'm just fine." "We don't seem to have many patients these days." "An apple a day," she said, smiling. "Do you mind if I sit with you for a minute?" "It's your clinic," she said. "I wanted to ask you that first time you came in. Why did you think it was so important to give blood in 1917? "Oh, that, I don't know. We still had a lot of brothers with the Shakers then. I have to say I didn't much like any of them, even though Shakers are supposed to love everybody. I don't think they cottoned much to me, either. But they sure enough took off to war. Soon as we'd declare a war, they'd be off in a bunch. We lost our last brother that way in 1938. I knew it was the end of the Shakers then, and sure enough. We couldn't take in new men because we didn't have any brothers left to serve as their counselors. We stopped taking in children because the town wanted them to go to public schools. Then in 1957, the leaders agreed we wouldn't take in any new members. That was, 30 years ago? I wasn't sure she had answered my question, and I think she could feel that. She turned her body toward me and put her knees together, dropping the shawl to cover her legs. "You wonder about men, don't you? Everybody does. You're a man, and you wonder about the men. And you wonder how come a bunch of men and women choose to live together communally and then be celibate. It wasn't hard, I can tell you that much. Hands to work and hearts to God, Mother Ann said, and so it was." "You never missed having children?" "There are women who have had children who had less children than I did. I had them in the kitchen for cooking. I had them in the schools. All gone to God before me, though. That's what hurts." "If you didn't like the brothers that much, why did you come to give blood in 1917? "That was a long time ago. You ask an old woman like me the reasons for what she did or didn't do that long ago, and you're like to get a pack of lies." "Are you evading my question, sister?" I teased. "Maybe so," she said, squirming a little. "If I tell you, do you promise not to tell another living soul?" "Cross my heart and hope." "Don't hope for that." "Okay, then, there was a fellow who went off to the Great War. That's what we called it then. His name was Archie Bishop. He wasn't exactly a Shaker. He wasn't with us long enough. His folks died of flu right after they came to us. His little sister stayed on with us, but Arch, he joined up. I didn't know him very long, but I never seen a boy that could dance as good as he could. He had sweet feet. and he kinda took a shine to me and me to him. Of course, we never touched or anything like that, but we did converse, and there was the dancing. So when he enlisted, I decided to give blood. But then I got scared, and, well, you know the rest. So you were sorry when he left? Guess I was. I was old of 19, and I had visions of making him a wife, and we'd go off and have a pack of kids in Pennsylvania or somewhere. I still had urges then. But after he left, I didn't have them anymore. Probably a good thing he left, too. Why's that? Boy named Archbishop in this town? Land sakes. And you never heard from him again? I took him for dead all these years. Then I got a letter from France with a picture. It was of him in his doughboy costume, nothing more recent than that. He was leaning on his carbine, all smiles, and you could tell the war was over when the picture got took. He said he married a French woman, and they had 6 kids. Near the end of his letter, he said his wife had just died, and he was left to wondering, not what it all meant with her, but what it might have been with me. And he said he never told his wife in all those years that he was still thinking of me and couldn't put the dancing out of his head. Very old men have the same cheeks sometimes as very young boys. I found the whole thing a bit disrespectful. That was 10 years ago. You never wrote back? My lord, no. I said a hominy right away. Hominy for homily. Jenny Winslow sometimes mixed words, like Louise Erdrich sang, "I'm in a laundry" instead of "I'm in a quandary." Both could be excused, I decided. And you, she said. You're not from here, are you? How can you tell? You're not solid, that's how. You feel to me like Archbishop. You haven't found the place you're bound to be. Maybe I ought to go to France, I said. Wars aren't good for much else, she said. You don't have any children? No. But you'd like to? Are you a mind reader, too? Yes, when the time is right. But there is a wife. She left me last year. Why would she do that? She said she couldn't wait any longer, said she wanted to try on new things like clothing. She wasn't right for you, obviously, I said, scornful of such a trite conclusion. So who is? There may not be many people right for you, but when you find one that is, you will be happy a long, long time. You have the right last name for that. I didn't have much to do with it. It was my father's last name. And what's your prefix? My what? You mean my Christian name? It's James. Nothing remarkable about that. Well, once again, I didn't have much to do with it. My mother chose it. Look then to your father, not your mother. Just then the phone rang. It was Ruth explaining why she had to leave the clinic. When I hung up, Sister Jenny was gone. I took to spying on Jenny Winslow after that. Actually, what I took to was staring at the Shaker woman from my office, especially when I caught her napping. Espionage seemed more palatable than voyeurism. It's hard to imagine that old people were ever young once. When Jenny Winslow fell asleep and her jaw went slack, her whole face caved in at the center, the 2 long lines compressing her nose and mouth, looking more like puppetry than human flesh. Old people have to strain to look kind and loving. When their features are at rest, they look burrowed and surly, like forgotten apples. There was not even a hint of a woman's body underneath the black baggy dress that made her look like a penitent in Pilgrim times. And yet her legs were still strong. They weren't muscled, but they weren't flabby either. They were barreled. No varicose veins, no extreme cellulose, no fluid buildup. And those shoes, those black, deformed, hunchback's shoes. There was an aliveness to them I cannot describe. I realized, finally, that there was a conspiracy going on around me. Sister Jenny had somehow made fast friends with all the nurses who, while they never mentioned her by name at weekly staff meetings, were extremely protective of her. She was, I assumed, some sort of fairy godmother to them, some kind of avuncular good-luck charm, mascot and matriarch rolled into one. What I didn't realize was that her stature among them went way beyond that. After a series of missed appointments and sudden cures among my patients, I discovered that Sister Jenny was doing more than her kitchen samplers in the outer room. I confronted Alice Perry with my suspicions. Although she was only a volunteer nurse, Alice was the oldest person who worked in the clinic and the only one who sometimes called me by my first name. Mrs. Neary is supposed to be seeing me for her arthritis. When I don't see her, I call her and she thanks me for the Shaker woman who massaged her feet and hands. Mrs. Chandler is a different story. You know, the one with diabetes? She tells me Sister's recipes have stopped her seizures altogether. And there's more. What's going on here, Alice? We knew you were overworked, Jim. Patients, prescriptions, house calls, doing the books, scheduling our shifts. It's more than one person ought to be doing. Sister Jenny seems to have a knack. I watched her myself. I can promise you, she's never been without supervision. We're all amazed at what she can do. It has to stop right now, Alice. We could be in serious trouble if anyone complained. Far from it. People are singing her praises. No more. Tell the good sister I'd like to see her in my office, would you? Jenny Winslow made her way into my office as though sleepwalking through a thick fog, her hand outstretched, palm toward me. I started to help her to a chair, but she found it first. I have a nose for chairs, she said, smiling. It's like they got my name on them. Sister Jenny, I wanted to talk to you about helping the patients here. You don't need to thank me, Brother James. The Shakers love everybody. That's not the point, sister. I have to ask you to stop. Oh? A matter of professional jealousy, is it? No. A matter of licensing. You aren't licensed to practice medicine in this state. I am. Oh, bother, she said, clearing her throat. What I'm doing isn't any practicing medicine. It's commonsensical. Starve a cold, feed a fever. The Shakers have a good recipe for everything that ails a body. She wasn't contrite at all. I had to try another approach. Let me put it to you this way. If I catch you touching another patient or giving another patient advice, I'll have to bar you from coming here. Do you understand what I'm saying? You think the Shakers are all air and fairy tales, don't you? Did you know that we Shakers invented the circular saw, the common house broom, a washing machine, and the common clothespin? We've been here close to 200 years. You've been here 1 year, not even that, and you're telling me what I can and cannot do? I'm telling you what I have to tell you. If my patients want to go out to your farm to be treated, then who am I to stand in your way or theirs? But if they come to my clinic to be treated, then I have to be the one who treats them. Can you see what I'm saying? I'm legally blind, you know, but I see better than most. The rose don't come without the thorns, that's what I see. It was her exit line. The phone rang. It was my ex-wife wanting to know if I had paid the car insurance premium that she had sent me. By the time I explained to her that I had never received the forms and got off the phone, Jenny Winslow was gone. Right was on my side, of course. Not just anyone can practice medicine. I knew the difference between real medicine and the short-term healings of a Shaker woman. If a smoker gets a bad enough cough, he'll stop smoking. But as soon as the cough goes away, he'll start smoking again. Mrs. Neary's arthritis would flare again. Mrs. Chandler would have new seizures. And even if they were only interested in short-term relief, I was there for the whole ballgame, all 9 innings. The long-term prognosis, even if there were no cure for either one of them. Jenny Winslow stopped coming to the clinic after our talk. The nurses took it personally and blamed me. Alice Perry stopped calling me Jim. Everything was done by the book after that, the way it should be. I was glad for the routine that followed, but I sometimes missed the aliveness. My father trembled, but he never shook. He took to his Parkinson's as though he were married to it after my mother died. His fingers trembled in place so much so that he banged his coffee cup against his teeth and finally had to stop drinking coffee altogether. He sat in his rocking chair for hours at a time, and I got so used to him sitting there that it didn't shock me when he went from the rocking chair to the wheelchair. His jaws turned to stone, and he drooled sometimes when he tried to talk. I told him I loved him one day when I was cleaning food off his chin and shirt, and he grimaced a kind of shriek where a smile should have been, and he mumbled, "My son, the doctor." I didn't know if it was pride or scorn. I thought about writing Jenny Winslow before I left Canterbury, My year was nearly up, and I remembered that she had told me about the letter from Archbishop in France, and having that information somehow gave me the right to write her if I wanted to. Doctors go from one crisis to the next, blown out of all proportion by the patients who only know the quick cure. And doctors prescribe amoxicillin for the ears, hydrocortisone for rashes and eczema, allophilin or Alipant for bronchial wheezing, L-Dopa for Parkinson's. They hurry up their hand scroll. Drug name, proper dosage, possible side effects or contraindications, and whether there's to be a refill or not. Paper in hand, the patients hurry to the pharmacy already half-healed. So it goes. But the doctor knows, if he looks long and hard enough at the patient, that the winds are only temporary. One day he will lose the patient. The patient dies one day, not from cancer or Alzheimer's or Parkinson's or AIDS, but from something simple, something impromptu and whimsical like pneumonia. The trick is to deceive the patient one more time, always one more time, into his or her aliveness. Doctors are paid high salaries for this sleight of hand. I never went to a prom in high school because I was afraid my friends would find out I couldn't dance. I love music, but I don't know what to do with my hands and feet. So when I am moved by a piece of music, I sit uneasily on the edge of my chair, a little frantic, a little lonely, unable to move. My mother offered to teach me to dance once, but I refused. When I left Canterbury, I was more than ready to go. I felt like my time at the clinic was like a stint in the Peace Corps. You don't have to go very far from home to feel deprived. I was ready for the city again, for long hours and shift work at a big hospital, for real paychecks, real restaurants and nightlife, real women. My ex-wife, my medical school debts, my parents' deaths, they were a part of a past from which I felt vaguely disconnected, as though it had been surgically removed. I have never quite believed in a personal God. I want to shake just once before I die. Goose-Girl by Joyce Carol Oates. Copyright 1991 by the Ontario Review, Incorporated. Reprinted from Fiction, Volume 10, Number 3. She wanted very much to know why, yet she dreaded knowing why. Her son, newly home after 4 months away, was avoiding her. And then he reared up suddenly before her as she was descending the stairs, tall, long-boned, his deep-set eyes shiny with misery, and said, "I'm so ashamed of something." It was typical of Barry, Lydia's youngest child, 20 years old, but as likely to appear in strangers' eyes older, as he was likely to behave at home, as if he were younger. That, though he'd been replying to Lydia's remarks in laconic monosyllables, shrugging nervously, shifting his shoulders like a wild creature unaccountably trapped in clothing, as in this household now depopulated of all save his wanly attractive and resolutely cheery 46-year-old divorcee mother, Barry would address Lydia as if all along they'd been having a conversation. As if this raw, mildly stammered, wholly unexpected statement was in response to a question of hers, and invited a question which Lydia asked immediately, with warmth, her hand on his arm. "Oh, Barry, what is it?" He stood on the step below her, yet nearly of her height, tense, perspiring, giving off a scent, though he'd showered at length that morning, Lydia had heard him early, of anguish and excitement, that faintly briny smell she recalled with a pang of nostalgia from his high school days as an athlete. But now Lydia had asked the question, Barry was naturally on the defensive. He said, "I don't know if I can tell you, Mom. I mean," he said, shaking his head, turning away, "right now." Lydia, trying not to become alarmed, trying not to wonder what this intelligent and well-mannered and altogether admirable young man might mean by saying he was ashamed of something, followed Barry downstairs into the hall. It seemed he was headed for the kitchen. Then he veered sharply in another direction and went into the garage, and Lydia was trying to stop herself from wondering, fearfully, had he been expelled from Amherst? Was the spring semester not really over, and Barry had come home early, banished, disgraced? Even as she'd reasoned this could not be so, she'd nearly memorized the salient dates of the school's academic calendar. She was calling, "Barry, honey, wait," But of course he wasn't going to wait. Like an arsonist who has dropped a lighted match on flammable material, he wasn't about to wait, nor even to glance over his shoulder to see how the damage he'd caused was progressing. Barry opened the garage door and wheeled his Yamaha out into the May sunshine, and Lydia, ever attentive even in the exigency of worry, snatched up the grimy black helmet from the concrete floor and followed after him. She said calmly, "Barry, please. You can't run off. You've upset me by saying—" Barry murmured, "Yeah, Mom, okay, I know. I'll tell you later. I just can't tell you now. I can't." "Is it about school?" "No." "Is it about Chris?" Chris was Barry's girlfriend from high school, not Middlebury. Or rather, one of his girlfriends. He had not spoken of her lately, but Lydia knew from her former husband, with whom she spoke frequently on the phone, that they still saw each other. Quickly, irritably, his back to her, Barry said, "No, it isn't about Chris." "Is it? I'll tell you later, Mom. I said." He paused, wiping the accumulation of cobwebs off the Yamaha, rubbing the chrome with spittle. "Don't bug me, okay?" There was an old, semi-jokey history in the family of Lydia's exaggerated dislike of the motorcycle, perceiving it, as Lydia thought quite reasonably, as the possible instrument of her son's death or disfigurement. But there was an old history of Barry's fanatic attachment to it. He'd worked at exhausting jobs, including emergency snow removal for the state of New York, to pay for it. Lydia, with her anthropological, sociological bent, thought the shiny black vehicle with the flaring handlebars and high-backed seat, and the near-deafening roar of which its motor was capable, a sign of Barry's rejection of his own natural introversion and good sense, a proclamation of his distinctly American, thus public, masculinity. Sam, her former husband, graced with a placidity regarding their children's welfare that Lydia sometimes thought maddening, at other times enviable, had merely shrugged and said, "It's cheaper than a car." Barry straddled the Yamaha and labored to start it, and after several abortive attempts, it started, roaring into demonic life, eager to be gone. Lydia handed Barry his helmet, for otherwise he might have forgotten it. A womanly figure in a medieval tapestry, handing over armor to a knight on a steed, a visor to obscure the youthful, and in this case embarrassed and sullen face. She asked where he was going, and he told her, naming names she'd heard from junior high school onward, and she asked when he thought he might be back, and he said, fumbling to fasten the helmet strap beneath his chin, lowering the smoked plastic visor, "Maybe around lunch, I don't know." And he drove noisily off, like an upright insect on the black vehicle, down the sloping asphalt driveway onto Somers Brook Road, within seconds curving out of sight. Lydia stood alone, shading her eyes against the warm sunshine, feeling more than usually diminutive, diminished, a bit foolish, like a spurned woman. Except for the stink of the exhaust and an agitation of the air, there was no evidence Barry had been there at all. It was 9:35 a.m. He'd fled without eating breakfast. Lydia, who had set this day aside for Barry, canceling appointments, rearranging her schedule, saw that it would be a long day. Of the three Manning children, Barry had taken his parents' protracted separation and speedy divorce the most seriously. With an almost romantic seriousness, Lydia and Sam thought, believing that the erotic passion that had generated him of all the world's population was too extraordinary ever to be extinguished. The week before, talking with Sam on the phone, Lydia had asked, "Does Barry talk to you, confide in you?" steeling herself for information that might reawaken an old demeaning jealousy, but Sam had laughed his explosive laugh and said cheerfully, "Are you serious, Lydia? The kid hates my guts." Which wasn't true, for no one hated Sam, least of all his youngest and most tender-hearted child. Lydia was thinking guiltily that she'd neglected Barry this past year. She was working again, and she had her friends, and the days passed swiftly and smoothly, as they had not passed smoothly during the years of her marriage. It was easy to comply with Barry's neglect of her in the heady maelstrom of undergraduate life. A few late-night telephone calls snatched from the waning day, postcards and not letters. No time, no time. Once, seated at the dining-room table with his mother, his brother, and his sister, this would have been Christmas of his freshman year, Barry had solemnly denounced a friend, now at Berkeley, who'd sent out a computer-printed newsletter to Barry and many others, taking no time to make the individual letters individual, thus worthy of being read. Josh, Barry's brother, his elder by 3 years, and so by family tradition his mentor, said, "Yes, but a newsletter is better than no letter, isn't it? Assuming you care about your friend at all." And Barry said, incensed, his dark nostrils fairly flaring, No, it isn't." He was fierce and hawk-like in profile. He wanted to be an environmental science writer, or maybe a lawyer, something in the line of environmental protection. Yes, but he was being drawn toward the classics, too. What a mesmerizing professor he had, making Homer, the Greek lyric, the tragedies, come alive. Like many shy people, he could talk excitedly and at length, as if words were pent up inside him, exerting a sweet, painful pressure. Yet listening to Barry, Lydia sometimes felt she didn't know him at all, for the words he actually spoke somehow did not match the words she imagined pent up inside him. As his purchase of the Yamaha and the fever of excitement surrounding it had stunned her, his mother. Yes, she wanted to protest. Other boys do such things, but not you. In families, courtships prevail. Someone is forever pursuing someone else, that person another, and there are those who so strangely, so perversely prefer, yes, unmistakably prefer, to be alone. For a long time, Lydia had believed herself to be in pursuit of her children, who, even as they clearly loved her and behaved very decently to her, nonetheless eluded her. For a brief while, Lydia had believed herself in pursuit of her husband, talky, gregarious, clumsy Sam, who of course meant no harm, blundering amid the wreckage of their marriage, perennially meaning well. Then, by degrees, she'd realized, No, I am not like this at all. I am the person I always was from the first. I don't need others to define me. It's in fact others who misdefine me. Armed with such knowledge, Lydia had surprised Sam, so conciliatory, so fair-minded. When, another time, he'd asked if he could come back to her, try again. He loved her, of course, and she loved him. Lydia had laughed and laid her hands on Sam's arms, in the manner of a coach springing the news to a dazed second-string player. "No, Sam, no. No." Now Sam was living with a woman friend in Dobbs Ferry, a half-hour drive from his old house in Hazleton-on-Hudson. Lydia hoped they would marry soon, to restore tidiness, formality to the situation. Lydia herself had numerous male friends amid the large, heterogeneous circle of her Hazleton friends, but no romantic prospects or interests, assuredly not. She was slim, impeccably groomed, beautiful in a fading, dusky, golden way, as if touched with pollen, like a daylily just past its prime. She supposed herself attractive to men, but gave no encouragement, made no overtures. Her women friends, those still married, made no secret of envying her what's called, in the simplest language, peace and quiet. Everyone loved Sam, but who would have wanted to live with him? And their own husbands? Who would want to live with them? So, lunching together at the tennis club or in town, Lydia and her friends of many years would succumb to fits of girlish, exhilarating laughter given a special buoyancy by glasses of white wine, cool, dry, tart, low in calories. The wittiest and most brazen among them, this would not be Lydia, however, might even be led to do imitations of certain husbands, and how the women laughed, for domestic life, seen from the perspective of youthful middle age, is as amusing as a comic opera by Mozart. More hilarious still if the beautiful arias are sung by wavering, amateur voices, as in a summer stock production. Lydia wondered if, at such giddy times, she might not be betraying not only Sam, but her children, Josh, Rosalind, Barry, so defining herself as a self wholly independent of them. Once, during the time of the divorce, Lydia confessed of Sam that while she still loved him, she could not often bear him. In a way, the thing that upset me most, Lydia said, as her friends leaned forward attentively, like medical students at their first dissection, was his, mendacity? That's too strong a word. His ranking of people, of friends. For instance, when we'd give a dinner party. And here Lydia's friends did indeed listen attentively, for they and their husbands had many times been guests at the Mannings, as the Mannings had been guests at their homes. Sam would deliberate for days over the wine. Sam Manning's wine cellar was much talked of in Hazleton, a good deal of the talk by Sam himself. Everything he serves is precisely chosen. There are A wines, red wines from the 1960s. There are B wines. God knows what the C wines are these days. And Sam would rank the wines to fit the guests, and I was always so worried the guests would know. Lydia's friends erupted in laughter. Of course we knew. We knew all along. Everyone knew, they told her. Lydia did something she'd promised herself she would never do again. When Barry didn't return for lunch, she telephoned in pursuit of him, making 3 calls before she tracked him down. Yes, he'd been visiting his friend Trigg, just home from Wesleyan, but he was gone now, off on his Yamaha. I see. Thanks, Lydia said cheerfully. She thought, the next thing will be going through his things. She thought, I will not. Lydia had been trained as an educational psychologist and had more recently taken graduate courses at SUNY Purchase. She was working as a consultant for a film company that did educational films. She'd been contracted to prepare the script for such a film herself, and she had plans to invest with a Hazleton friend, a divorcee like herself, in a documentary film series on children and the arts. Through the years of her marriage, she had worked sporadically, but only part-time. She'd rarely had the luxury of periods of concentration that professional work requires. When the children and Sam had all been home, her consciousness was as easily broken and scattered as... what? A flock of sparrows pecking in the dirt when a stone is tossed into their midst. Since Barry had come home, she'd been reduced to that again. Not just the edginess of confrontation, but the apprehension of it. She could not imagine how their conversation would go, only that there would be a conversation. She recalled his words, the startling gravity of ashamed. So ashamed. She recalled his eyes, evasive, very dark, as if all pupil. She recalled the awkwardness and the hurt of the previous evening when she had prepared a light supper for the 2 of them and Barry had had little appetite, picking at his food, scarcely hearing what she said, answering her questions quickly and abstractly, as if with the most superficial part of his brain. He'd been nervous, excited about something, yet so strangely he'd gone to bed early at 11. Lydia herself usually went to bed around midnight. The thought had occurred to her, he's uncomfortable alone in the house with me. The 2 of us, now that the others are gone. It was a thought she pushed from herself. It was a thought, yes, she'd had herself, without fully articulating. Quite deliberately, she pushed it from herself. The previous afternoon, Lydia had talked Barry into coming with her to a small, impromptu gathering at the home of neighbors on Somers Brook Road. Though he had been home only a few hours, and might have pleaded tiredness, he agreed to accompany her, provided he didn't have to wear a coat or tie. Lydia assured him he didn't. And they wouldn't stay too long. Lydia promised no more than an hour. The Brewers were old family friends. They'd seen Barry grow up. Barry understood that they would be hurt if they knew he'd returned from school but hadn't cared to see them. He understood that. Like other young men and women of his age, he represented something binding and reassuring to his parents' friends, particularly those of an older generation than his parents, and that this fact carried with it a curious obligation. He meant something. He stood for something. So he'd accompanied his mother, and they'd stayed for 2 hours, and Lydia was covertly proud of her tall, attractive, well-mannered son, who now shook hands with adults as if he were one of them. He'd even been drawn off in a mysteriously intense conversation by a local woman with whom the Mannings were slightly acquainted, the married daughter of friends of the Brewers in her late 20s, back in Hazleton on a visit. How does Barry like Amherst? Lydia was asked. And is he home for the summer? And what is he studying? And is he still serious about, what was it, track, swimming, diving? The Brewers, now well into their 70s, never tired of exclaiming, how he's grown, out of Barry's earshot, to Lydia, as if his height were an accomplishment of Lydia's. She smiled and blushed, as if indeed it were. The day had been balmy, fragrant with the sweet catkins of pussy willows and Lombardy poplars. The party was held on the Brewers' terrace overlooking their lawn and cattail-choked pond, and Lydia watched absently as Barry and the young married woman strolled down to the pond, the woman leading the way, talking animatedly, gesturing, conspicuous in her tight-fitting glove of a dress and spike-heeled shoes, her hair, clay-colored with a look of being glazed, springing in shoulder-length curls around her thin face. The woman's name was Phoebe Stone, and Lydia could not recall her husband's name, though she knew he was a prominent Manhattan financier, and much had been made in Hazleton when the wedding had taken place, surely no more than 2 years ago. Phoebe Stone was painfully and defiantly thin. She wore black silk, no doubt, to emphasize her thinness. She was not beautiful, nor even pretty, with close-set, wary eyes and a large, dissatisfied mouth, yet she had an air of reckless glamour, inappropriate to the setting, comically out of place amid the brewers and their guests, several of whom were white-haired. Of the gathering, only Barry was near Phoebe Stone's age, if 20 is near 29. Only Barry, lanky and self-conscious in jeans, pullover shirt, canvas shoes, with that maddening habit of continually brushing his hair out of his eyes, provided any interest for her. Sam had had an apt name for the haughty Miss Stone, whose parents were very wealthy. Now, what was it? It was after such Hazleton gatherings that Lydia most missed her husband, her old pal, her confidant. Blunt, funny, unsparing, and outrageous in his judgments, Sam had allowed Lydia all those years to remain nice, yet with a delicious sense of abandon, to laugh. So Barry had accompanied his mother to the brewers' party, and had seemed to be enjoying himself, at least saying goodbye. He'd shaken his host's hand vigorously, and leaned to accept a kiss and a cheek from his hostess, and thanked them both with his sweetly shy, dimpled smile. On the way home in the car, however, he lapsed quickly into one of his moods, staring out the window, fidgeting, replying in monosyllables to Lydia's remarks, as if he were so suddenly 12 years old again. Lydia was surprised, and Lydia was hurt. How like sunshine on a day of high scudding clouds these adolescent beings are, patchy, unpredictable, unreliable. She foresaw that the evening, the supper she'd so looked forward to, just Barry and her, would be an ordeal, and she was not mistaken. He wasn't very hungry, Barry mumbled, picking at Lydia's food. He'd had a lot to eat, he guessed, at the brewer's. "I guess you know her, you and Dad. The woman at the brewer's, yesterday." Barry was speaking haltingly, his face visibly warm, eyes lowered. There was a faintly sour smell of beer on his breath. Lydia said, more perplexed than startled, "Phoebe Stone? Oh, Christ, I'm so ashamed." "What happened, Barry?" Barry was sitting directly in front of Lydia, hunched a bit, flexing his big-knuckled hands. It was nearly 6 o'clock. He'd stayed away all day, and when Lydia heard the motorcycle approaching the house, heard the damned thing sputter to a stop in front of the garage, she'd felt almost faint with anger and apprehension. She was in the sun porch at the rear of the house, the glassed-in room that was also her study, and she'd been working, though of course she'd been waiting all day. Lydia said rather sharply, "What happened, Barry?" Barry squirmed, ran his fingers through his hair, spoke in so soft a voice Lydia could barely hear. Now plunging headfirst with that air of calculated desperation he'd brought to high school swim meets, where, as a diver, he'd climbed the ladder to the high diving board as everyone watched, a skinny, scared-looking boy, near to naked, streaming water like rippling nerves. It had seemed to Lydia and Sam that their son ran the length of the board to fling himself into, what? Space, oblivion, destiny. Barry told Lydia, shamefaced, that at the party Phoebe Stone had come on pretty strong to him. He'd been surprised and, he guessed, flattered. He wasn't used to that sort of attention from older women. Heck, from anyone. She was such a beautiful woman, such a glamorous woman, and married, and in her 30s. Lydia, who was profoundly shocked, nonetheless corrected her son. "Oh, I don't think so. Phoebe Stone is no more than 29. Barry shifted his shoulders miserably and ran his fingers through his hair. His hair, though washed that morning, looked dirty, oily. It stood up in frantic tufts about his head like the damp feathered tufts of a newly fledged bird. Lydia had time, too, to register bemusement. Of course, Phoebe Stone's exact age could hardly matter. She was older. Gently, Lydia asked Barry again what had happened, and Barry hesitated and said, still in a low, mumbly voice, "Mom, she wants me to come over to her place tonight. She gave me the address and all. She's staying with her parents, but there's a separate house she's in. Nobody would see, she said, if I came after dark. Her telephone number, too." Barry removed from his jeans pocket a much crumpled little piece of paper and laid it on Lydia's desk, awkwardly smoothing it. This little task required several seconds. Lydia caught a glimpse of a harshly slanted handwriting, words and numerals in red felt-tip pen. She said, Barry continued, suppressing a nervous belch, she wanted me to make love to her. Again he paused, swallowed, his face so darkly mottled with blood it looked like a recrudescence of his old acne. She didn't use that word exactly. She used other words. There was another pause, a pang of mutual misery, and now Lydia looked down at her own hands, whitely clenched in her lap. What were they talking about? How was this possible? Her Barry, her son, recruited for a sexual adventure? Under her very eyes? At the brewer's home on Somers Brook Road, of all unlikely places? Barry continued rapidly. She said she didn't think she really knew how, the kind of man her husband is. Something wrong with him, I guess, or maybe with other men she'd been involved with. She said I looked like I would know how, so I... Barry broke off, giggling suddenly. I said yes. You said yes? Lydia's voice was faint. I was flattered, I guess. She's so beautiful and so glamorous, so strange, like nobody I know my own age or any age. I didn't have time to think. It was like something in a movie, but the kind of movie that never would happen to me. She said she felt a rapport with me, felt desire for me, as soon as she saw me arrive at the brewer's. She didn't know who I was, or who you are, Mom, or anyway, she pretended not to. Jesus, it was weird. I knew at the time it was weird, but I couldn't say no. We were walking down by the pond, and she looked at me. Her eyes are so big and her skin's so white, like she was getting over being sick. She's got a sort of feverish look. It just went through me. Promise me you'll come to me, and promise you'll never tell anyone, she said. She squeezed my arm, dug in her nails so they hurt. Promise, promise, promise. I said, yes, sure, I'd come, and I wouldn't ever tell anyone. I guess I'd have told her anything if she had me, so... Barry's face contorted as he searched for a word that eluded him, and that Lydia, listening with a painfully beating heart, did not want to supply. Anyway, I said those things. And now I'm telling you, Mom, so that makes me a liar, I guess. And I'm not going to her place tonight, so I'm backing out on that, too. Oh, God, I'm so fucking ashamed. He was too agitated, apparently, to notice the profanity that had slipped from him, which Lydia had never heard from his lips before. Not that she was surprised. Much. So he talked. Confessed. Doubled back and repeated what he'd said with amplification. It was clear that the situation greatly distressed him, that apart from the sexual embarrassment, he simply did not know what to do. Where another young man would have torn up the note or gone to the tryst and afterward boasted to his friends, Barry was too sensitive and too inexperienced. In Lydia's place, Sam would have dropped a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder and told him the incident was funny. Why not just laugh? For Sam, that would about sum it up, funny. And maybe that was so. Lydia said suddenly, "The Goose-Girl." Barry squinted at her, perplexed. Lydia explained, "That was what your father used to call Phoebe Stone, not to her face, of course. It was one of his comical names. She reminded him, and me too, of the drawing of the poor Goose-Girl in our copy of Grimm's fairy tales. That sort of gangly, frazzled look, the enormous staring eyes, stork legs. Do you remember the Goose-Girl? No?" Barry's eyes had gone opaque. Any attempt on Lydia's part to remind her children of their common childhood, especially their remote babyhood, was usually met with such blank resistance. Phoebe used to always dress conspicuously, as she did yesterday. For a while it was tie-dyed things like rags. Once she wore what looked like a PLO uniform, khaki fatigues, leather boots to the knee. Now it's black, and always skin-tight. She's so terribly thin, anorexic, I suppose. And the extreme high heels with her height. She must be 5'10", and the bizarre makeup. Lydia paused, breathless. She was unable to recall whether, in fact, Phoebe had been excessively made up the day before, or whether she'd worn no makeup at all. The young woman's pale, pinched face floated before her, indistinct as a ghost's. We'd heard that she was having emotional problems, a breakdown in college. Then she got involved in demonstrating against, I think it was nuclear power plants. She was always what you'd call eye-catching, always seeming to cry, look at me. Barry was too caught up in his own emotion to notice his mother's. He said, face contorted as a small boy's, "If only she hadn't made me promise, if only I hadn't been such an asshole. I had a quick glass of wine, and it's sort of, disorienting to be back home, and everything went to my head, and now—" Lydia smiled encouragingly. "And now?" "I'm not going." The words were a vow, vehemently uttered. Lydia said, "Well, I wouldn't think under the circumstances you would." Still he stared at her, imploring her. To what? Saying, tears glistening in his eyes, "I'm not going, and I can't call her." There was a pause. Lydia, now knowing what was coming, began to shake her head. Barry pleaded, "Mom, please, would you? Just call her and tell her some excuse, anything. Like I'm gone out of town, had to go back to school, I'm not here?" Lydia said sharply, "Barry, no. You could make up any excuse. You could simply lie? For you? And you're 20 years old, and you got yourself into this predicament?" Lydia laughed, though without much mirth. She could scarcely force herself to look at Barry. Such adolescent misery quivered in his face. He seemed about to cry. She got abruptly to her feet, anger coursing quicksilver along her veins. Why she was so radiantly angry she didn't know, and didn't want to know. She seized Barry's forearms, each in a tight grip, and said firmly, "No, no, no." Lydia hid herself away upstairs. She was so upset. Was she furious with the Goose-Girl for daring to proposition her son, her young, beautiful, innocent son, or was she furious with her son for being so propositioned and so flattered? So it was clear, sexually mesmerized. Wryly, Lydia thought, I'm angry because it's the one thing for her son a mother can't do. And then, of course, she relented. For Barry was miserable, as only the young can be miserable, perceiving their betrayal of another person as self-betrayal, too humiliating at the core to be remedied. "And please don't tell Sam," Barry pleaded. Lydia's former husband was one of those fathers who request that their children call them by their given names, as if, apprehended as equals, they might then be expected to bear less parental responsibility. Lydia sighed, and Lydia laughed, and Lydia said in disgust, "Oh, all right. But never again." Barry stared at her as if she'd uttered an obscenity. So Lydia relented, and at 10:15 p.m., with Barry out for the evening, she poured herself a glass of dry white wine and smoothed out the wrinkled scrap of paper bearing Phoebe Stone's telephone number, and, her hands slightly trembling, dialed the number. By Barry's account, Phoebe had asked him to come to her house, a former carriage house on the Stones' property, any time after 9:30, so she would have been waiting for him, expecting him for 45 minutes. As the phone rang, and rang, Lydia's face burned. She felt, vindictive, elated, gloating? Why should she have him, even for a night, Lydia's son, the gawky, gangly Goose-Girl who deserved only rejection, repudiation? The phone was answered at the other end. A faint, guarded voice ventured, "Hello?" And Lydia, swallowing, suddenly very nervous, said, "Hello, is this Phoebe Stone?" There was a pause, then Phoebe Stone said, "Yes, this is she," and Lydia cleared her throat and said in a voice of warmth and apology, as evenly as if she'd practiced this little speech for hours, "Phoebe, this is Lydia Manning, Sam Manning's wife. We were both at the brewer's yesterday, but I don't believe we had a chance to speak." There was no reply to this cast-out remark, casual and imprecise as it was, not even the usual murmured assent or encouragement for Lydia to continue. So Lydia plunged forward a bit clumsily, her face now burning. I'm calling for my son Barry. He said you'd invited him and some of his friends over tonight. A lie, but an inspired lie, one which Lydia reasoned would allow the Goose-Girl to save face. And he's asked me to call you and apologize. Something came up. A friend from college— Lydia's voice trailed off in just the right tone of exasperation and indulgence. A pause. No reply. Lydia added with a weak laugh, "You know how they are at that age." Then came Phoebe Stone's voice, clear and distinct and small, like crystal being struck. "I'm afraid I don't, Mrs. Manning." In that instant, Lydia could see the young woman's thin, pinched, pale face, the eyes brimming with tears, that Goose-Girl tumble of curly, crinkly hair with its synthetic luster. "But thank you for calling. You're very kind." Exhausted, Lydia went to bed early. But though the house was empty and silent as a tomb, and the painful ordeal was over, she couldn't sleep. No, she wasn't waiting for Barry to come home. She'd given up such wasted effort years before. Toward 2 a.m., she got out of bed and wandered downstairs, switching on lights as she passed. She was drawn, as if by instinct, to a sway-backed old workbench bookshelf in one of the spare bedrooms, located the aged copy of Grimm's fairy tales, leafed through it. The book was a children's edition, hardcover, oversized, with illustrations for most of the tales. In very bad condition, in fact. Hadn't it slipped from her or Sam's hands once and fallen into the tub where one of the children was being bathed? Untouched for years, Lydia located the Goose-Girl and was startled to see that the drawing bore very little resemblance to Phoebe Stone after all. The Goose-Girl in the book was pretty in a conventional way, plump-cheeked, curly-haired, sweet-faced, vacuous. Lydia scanned the tale and saw, too, that it wasn't the fairy tale she might have surmised from the title, but a rather cruel, primitive tale, yet another variation on the mistaken princess. The Goose-Girl was a princess, mistaken as a commoner. So Sam had been wrong after all. But then Sam had been wrong about so many things. Lydia closed up the book, her eyes stinging with tears. Poor Goose-Girl. She'd deserved better treatment at the hands of such good people. Yellow Flags by Charles Eastman. Copyright 1992 by Charles Eastman, as originally published by The Atlantic, April 1992. Reprinted with permission. I remember little of my father from the time we all lived together in Hollywood, and only a few disturbing moments from that period, including the afternoon when he took out after another car that had in passing splattered ours with muddy water from the gutter. He was suddenly furious, as though he had been injured or insulted. What he planned to do when he caught up with the offender I didn't know, but I saw that he was all the more determined, fiercer in his pursuit for my mother's high-pitched objections from the passenger seat, as our car, a Ford sedan, hit the hazardous dips of the cross streets and barreled forward. I think I felt that my mother was overreacting, more fearful than need be, and was feeding my father's rage. But I did not know about alcohol then, and so assumed that she saw the peril more clearly than I, on my feet in the back seat, like a charioteer, and more entertained than frightened. I also remember him at a card table in the middle of the living room on Western Avenue. The floor lamp is at his right, out of place, pulled from behind the couch to illuminate the card game he plays with our guests. Childless, unfettered friends my parents knew from high school. My father lifts his arm suddenly to thwart some attempt to calm him down, make peace, and the lamp goes over with the gesture. I hear raised voices, conciliatory, then pandering before an abrupt, intimidated silence. The room is tipped upside down in the spilled light. Here again, it is my mother's reactions that stay more acutely with me, her keening moan of desperation, her see-what-you've-done-now despair. She, who would go to any lengths for the sake of appearances, suddenly surrendered and began wildly overstating her embarrassment, goading my father's temper, I think, and feeding his penchant for making scenes on those card-playing nights of the Depression. Otherwise, my father seemed to be laughing most of the time, or asleep, in the memory I have of him in the few brief years before the divorce. I can recall his teasing sense of well-being, his self-satisfaction, fixed on my mother, and the long, heavy hours of sudden, untimely slumber. Eventless Sunday afternoons, when after some aborted pastime I was obliged to honor an uncommon, unreasonable quiet. Then he was gone, his absence hardly noted in the abrupt change in our circumstances. My mother was at work now, and my grandmother was running the house, or the succession of houses we shared with her and with my working aunts, sometimes my uncle, and finally, for a while, a stepfather. And then, after several years, he was back. He was in uniform, in the army, a sergeant, and he was leaving town. It was early summer, and I was not in school. The kids, my brother and sisters, were somewhere, I don't know where. Perhaps it was not summer vacation, but Easter week. My grandmother let him in and called my mother on the phone. The phone was in the hall, on a small cluttered desk, invariably lacking a pencil, with a chair in front of it, though my grandmother did not sit down. She wore a patterned pinafore apron, blue. It was damp from her interrupted work at the sink or at the tubs on the back porch. I can only think she was torn over how to handle this emergency. "He's here, and he wants to take Conrad to the beach," she said to my mother at her office across town. It was gloomy in the hall, as it always was when the bedroom doors were closed. My father stood in the door to the den, taller than anyone I knew, blocking light from that source, too. My grandmother did not turn the light on. "No, he doesn't seem like it," she said. "Could I speak to her?" my father said. My grandmother gave him the phone. With her apron, she wiped her wrists where suds had climbed when she'd dried her hands. "I had one beer at lunch," my father said, as though my mother were being unreasonable. "A beer!" I sat down on the third step from the bottom of the narrow staircase that led to the rooms above. I knew that some higher order of things regulated my fate now, some jurisdiction where I didn't belong exclusively to my mother and my grandmother anymore, and where their preferences could be overruled. He was my father, after all, if currently underprivileged and in disgrace, and was thereby entitled to the sympathy and the subordination of my protectors, female. Still, I had the dim hope that my mother might prevail, would say a firm no from the obstinate streak I knew she possessed. "But I'm sober, and I'll stay sober while he's with me," my father said. My grandmother swatted him with her dish towel, good-naturedly, warningly, and got back on the phone, her job to lighten things up. "Tell her I'll behave," my father said, recognizing an ally, and then turning to me, addressed the jury. "But I'm leaving for a while, and I just thought I might like to go to the beach for once with one of my kids, for Christ's sake." I could not hear my mother on the other end of the line, and yet I have no doubt about what she said. "I'm pretty busy just now, Mama," as though she recognized my grandmother's divided loyalty and was feeling outnumbered, overruled. This was not indifference or callous disregard, but simply the truth. Our welfare depended on my mother's salary now, which we knew, my brothers, my sisters, and I. Our mother's attention during the day in our larger behalf was owed elsewhere, even if we did not always temper our emergencies to that priority. As she listened to my mother, my grandmother looked between my father and me. She said she was sure Edward was a good man and would take good care of me. If she looked as though she doubted her own argument, it was because she understood our conflicting feelings fully, and her heart went out to all three of us. "But I want him to give Conrad $5 in case something happens, right now, in front of you, Mama, so he'll have money to get home at least, or to phone." When my grandmother hung up and repeated this codicil to my father, he said, "For crying out loud." At the beach, it was not warm or crowded enough to be summer, and the briny smell, like laundry soap and sulfur, was caustic. The wind was blowing. We stayed for a while in my father's borrowed car and stared at the wind-combed sand. The car belonged to a woman, I suspected. Someone who kept it clean, anyway, who had left a half-peeled roll of lifesavers on the seat. Wintergreen. My father said that maybe we wouldn't go swimming after all. Maybe we'd just walk along the Strand. He asked whether I wanted to see the apartment building where he and my mother honeymooned when they got married. It was called the Ocean Arms. It was right across the street. We didn't even have to leave the car. He pointed out the very room where he and my mother had stayed. She took the afternoon off, he said, and I wasn't working. He was speaking of their wedding day. They had liked the Ocean Arms for its Spanish arch over the entrance, for a living-room tapestry of dancing gypsies deep in the woods, held up by iron rings at the top, and for a wrought-iron grill over the front window, which was leaded with sections of colored glass. I'd heard about all this before from my mother, from my grandmother. We lived here 2 whole months, my father said, as though it were a lifetime and all anyone could expect of paradise. Then he reached to the heart of his nostalgia. I had a straw hat that was really quite the thing. My mother always spoke of him as a dresser, as though looking for something to explain it all, to make some sense of it. 4 kids. I liked the past and didn't mind this information, but I was not as interested as I was at home in our dining room when my mother opened her hope chest, the heavy relic of her life with my father and the one off-limits in the house which I respected. And a world before my own emerged in the form of folded scarves and strange lapel pins, beads and thick letters and flaking snapshots, and posed, tinted portrait pictures of remote and unrecollected people. People in their youth looking older than they would today, serious, formal, preliminary people, fixed in receding time and smelling of cedar. In my view, the circle had closed, and my father was not entitled to his side of our history any more. He was dealing in stolen goods when he presumed to speak of our past. But the sound of the sea made her nervous, he said. She wanted things set, I understand that. I wanted things special. She'd get embarrassed by things, little things. For instance, everyone came down on Sundays because we had the beach, but only tenants could use the showers, which made your mother feel ashamed. The building was now painted turquoise. A cardboard sign in the ground floor front room window read, "Rooms." The wrought iron grill work remained, but the leaded patterns and the colored glass were gone. "You thirsty? Want a Coca-Cola or something?" A block from the Ocean Arms was a flat-faced market, and before it a dented red refrigerator box with cold drinks. My father opened a Hires for me on the rusty lip of the cap receptacle and went into the market counting his change. He came out with a bottle of Lucky Lager. He tucked his sergeant's cap under his belt and put his foot up on a crate half filled with empties. He leaned his elbow on his elevated knee. "Your mother should have come down with us today," he said. He held his beer before him thoughtfully, as though his right to it were without question, as if broken promises were inevitable. "She doesn't like the beach," I said, feeling at once that my tone might sound too in-the-know and challenging. My mother was beautiful. She was easygoing and could, in my experience, be persuaded in almost any direction, but she had positions out of nowhere and seemingly on small points, and she held to them stubbornly. For example, she hated the beach. It was sandy, too far to go, too much trouble. She burned. My father took a long swallow of beer. "I guess not," he said. "She never did." He looked up and down the Strand. He nodded then, as though he felt some gesture were required, some conclusion. "Funny," he said. "It doesn't seem to have changed all that much." I looked up and down the street as well, in case my opinion of the neighborhood was pertinent. "You get good grades in school?" my father asked. "Pretty good," I said, embarrassed for him, his remark so parental, obligatory. "Just pretty good?" "I guess." My father cleared his throat, looking for the right voice, as if he hadn't intended to get businesslike, but the issue was too important to ignore. "Well, work on your grades and keep them up there," he said. In another swallow, he had almost finished his beer. "What do you play? Do you play, what, basketball?" "They play kickball at my school," I said, feeling immediately some deep prevarication in my soul, an effort to cover up, slide by the abyss. "You play, don't you?" We were addressing the mystery of the ball, and I was at a terrible, threatening loss. I shook my head. "How's that?" my father asked, baffled but concerned, squinting at me. "I'm not very good," I said, recognizing in this admission a glaring want of character. Well, that's the way you get good, my father said, by playing. He seemed relieved to have found what to say to me. Ball. I don't like it, I said. I was down to the foam of my root beer. You should play, Conrad, my father said. I put out the yellow flags, I said. The what? They tell when recess is just about over, I said. Lunch period, and your time is running out. My father said nothing. He might have been wondering what to say next. He might have been through with the conversation, but I felt the interrogation continuing, more pressing for his silence. At 1:45, someone has to put out the yellow flags, I said. That tells everyone if they have to go to the bathroom or clean up their area, they have 15 minutes left. You do that instead of play, my father said. I said nothing. I might plead the importance of my charge, but I had my mother's integrity and would claim no distinction that another failed to grant me freely. I was a quarterback when I went to school, my father said. That's how your mother met me. I've seen a picture of you, I said, envisioning the cedar-smelling staged photo of a high school celebrity that my mother had shown me from the chest in the dining room, shown me too often, too pointedly, I thought, trying to do my father justice and make sure I got the image of him that she herself had fallen for. This she did as faithfully as she sent me to Sunday school and to violin lessons, and in the same spirit, for my greater good, else she be charged with bias or neglect. She ever talk about me? My father asked, and I knew that the subject had traveled beyond me, a duty stop, to the destination it was headed for all along. I was relieved, of course, that my rank on the playground was no longer being investigated, and that I'd slipped past the theosophy of ball without being further disgraced. But I felt awkward, as you do when you have mistaken someone's waving at you across a distance, when you've quickened, perhaps even brightened a little, and lifted your hand to respond, only to see that happy look spear past you to someone behind your back. You feel the fool then, and cheated, as you witness the reunion made in heaven you almost interrupted. She said she doesn't want me to dislike you or anything, I said, or hold anything against you. He had bought a quart of whiskey, which he left in the paper bag, the bag held tightly around the neck of the bottle, and he drank as we walked along the Strand, his bathing suit wrapped up under his arm. I carried our towels, my grandmother's reminder at the last minute. I wore my bathing suit under my pants. Then he said he was tired of walking. We crossed the sand and sat down by the water. He saw that the cuffs of his army pants were filled with sand, and he cursed lightly to himself, as though I weren't there. He opened his belt because the buckle cut into his stomach now, doubled up as we were. He threw his cap aside. He warned me that he might fall asleep, and then he lay back and fell asleep. A gathering of gulls had settled into the sand upwind, and occasional feathers blew against my father and stuck to his khaki, as though he had been punctured and his stuffing were coming out. Sometimes I reached to pull them off, these soft, curly innards, and sometimes I didn't. Every few minutes the surf cracked at my back with the sound of a whip, and when I looked around I could see a whooping spray thrash backward like a mane over the breakers. After a while, I took the bottle of whiskey by its brown neck. The bag lifted with it. It was heavy enough to be not empty yet, and smelled of khaki and cigarette smoke and mustache and neck. It was, as I knew it would be, warm when I drank, like something that should not be consumed. I put the bottle back where I found it, having tasted my father and my own stale origins. My father ran into the water, his legs stabbing a fountain of clear fire up over his body. He had awakened with the desire to swim after all, and now he vanished beneath the surf. I went in only as far as the water wrapped my waist. The sun had fallen to the horizon, and the surface of the water was blinding. The tide had gone out while my father slept, and the breakers were louder than ever, and sudden and shallow, if not fierce. The wind had stopped, though, and the cool evening air on our shoulders made the water seem warm enough. He came back toward me. "What's the matter?" he said. "Can't you swim?" "I can, but I don't want to," I said. I stood with one hand held up to my eyes to protect them from the glare of the sun. I could see my father only when a wave broke the reflection and cast a shadow, and then I had to stagger back as the wave hit me. I thought I might return to our towels, but a pair of dark surf fishermen had appeared on the beach, and for some reason I was reluctant to pass them. My father, riding a wave, surfaced beside me. He lifted me up and carried me farther out without asking, marching through the crackling edges of incoming water. "I don't like it," I said tightly. He held me up as a wave pulled under us. We continued out. "Please, come on." "I don't want to." "Just jump when they... Just hold your breath and squat down. Don't be a baby." His body was slippery, and I could not hold on. I felt also some other prohibition against my clinging, some manners or taboo. "Hold your nose." I heard his wet laughter against my ear. "I said open your eyes, for crying out loud." His whiskey breath was like a muzzle clamped over my nostrils. "I can't." "I got hold of you." "No. This one will jump and see." We did. "How easy it is?" I felt the buoyant lift, the possibility of pleasure, trust. "See? I want to go back. What fun it is." "Yeah, but you'll get used to it." My teeth were so tightly locked together that I took in no water when the wave hit, and I was pushed down and torn from my father's hands. I bounced against the bottom and hit the top again almost immediately, surprised at my survival and a bit exhilarated to find the surf suddenly still, covered with a hissing froth that moved in every direction at once. I felt myself riding it, a spinning marble racing away from the disinterested figures on the shore, the surf fishers. But my father was gone, and I had no foothold. My neck tightened to keep my head above water, and twisted as another sudden locomotion struck me from behind, smashing me like a giant paw. I sprawled into the depths again, feet overhead in a black cartwheel. My head struck sand. I fell over on my arm, on my back, and again over and upside down. I came to the surface crying, put my feet down, and stood. I fell and crawled and staggered up the sand, yelling no to my father, who was pursuing me, calling my name and swearing. He stood over me, his hand on my shoulder. He was breathing loudly. I was shuddering. I felt him quivering in the cold. "Rip, huh?" one of the surf fishers said. "I seen you out there." The other one said, "This time of year." We walked, dressed now, but damp and sandy underneath our clothes, through the evening light along the surf's edge, a golden dust rising from the breakers. The sun, which was out of sight, sank in the sand at our feet, the last of the moist dye of day. My father's strides were long and enthusiastic, and promised, "You're going to like this place." "If it's still there, that is," he said. "I don't know if it's still even there." He was thinking about my mother again. "Even after we had moved away, we'd come back down for our dinners sometimes," he said. "To have the best steak and seafood dinners I ever ate. Do you like steak?" "No." "You don't like steak?" I didn't answer. The bar was through an arch to the right of the door from the beach. I could see a dining room in the back, with a stage at the far end where tables and chairs were stored under fake palm fronds. Beyond, a bare, dusty dance floor reflecting the light of a jukebox living there in the dark, a glowing chol. The place was called the Palms, and was on the strand where the pier began. It had an L-shaped counter under a low roof around a large grill. We took the one booth in the bar section, and when we sat down I could see out the windows over my father's head, the purple sky where the sun had gone. The table wiggled when I put my elbows on it. "It's the wrong time of year," my father said. He sighed, a blunt, naked statement of his disappointment. "Or early, maybe." Other than a man in the dining room, we were the only customers. Me and your mother used to come here all the time. Beyond the counter by the grill, I could see a black man wearing a tall chef's hat as if it were New Year's Eve or Halloween. He hit a flat bell with the palm of his hand as we sat down, as though summoning someone from the dining room where Hawaiian music was playing. My father said, "How are the steaks tonight, Cookie?" The cook said, "Yes, sir, the steaks are real good." He rang the bell again, smiling vaguely at nothing. "You wouldn't kid me, would you, Cookie?" "The waitress will be right with you, sir. Yes, sir." My father reached to the counter for a menu. a typed page under clear plastic ringed in black leatherette. "Do you like a New York steak?" he asked, "or a Spencer steak, or a filet mignon, which is $4. Then, "What's this here steak, Cookie, this here house steak? Is that any good?" The cook said, "Yes, sir, that's a real good steak." He rang the bell for the waitress again. "Why don't we have 2 of them house steaks, then?" my father said, folding up the menu. Then, "How do you like your steak, rare, medium?" The cook hit the bell again sharply. He had been listening to the radio when we came in, and now he turned it down. "Medium rare, or what?" I looked around to the bar for the waitress. For some reason, my father didn't seem to understand that we needed the waitress before our order was official. "Or well done? Do you like your steak well done?" "I guess so," I said. "Or medium rare? That's the way I like mine." "I guess," I said. "Medium rare," my father said to the cook. "And we'll have 2 shrimp salads. I mean cocktails." The waitress came in from the dining room. She was flipping pages in her pad as she approached us. "Salad with my prime rib," she said over her shoulder to the cook. My father repeated his order to her, adding French fries. "And I'll have a beer." He said to me, "Do you like milk, or what do you have with your dinner at home? Hires root beer, or what?" "Coca-Cola." "Ginger ale," the waitress said, looking up as 2 men came in from the Strand. "They only have ginger ale here," my father said. "Ginger ale," I said, recognizing the new arrivals as the surf fishers we had seen earlier. "He'll have milk," my father said to the waitress, who gave the cook a page from her pad and proceeded toward the surf fishers settling in at the counter, putting their tool kits on the floor by their feet, their poles against the wall. They ordered beers. One of the surf fishers put a large red thermos onto the counter when the waitress had gone. "You want to fill this with more of that chowder there, Henry?" he said, moving the thermos to within reach of the cook. "Before we go?" My father was quiet, even when the waitress came back with everyone's beer. Then suddenly, loudly, he said to the huddled backs of the fishermen, "Any time I go out, the only thing biting is the goddamn groupers." The fisherman looked over from the counter. One nodded. The other shook his head. One was drinking his beer from the bottle, the other slowly pouring his into a tipped glass to regulate the foam. They were both hunched over, leaning as though into a fire. They were pulled from that warmth by the necessity of responding to my father, and I could see that they were eager to return to their comfort. "And I'm not just only some Sunday fisherman either," my father said as the waitress set 2 silver urns down before us. "I know fishing." The urns contained chipped ice and clear glass dishes of red sauce, chunks of pale flesh protruding, looking like carnage, something from first aid class, civil defense. My father was quiet for some time, then he turned back to me and our meal. He picked up the baby fork sticking out of the ice as though he were already angry at something. He wagged the fork at the backs of the men at the counter, at the cook prodding our steaks on the grill beyond. "This last time," he said. "This last time?" The men looked around, but only briefly. "This goddamn manta ray, this goddamn manta ray?" My father's mouth was full. "Comes along and takes my line and snaps it right off." "You got that chowder, Henry?" one of the surf fishers said, getting to his feet. Once more my father turned back to me, finishing his shrimp cocktail. "Why aren't you eating?" "I'm eating." "I don't see you eating." I said nothing. I could hear the cook's radio program. The other surf fisher got to his feet also as the waitress brought them their full thermos and their check. They finished their beers on their feet. "Hey," my father said to the waitress, extending his empty beer bottle to her, "buy those 2 men over there a drink, will you?" The surf fishers gave my father a sidelong look. One picked up his toolkit, the other went for their poles. My father was getting to his feet, reaching for his wallet. "What are you drinking there, boys? Tell this lady here what you're drinking." "Never mind, thanks," one of the surf fishers said. "No, come on, I want to buy you one." "We'll catch you another time, soldier," the other one said. "If you reach low enough, eh?" my father said, sinking back to the booth again, laughing. The cook hit the bell on his counter with his heavy fork. I could see that our steaks were ready. The waitress brought my father another beer. I watched our plates steaming on the counter. The waitress lit a cigarette and leaned against a pillar in the back. She did not see our plates. She was taking a rest. The surf fishers headed for the bar with their check. Are those your friends? I said when they had gone. It was cold, walking down the Strand from the Palms back to the car under the street lamps painted black for the dim-out, and to keep warm I took my arms out of my sleeves and folded them across my chest under my sweater. You're going to stretch your sweater that way, my father said, annoyed at my posture, or at something. Someone, the surf fishers, maybe. He drove slowly then, very carefully, and said nothing more until we were back in my neighborhood, on my street, and parked before our house. I don't think I'll come in, though, he said. Your mother's probably home by this time, and the burglar alarm in the poultry shop at the corner rang briefly as the place was being shut up for the night. Well, it's her home, he said. She's probably relaxing and everything. After a hard day's work and everything. Not looking forward to company or anything, some other time. As though I had asked him to come in and kept insisting. You tell her I'll write her, though, as soon as I know where I'm at and can make the allotment a little bit bigger. He was quiet for a minute, which I think I ought to be able to do. Then, do you need anything or anything? I said no. You're probably cold, so I don't want to keep you, he said. I'm not so cold, I said. Now. I returned my arms to my sweater sleeves, the damp of the beach gone. The light from the street lamp, not painted over this far inland, filtering through the trees, made a pattern on the car, shadows shuddering in a slight breeze. Where do you guess you'll go in the war? I said. Well, they don't tell you that. I saw the hand of a drowning sailor sinking in the water, his stricken ship in the background. Somebody talked. I felt un-American for having asked. You take care of your mother, though, my father said. I will, I said, but I was chilled at the possibilities inherent in this request, the prospect of such responsibility. Can you think of anything you need? He said. A new notebook for school, I said. That's 29 cents, the good ones. I was grateful to have thought of something. Well, here's 50 cents is all I got right now. I got to get gas. He opened the glove compartment and studied his fuel gauge in the light it shed, though with the motor off this was pointless, wasn't it? I really meant for you to keep that $5, he said. I had returned it to him, his deposit, when the bill for dinner had come and he was short. But I don't want to take it back empty. He shut the glove compartment. That wouldn't be nice. I wondered who she was. Where? Waiting impatiently, worried, the owner of the car. We were quiet, my lap heavy with the damp towel wrapped around my bathing suit. I sure wish you could think of something I could do for you, my father said, besides the school notebook. Then, I mean, if there was any problem or anything that you were having. I can't think of any problems, I said. Well, I'm glad you haven't got any problems. In laughter, he reached for my knee. I didn't move, but recoiled just the same. He withdrew his hand. Oh, hell, I know I'm going to be all right, he said. I'm not the least bit concerned about that part of it. Then, what I mean is, I know I haven't shown you much in the way of being a father, Conrad. The amateur living of my parents, I thought. I thought of bad actors in the movies. I mean, if today was the only chance I had and the last chance, well, I wouldn't want you to remember me. Well, I'm just thankful, that's all, that I know you're in good hands. I'm grateful for that. And I mean, I just hope you had a good time today, that's all. I had a real good time, I said. Well, good, he said. That's what I wanted to hear. But I guess I better go in. Because if you ever felt like writing any letters to me sometime, he said, I sure would like that. I was looking down the street across the dancing light on the car hood. I could see my father in snapshots again, yellowed snapshots, dog-eared and chipped, in woolen trunks and a belt, leaning against the wall of the Ocean Arms with one of his friends from cards in high school, his mustache tilting with his grin. I could see what my mother saw in him, but I could smell the cedar of her hope chest, too, and I knew it was all in the past. And tell me about your grades in school and everything, and all your friends. I will, I said. You know, Conrad, what I wish you would do? What? I would take more interest in ball if I were you. In ball? Sports. I was silent. I'd let someone else take out the yellow flags. I can't, I said. Yes, you can, he said. if you make up your mind. There's no one else to take them out. There is. That's foolishness, Conrad. The person who gets 100% infractions every day for a week takes out the yellow flags, I said. Then I said, you get to leave class early and come back late. That's fine, but so you got to have mastery in fractions. Mastery? So only the highest kids. He made no further attempt to touch me, and I got out of the car without touching him, though I felt some awkward debt in that regard. I looked back once before I opened the door of our white-pillared house. He was still sitting there in the borrowed car, a black silhouette, a lawn between us. I could not be sure if he was looking at me. I was in shadow, too. He didn't wave. I didn't. I went into the house and closed the door. Risk by Cornelia Nixon. Copyright 1992 by Cornelia Nixon. Risk was first published in Boulevard, No. 19, Spring 1992, reprinted by permission. Margie and Webster needed a vacation after the year they'd had. After the year they'd had, they couldn't afford one, but that didn't worry them. Nothing further, they decided, was going to worry them. Their house was in Hyde Park in the middle of the Chicago South Side, and once, when they were only out to brunch, burglars had drilled through the door, ripped the alarm out of the wall. But this time they didn't find anyone to stay in it while they were gone. They packed the credit cards, turned out the lights, and didn't even bother to close the blinds. They got onto an aging DC-10 and flew to San Francisco, where an earthquake, possibly major, was predicted to happen within 5 days. In those 5 days, they slept in a room on the 19th floor, drank in revolving bars atop tall buildings floating on landfill, and idled in traffic on the lower decks of freeways and on bridges over the bay. In a new rental car with no replacement insurance, they took a drive along the San Andreas Fault and parked near a fissure that swallowed a cow in 1906. They hiked the crumbling coastal mountains on paths made famous by the trailside killer, and loitered on the edge of a sandstone cliff that once slid 16 feet in 45 seconds, watching seals cavort in the ocean below. They ate sushi without inspecting it, though a man in Webster's lab was studying the worm that lives in raw fish and digs into the human stomach, from which it must be surgically removed. They drove to a deserted Headlands parking lot at midnight, left their wallets in the car under signs saying not to do that, slid down a narrow path through poison oak and rattlesnakes by moonlight to a secluded beach and swam in the icy waters where a great white shark ate a swimmer in 1964. They drove to Yosemite and carried backpacks up 10,000 feet, though altitude made Webster sick, could leave him retching on the trail, unable to walk, and they timed the trip to see the full moon in eclipse, though Margie was having her period and bears in other parks had killed menstruating women. They slept on the ground in a tent and did not hang their food in a tree. The moon rose, shimmering white and tinted blood-stained red. We seemed to be taking our chances here, they noticed everywhere they went. They didn't mind so long as they were holding hands. The winter before, Margie had left him for another man, and Webster had retaliated with a series of girls, all a great deal younger than Margie. Several times a day they called each other up, shouting words they'd hardly ever used before, like slut, fuck you, and kill myself, howled back and forth through phone lines, New York to Chicago, Chicago to New York. 1 month their phone bills came to $600. But now they were back together and happier than they'd ever been. Breaking up had cleared the air, and they could fall in love again. Nothing else was going to worry them. Was that a mossy rock on the brink of a high waterfall? A hidden beach, soon to be cut off by the advancing tide? Now there's an inviting spot, they'd say. Let's just go over there and check that out. And they'd clutch hands and kiss each other and look for some new way to risk their lives. On their last day in California, having exhausted the possibilities for disaster, they called old friends who had lately moved to Berkeley. David was Webster's friend from graduate school, and until a few months before, he and his wife had lived in Hyde Park, close enough for Webster to stumble through the streets and throw himself tragically on their carpet. Margie and Webster were still apart when David and Isa left, and they had not seen them since getting back together. Webster had sent a postcard saying they were coming west, but he'd put off calling until now. "We've rebuilt our marriage from the ground up," he said on the phone, trying to sound relaxed. They remembered other calls he'd made to them, like the night he took the hedge clippers to Margie's wardrobe. She'd called to say she wasn't coming home. The symphony tour was over, but she was staying in New York with a man she'd met. When he had it all in pieces, the Belle France dress he'd hacked up first, weeping and tearing the silky fabric with his teeth, he put his head in the oven, took it out, and called David and Isa. "The main thing is," he told them now, "the main thing is we're all right. I mean, we're better than all right. Things are better than they've ever been. Of course, there might have been a better way to do it, something less confusing for our friends. But that was the way we did it, and therefore, in the Zen sense or something, the way it had to be done." David and Isa sounded wary, but they agreed to meet them for a peripatetic dinner, progressing course by course through Berkeley restaurants. Margie felt a little wary, too, crossing the Bay Bridge. How much did David and Isa know about the year they'd had? How much had Webster told them? He would have emphasized the part that hurt, how she'd left him, and not the reasons why. She met a man who wanted children, which Webster did not, but to Webster that was no excuse for leaving him. In fact, there could be no excuse for leaving him. It didn't matter that he'd once agreed to have children in the early, besotted phase of their love and changed his mind after the wedding, or that he kept track of every cent she spent. Once he forbade her to go to a free car wash because even for free it pampered the car. It didn't matter that he refused to buy products packaged in plastic or let Margie kill a bug. He studied animals too small to see, charting their destruction in lakes and oceans, and because of that she had to find shampoo and lotion and meat in paper or glass, while in their house the kitchen counters were patrolled by ants, and spiders fattened overhead, sending offspring through the air on tiny filaments. Once he kept a housefly as a pet, closing it in the guest room, where it lived in safety for several weeks, since it was winter and the spiders were asleep. "Flies are losing ground," he said. "The human race is already redundant." Once he said he'd leave her if she got pregnant. "Sweetheart," she said, glancing back and forth expertly from him to the road. She did most of the driving, since she was better at it and cared more. Webster didn't care what lane they were in or how to get where they were going. He had no sense of direction, and his eyes were bad at night, when the thickness of his contacts warped oncoming lights. Fingers lightly but alertly on the wheel, as if it were her violin, she glanced at him. "Sweetheart, how much do David and Isa know?" Webster was looking down, examining his tie, which Margie had just bought for him. It was sage-green silk with a 1920s print and a little on the lavish side. Only lately had he started wearing ties. The winter before, after Margie broke his heart, he'd made a remarkable discovery that women noticed him more often when he had one on. All he had to do was walk down the street in a tie, and every young woman he passed would give him a searching look. Here was a man of substance, a tie must say to them, like the courtship displays of certain birds, puffing up the orange air sacs in their necks, doing backflips over branches, turning feathers inside out. Here was a man who could build a fine nest. Had other men noticed that ties had that effect? He should bring it up to David if he got the chance. "How much do they know?" he said, absently smoothing his tie. "You know," she said, and tried to catch his eye. He blinked to resettle his contacts, get them into position so he could focus on her. She was a minnow of a woman, no taller than his chest, and tonight she had her hair in springy ringlets, a way he liked. It made her look about 8, play-acting in a grown-up dress. She could pretend to be a full-size human, but he knew the truth. He folded her clothes out of the dryer, tiny shirts and socks and underpants the size of his hand. Lying on her back in bed, she didn't make a bump in the comforter. He batted some ringlets around. "I know what, Mouse." She ducked. "Hey." She'd spent an hour in rollers with the dryer, getting the frizz out of her hair. "You know, about this year, I suppose they heard all about my glorious behavior?" "Oh, well." Grimly, he looked out the window. Of course he'd talk to David after what she did. "You are the victim of a terrorist attack," David had said, and he was right. Margie believed she could have what she wanted, no matter how impossible or who got hurt, and that she'd always have a second chance. She arrived at airports when her plane was due to leave and ran gaily through the terminal, waving her ticket over her head. She planted peonies in October and felt betrayed when they were under snow. Her credit cards were a disaster. Living with Margie, he had learned to make certain allowances. He could get off a plane and wait for her to meet him an hour late. He could try to understand when she left him for another man. He could let her drive. That was the secret of marriage, he'd come to realize. You had to stop yourself from clutching the wheel when your wife turned her back to the traffic, trying to look you in the eye. "Don't worry," he said, and focused on the road ahead, hoping she would do the same. He patted her thigh. "When they see how happy we are, they'll forget the whole thing." David and Isa met them at Christopher's, where they started with rock shrimp, hearts of palm, and several bottles of Pinot Blanc, though Isa, who was usually fond of wine, drank mineral water. She was also wearing a sari, which was odd. She'd been in the States since high school, and usually she wore loafers and pleated skirts, or jeans and hospital scrubs. She didn't explain when Margie admired it. "Feel," Isa said, holding out the piece that looped over her shoulder. It was apricot silk bordered in cream, and it glowed against her olive skin. "Isn't it delicious?" They talked about David's new lab and the progress of Webster's book, Lake Death, Canary, and the Mine. Isa described the grueling regime of her fellowship in cardiology, widening her big black eyes. Margie listened, smiling and nodding. After the first few awkward moments, seeing David and Isa again, everything seemed to be fine. She didn't mind it that they seldom spoke directly to her. She was used to Webster's friends. They were scientists who dealt in facts, and she hardly knew any facts. She found it restful to be with them. She didn't have to air her opinion of a certain performance of the B minor Mass, or tell witty stories on the Kronos Quartet. She didn't even have to listen all the time. And sooner or later, someone would ask about her wrists. Decades of daily violin had toughened the fingertips of her left hand, made a sore spot under her chin, and inflamed the tendons in her wrists, and these were facts to interest Webster's friends. She surfaced for a moment. David was telling Webster about a new machine for the analysis of protein chains. Isa pinched the sleeve of Margie's new Italian sweater. "What's this? Pretty," she said in mime. Everything was definitely fine. They moved on to the 4th Street Grill for mesquite-seared salmon and shoestrings and white Zinfandel. Isa still drank mineral water. Finally, Webster leaned forward, smiling. "So, Isa, California appears to have gotten to you, or is it cardiology?" He held up his glass. "Do you know something about this stuff that we don't know?" Isa smiled, appeared to blush, and told a story about a bypass patient who'd demanded wine with his hospital food on grounds that any meal could be his last. "He'll probably live to be 100. I don't think there's very much wrong with wine." She straightened the fork in the middle of her plate. "Except at certain times." She lifted her big eyes at David. David nodded. He faced Webster and Margie. "We have something to tell you," he said, "which is maybe a little surprising. We're with child." On the wall above him, safety orange chipotle peppers and puce eggplants danced in space. Margie was surging across the table. "You are? But that's wonderful. That's really wonderful." The blood withdrew from Webster's skin down his spine and into the chair. He couldn't look at Margie. She seemed to be shining with a moist radiance like a lightning bug. The happiest moment of her life, she'd told him once, would be on the delivery table when they held up her child. David smiled apologetically. "It took us years to decide to do it. In fact, the first time we thought she was pregnant, we almost jumped out the window. But now that it's for real, it's strange. We're completely glad." "But we had no idea," Margie cried. "Is that why you're wearing a sari? For maternity clothes?" Grinning, Isa tugged the sari a little this way, a little that. "I think that may be what they're for, you know. Infinite adjustability, no matter how big you get. You don't create a country of 1 billion people with a taste for tight clothes on women." Briskly, cheerful as Mozart, Margie asked questions. She wanted Isa to know that it was fine to talk about it, that she personally would not be depressed or upset that Isa was having a baby while she, Margie, was not. How did she feel? When was she due? What were her plans? Webster looked mournfully at David. They'd never talked much, not about their lives. But they could take long runs on Sunday mornings and sit together sweating on the porch when they got back, eating M&Ms by the 2-pound bag, and David knew what to say at important times. When Webster'd first met Margie, he kept showing up at David's too tired to run, and he apologized for letting him down. "What do you think we're working out for, man?" David had said, and smiled. Webster tried to move his lips. Did David and Isa lie in bed in the mornings, reading and making love? Did they realize they'd never do that again? "Do you realize," he said, "that the highest quality of life the human race will ever achieve is right now in our lifetime, in places like this where you can still breathe the air, and this class which can still afford to buy a house? After us, it will be all decline." David's eyes went slightly crossed. "Geez, is that true? That's a hell of a thing. So why can't you get a decent yo-yo now?" Isa leaned forward with merry eyes, touched Webster's arm. Isa was from New Delhi, and she'd once said she thought America could use a little more population. "What about you two, eh? Shall we expect an announcement?" Webster smiled, a fissure in rock. Margie's face went hot. So Webster hadn't told them, as she thought. She shot him a look. Did he like the way this felt? Did he realize it was his own fault? Isa touched her arm, wheedling. "I know that coy look, You're already trying, aren't you? Temperature in the morning, dots on a chart." Beside her, Webster shuddered like a glass about to shatter from a high-pitched sound. Margie lifted her chin. "We've decided not to." Isa's hands drifted down to the table. "You've what?" "But that's impossible. How could you decide a thing like that?" Her eyes protruded at Margie, bright examining lights coming on inside. Margie uncrossed her arms from in front of her chest and made her hands relax at her sides. You never knew what Isa was noticing. She'd noticed some odd things herself. Since going back to Webster, she'd noticed that she did not like to sit or walk or even lie in bed without an arm crossed over her chest, gripping the elbow on the other side. When she tried to do without it, the front of her body felt amorphous, as if it were ballooning out, swelling and swirling like a soggy cloud, and only a steady arm could keep it in. Isa waved her hand. "You'll change your mind. What are you worried about, your career?" Margie smiled rather distantly. She couldn't have explained it to Isa. It wasn't her career. She had a low chair in one of the world's best orchestras, and if she never got any farther, that would be fine. It wasn't even exactly Webster anymore. Lately, Webster'd said he didn't want to do it, no, and it would ruin what they had together now, which was awfully good, and since the earth was already buried in plastic diapers, it would be selfish to produce another child, but she could do it if she really wanted, and now she wasn't sure she really did. Leaving Webster, she had learned an awful fact, that he was the one she wanted, and now she needed to lie with her head on his chest while he soothed her like a baby. If they had a baby, Webster would hold the real baby like that instead, and when she wanted to put her head there, he might say, "Pardon me, but you see, I've got this real baby here, and would you mind cleaning the bathroom?" Webster felt for Margie's hand, and it was hot and dry, as if she had a fever. He gave her a glance that meant she didn't have to answer, but she didn't look at him. She tossed back her hair. "Webster doesn't want to," she said, "and the choice doesn't mean much, does it, if the answer always has to be yes?" Isa pressed her lips together, black eyes bulging wide. David tipped his head back, gazing at Webster as if he were a little too far off to see. He was not, Webster noticed, wearing a tie. They drove up the hill toward Walnut Square, planning to end with coffee, chocolate mousse, and Meyer lemon tart at the Chez Panisse Café. The evening had grown chill as cold white fog slid in, falling over the last mauve light like a lid. In Walnut Square, they had to park several blocks from Chez Panisse. Walking, they continued to talk, sometimes a little self-consciously, a little artificially, as they broke down to single file or stepped out into the street to avoid a homeless person while pretending not to notice they were being asked for money. "Of course," Margie said, stepping off the curb in her high heels, avoiding a sun-tanned man in a dirty quilt. "You won't even have to have amnio, will you? You're so young." Margie was 35, and Isa at most was 31. "Spare change?" said the man. Isa strode along with a relaxed expression, one end of the sari floating behind her like a wing. "Oh, no, I'm going to have it. It's always a good idea with geriatric pregnancy." Webster stepped around the suntanned man, avoiding his eyes, and David followed him. Ever since Margie'd told them, David had stayed near him, shoulder almost touching his, not saying anything, but letting Webster know he understood. Webster walked beside him in grateful silence. "Geriatric," Margie said. The edge of the sari almost brushed a car, but Margie caught it as she stepped back on the sidewalk. "Who are you trying to kid?" Isa laughed and looked at her. "I'm old enough to be a grandmother in some parts of the world." A big black man with red eyes blocked their path. "I'm homeless and I'm hungry, and it's my own fault. If you could lay a 5 on me—" "No, okay, then God bless." They parted to stream around him and reformed. A few steps further on, a blond man in a button-down shirt held up a sign, "Disabled Vet." When they didn't stop, he shook it frantically, grimacing and weeping. In a doorway on a pile of bedding, a gray-haired Chinese couple sat with their backs to the sidewalk, the man exhaling acrid smoke, the woman cradling an ornate platter on her lap. Margie fell back slightly, depressed. She couldn't even give them any money without making a scene. Webster carried the cash when they went out. He liked to know how much they'd spent, and she didn't like to lug a purse. He was yards ahead of her now, with David and Isa, and if she wanted even a quarter, she'd have to run after him and interrupt. Isa turned, called gaily back, "Besides, I want to know everything. I want a laparoscope, full time, so I can watch the whole thing, but all I have so far is the sonogram. All I know is that it looks like a salamander." David hooked his arm around her neck and raised his eyebrows over his head. "Oh, yes, exactly like a salamander. There was this gray blob, see, and this black blob, and the gray blob wiggled a couple of times. Sounds like a salamander to you, doesn't it?" Isa slugged him on the shoulder with her fist. Webster waited for Margie, but she didn't seem to see him as she passed. Her face had an expression he'd seen before, a damaged look. "I have been denied," it said. Clenching his teeth, he followed behind her. What did he care if she ignored him? Why in hell should he mind? He should never have let it happen to him, marriage. It was like all those other awful relations, brothers and sisters, parents and children, the way it wired your tender parts to someone else's whim. He had enough electrodes on his balls before he met her, thank you very much. Why would anyone volunteer for any more? A young man stood on the curb ahead with a rip in the seat of his pants, exposing a buttock to the air, the skin chapped raw and red. The 4 of them passed him in silence. Margie stopped, touched Webster's arm, let David and Isa get ahead. He stared at her coldly. "What?" She held her palm out, whispering, "Give me some money." He touched his pocket. The wallet was in front, where the pockets were deeper, and he could feel it riding on his thigh. "What for?" "Just give it to me," she said impatiently. He'd heard that tone before. "You're acting like a child," she used to say in fights. "Grown men do not act like you." She left him for a man of 50, grizzled, soft in the middle, but mature. He started walking toward David and Isa, who had turned to watch. Hooking his elbow like an anchor, Margie tried to slide her hand into his pocket. He caught her wrist, kept his voice down. "Not now, Margie." Releasing her, he walked ahead. Margie was aware of many things. That she should let it go, that she'd be sorry if she didn't stop, and that she would stop if she hadn't been drinking wine. But she seemed to be propelled by something large and fierce, reaching through her arms like a puppeteer. Catching up to Webster, she restrained his wrist and plunged her hand in his front pocket. He did not resist. Lifting his arms away from his body, he made clear who was causing the trouble. She skipped a few steps up the block, worked the money out of the billfold, and tossed the wallet back. She walked away, head down. He scooped the wallet off the sidewalk. She'd taken all the cash. The pores of his face felt cold. He'd broken sweat. On his toes like a prairie dog, he watched her go. Last time he hadn't realized what was happening. He'd stood on the porch and waved, while she smiled through the window of the cab. 6 weeks later, she called to say she wasn't coming back. David's big hand fell on his shoulder, gripped his trapezius. "Hey, pal, everything all right? What's going on?" Their rickety metal chairs were on the sidewalk in front of a cavernous cafe across the street from Chez Panisse. David and Isa had steered him there so they could watch for Margie. At the other tables, street people hunched in tattered sweaters, stocking caps, and gloves with missing fingers, trying to warm their hands around styrofoam cups. Isa shivered, rewinding the top layer of her sari. David took off his tweed jacket and held it for her while she slid in her arms. She flattened the lapels over her neck and did not thank him. Sighing, she looked up and down the street. "I thought you two were through with things like this." David gave her a warning look. She smoothed down the jacket's cuffs. "You'd think it would be enough for her, the way you took her back after what she did." "Isa," David said. He picked up his cup, held it in front of his mouth. "That was more than most men would have done." She gave David a sideways stare. "I'd hate to see what would happen if I tried something like that." David's elbows barely touched the tabletop. She tugged at the sari under the jacket. "I really would. What would happen if I tried something like that?" David's face settled like slag. "Are you sure you want to talk about that?" Webster looked away, trying not to listen. On the curb across the street, the man with the hole in his pants stood waiting for a light to change, though he was in the middle of the block. Up the sidewalk behind him, Margie came striding. Swinging her arms, she looked fresh and relaxed and innocent, as if she'd just gone off to milk the cows. Snapping his fingers, the man whirled. He charged toward Margie, averting his eyes. His hair was matted like a bird's nest, and a shining stream flowed from his nose, clotting in his beard. Snapping his fingers again, he spun back to his spot on the curb. Margie passed him slowly. She didn't have much money left. She'd given a 5 to the red-eyed man who asked for it, and a 10 to the disabled vet. She'd tried to give a 20 to the Chinese couple, but the woman waved her hands, shaking her head. Margie left a wad of 1s on the bedroll, hoping the man would pick it up. Her last 2 1s she gave to the sun-tanned man, and a 10 to an old black woman she hadn't seen before. All she had left now was the 20. The man on the curb continued to remember errands he'd forgotten in the opposite direction. Margie fingered the sleeve of her sweater. It was rose-gray silk, shot with shimmering threads, and all she had to tie around his waist. She held out the 20. He looked at Margie serenely and did not take the bill. Gingerly she reached for his wrist, turned up the palm, curled his fingers over it. He had a musty smell, like a wild animal. Pointing at his bottom half, she waved her fingers up and down. "That's $20 for new pants. Don't lose it, okay?" He did not look at the money. When she walked away, he was still standing with his hand raised to the level where she let it go. On her way to Chez Panisse, she spotted Webster and the others across the street. They didn't wave, but she knew they could see her as she crossed. David and Webster sat close together while Isa slumped, staring down into her cup. Margie got a chair from one of the other tables. No one spoke for several moments. "Well," said Isa, putting down her cup. "So, Margie, how are your wrists?" Webster was driving, and too fast. "Get in," he said, yanking open the passenger door after David and Isa dropped them at their car. Margie leaned back, trying not to watch the road. The fog had vanished, and ahead the bridge was a necklace of cold white stars against black sky. Across the water, San Francisco shimmered, yellow lights molding over rolling hills like a lolling female body in gold lame. Bright streaks dangled away from it, undulating with the waves. Webster leaned across her, jerked open the glove compartment, and threw maps out on the floor. Margie clutched the handle on the door. "What do you want? I'll look, you drive." "What do you think I want? The bridge is $1." In the gritty felt of the glove compartment, she found a paperclip and a plastic pen. When she glanced up, they were flying past the turnoff for the bridge. "Turn here," she shrieked, and grabbed the dash. Swerving across 3 lanes, they raced into the toll plaza. "Carpool free," said a sign on the far right. Webster aimed for it. "Carpool is 3 persons," it also said, but the gate was up. He did not slow down. "Webster, stop!" The attendant put his head out, pulled it back in fast. Whoosh! They were past the booth. A dozen lanes merged down to 4, drivers jockeying for spots. Webster claimed a lane and blazed right through them. Her voice was high and thin. "Are you trying to get us arrested? Have you lost your mind?" His voice was calm. "Let's not talk about losing one's mind. Let's not talk about throwing away $80 on the street. Oh, it was not 80. You don't have a clue about money, do you? You don't even know how much you gave away." "Of course I do. It was less than we spent on dinner. If you're going to be stingy, why don't we talk about that?" She glanced at the road. He was about to hit an enormous Cadillac banked with lights. "Look out!" she screamed. Webster weaved around it with a grace he'd never noticed at lower speeds. What a relief it was to be driving. How had she ever cowed him into riding on the passenger side? "You walk by homeless people every day," he said, "and I've hardly ever seen you give a dime. That's because you don't pay much attention to what I do. I do it all the time when I've got money with me, when I'm allowed to have money with me. You're the one who walks right by them. So now you're going to get self-righteous. Do you really think you did that to help those people? Or was the point to make a scene in front of David and Isa? There I was, trying to convince them I wasn't crazy for taking you back." "Oh, I see. You had to convince them of that. Thanks for telling me." His eyes were on the road, hands on the wheel. He wasn't angry, only Margie was angry. "Look, I realize you were in some kind of state tonight from talking to Isa, some kind of breeding frenzy, but I don't see why that had to make you—" Leaping out of her seatbelt, she faced his profile, familiar as the blade of an axe. "What an attractive phrase that is! Why don't you give a course in elegant speech for the home? Call it thug talk made easy." They roared through the tunnel and out onto the second bridge, the lights of the city suddenly fat and bright. Webster kept his foot on the floor. "Have you ever noticed how often you attack me and how many different ways? I'm a thug and childish and stingy, and I've ruined your life. You seem to want to keep me feeling guilty all the time." "Oh, I do not. I never said—" "Why is that? Is it to distract me so I won't notice what you're doing? So the next time you call me up and say that you've been—" "I do not." She put her hands over her ears, knowing what was coming next. "I do not. Opening your legs for a stranger. You know it's your own fault that happened. You know it's your own fault I left." "My fault?" he said in wonder. "My fault?" His brain felt suddenly clear and bright, star-like. He knew what she meant. Webster doesn't want to, she could say any time she liked, and walk out with another man. Webster didn't want to, and she did. That was her alibi. A thought shot through him in a blaze of light. Margie knew how to get what she wanted. Why hadn't she made it happen if she wanted it so much? He imagined a baby, a very small one, his. Of course he'd love the little salamander. He'd probably love it too much. He wouldn't let it out of his sight. The first time he'd found a real one in the wild, a California slender, tiny and black, he'd picked it up, stunned by its minute fingers and thread-sized legs. How could anything so vulnerable stay alive? Leaving his hand, it climbed his arm, parting the hairs, and when it came to the bend of his elbow it paused, lifting its small curved face to gaze at him as if it were looking up into the face of God. How could he let it go, in a world full of shoes and rakes and tires? "The truth is, Margie, aren't you the one who doesn't really want kids? If you did, wouldn't you have made it happen by this time?" She stared at him as if balanced on the head of a pin. Lifting her arm from the shoulder, she slapped his face, his shoulder, his arm, the side of his head. He caught one hand, but she hit him with the other. Striking his eye, she knocked out a contact lens. The road ahead was now bright fuzz, sliced by the speeding blackness of her arms. Closing the eye that had lost the lens, he could make out the road ahead, flattened into bleeding planes of light and shade. Reaching an exit, he spiraled down to a wharf and stopped. She was no longer hitting him. Taking hold of her neck, he bent her back against the seat. Her face was a white blur, staring up an inch away. This was not real. It was a play. He could throw her out the window, drive the car into a post, put his fist through the windshield and grind glass into his wrists, but nothing in the real world would be changed. He jerked her throat to emphasize each word. "If you ever hit me again, I will kill you. I will kill you." Lying on the front seat, he searched his face. Only the tips of his fingers tapped spider steps. He checked his eyebrows, his hair, his neck, his clothes, the plush upholstery of the seat, the steering wheel, the sandy floor. He did not find the contact lens. One hand over the vacant eye, he faced the way she'd gone, toward the rear of the car. To get the depth, he opened both eyes. On his left, a row of round-topped warehouses humped along, running together and reforming like nightmare elephants. On his right, an elevated freeway sliced out of the dark, a giant wing aimed for his head. "Margie?" She couldn't have gone far at this time of night. She didn't have a quarter to make a call. All she had was the Italian sweater on her back. "Margie?" He walked for several blocks, calling her name. The water was close by, exhaling Tide-rotten diesel oil. Rotating his face like radar, he kept the smell on his left. Suddenly he was in the dark without a streetlight. He flipped around. The light had gotten behind him. She wouldn't be out there in the dark. The street along the wharf was wide, and cannily he crossed it to check the other side. Ahead was an empty lot, a field with grass. Out in the middle, a figure crouched. He could see her hair springing out around her head. He ran out into the field. "Sweetheart?" She wasn't going to make him search till he got lost. At the last second, she turned into a black plastic sack, stuffed with rags. He touched it with his foot. How could he have thought that was his wife? And darted back across the field the way he'd come. He stopped. Brick buildings had sprung up around him. He turned in a circle, holding out his arms. Where was the wharf? What had happened to the water? The pier lay in a slot between warehouse walls, with a view straight up to the bridge. Out on the end, where the breeze licked frigid water, Margie crouched against a piling, knees to chest, sweater stretched down to her stocking feet. Running onto the pier, one heel had caught in a crack, and she'd kicked the other shoe off. She couldn't see them in the dark. She could see streaks of greasy swells in flitting greenish light. Cigarette butts awash, one styrofoam cup riding up and down on its side. She pictured his face, yelling an inch away. Touching her throat, she tried to distinguish sore spots the size of fingertips. Once, making love on a summer night, he'd left the prints of all 4 fingers and his thumb in a blue bruise on her upper arm. She had to wear long sleeves for a week, and he kept taking off her blouse to see the marks. Tiny, delicate creature, he'd murmured, kissing them. Distant sirens cried, broken by wind. The roar of traffic from the bridge subsided. The dark was now as perfect as the bottom of a burrow, even the green light gone. With the piling at her back, the cocoon of sweater warmed. A wave of sleep passed over her. How did people learn to sleep in public places? Resting her forehead on her knees, she closed her eyes, but she couldn't sleep like that. She stretched out flat, arms crossed over her chest. Yards below her, water was rising and falling with a rhythmic sigh. Her hands and feet began to swell until they felt as big as the claws on industrial cranes and filled with pleasure. She wanted them to keep on growing. Her fingers bulged the size of Florida. Uncrossing her arms from in front of her chest, she let her belly go. Up it sprang, huge and round, grazed the bottom of the bridge, ballooned into space. She was not a tiny, delicate creature now. She was a house, a city, a planet, home to rivers and oceans, forests and mountains, a food delivery system, a sewer, a bed, all that was needed for sustaining life. If she got up and walked, she could dent the ground. She imagined Webster, where he must be now, in their hotel room. He'd wash his face, slide between clean sheets, stare at the dark. She'd open the door, trudge in, enormous belly first. Crossing to the bed, she'd shake the floor. "Here it is. How do you like it?" Webster's eyes would open wide, his face become polite. "Don't hit me," he'd whisper. And she would say, "All right." Out of the darkness thrummed a huge white boat, searching the blank face of water with its lights. Stark glare deflated Margie, pinned her to the planks flat on her back. The pier had corners, cleats, a coil of thigh-sized rope, and a heap of rusty rags etched with shadows in the light. It wasn't close, dark, safe, but airy space, part of the street. The dark was blinding when the boat had gone. Springing to her feet, she felt her way along the rail. One shoe stuck quivering by its heel, the other near it on its side. She ran to the lighted street before she shoved them on. The heel slowed her run, but a woman alone on a wharf near dawn had better not walk. Ahead she could see city streets, past an elevated freeway. The wharf was empty now of cars, except for one, a new American compact half in the street on the wrong side. Swerving wide, she ran beyond it before she realized she'd seen that car before. "Kill you," it said. "I will kill you." She ran another block, cast back a glance. The car didn't only look empty, it looked derelict, left to drift. Warily, she circled back. Doors unlocked, the keys dangled in the ignition, glinting in the artificial light. In the tray between the bucket seats lay the square gold key to their hotel, the only one they had. Turning away, she took a few steps and stopped. Where exactly had he gone? She was alone now, in a way she had not been before, when she could aim what she was doing in his direction. The vacant breath of the street passed over her. Nothing was moving, but everything looked like it might the second she turned her head. She ran back to the car, leaped in, locked all the doors. She felt watched as she started the engine, and she left the wharf like a hand off hot metal. Racing to the hotel, she did not stop for lights. Webster wasn't in their room. He'd left no message. She called the police, and they filled out a report. Had her husband been feeling despondent? The officer asked. She called David and Isa, woke them up. No, they hadn't heard from him. Why should they? Was something wrong? Yes, no, I'll let you know. Sorry I woke you. Margie? David was saying as she hung up. She changed into jeans and sneakers, got back into the car. The dark was beginning to fray as gray light leached in, giving the empty streets an illusion of safety, like a person sitting beside her doing what she did. Doors locked, windows up, she rolled along the wharf and the streets around it. He was not in an all-night restaurant on Market. He was not sleeping on the sidewalk or in a doorway. Passing the ferry building for the third time, she noticed a pedestrian tunnel to the landing. Through the tunnel, she could see a body lying on the ground. Parking the car, she checked the street and ran for it. The tunnel stank of wine and urine. On the other side, a plaza opened over the water, with huge cement planters circled by redwood benches. On the benches, and under them and mashing down the tall blue lilies in the planters, people were sleeping. The preferred position was on one side, knees drawn slightly up, arms crossed over the chest. Most were prepared for cold, with a jacket or a blanket, a hat or a scarf around the head. But one had only a linen jacket and a silk tie. Lying on his side, hands between his knees, he'd flipped the sage-green tie up over the side of his head, like a dog with one ear inside out. She took a step closer. His lids snapped open. A spark lit his eyes and died as iron came down behind them. Neither of them moved a millimeter. Finally, Margie took a chance. She raised her eyebrows, faintly pulling up the corners of her mouth. Bravely, she held on to it. He glanced away from her, closing one eye. She was mistaken if she thought they were all the way to smiling yet. It might be days or weeks before they got to that, if they ever did. But slowly, inch by inch, his frozen body started rising from the bench. The Killing Blanket by Rilla Askew. From Strange Business by Rilla Askew. Copyright 1992 by Rilla Askew. Used by permission of Viking Penguin, a division of Penguin Books USA, Incorporated. First published in North Dakota Quarterly, Volume 59, Fall 1991. This is an old story. White man does a good job turning the people against themselves. Here's how he done it one time. My daddy told me this story. There was a lot of fighting back then. It was like that all over. Some of the people wanted to cut up the land, make allotments to the different families, do like the whites and act like they owned it. Said it would be good for the people. Said it was no choice anyhow. This was back yonder, 1892, I think it was, back when the nation was all in one piece. So some of the Choctaws wanted allotments, but there were plenty others thought it was a bad thing. Tribal election was coming, and the people were divided. Anger and bitterness cut hard between them. Some said it was on account of outsiders living in the nation that the people were divided. 3 whites for every Choctaw lived here by then. Carried their United States dollars in with them, married our women, paid money to build their houses, then wanted papers to say they owned it. Paid money to trade here, snuck around against our laws and sold the people Choctaw beer. These whites wanted allotments, wanted to see the nation cut into pieces. They wanted to see the people stirred up. Other Choctaws, a bunch of them mixed bloods, they said the people had to see what was coming, take advantage, get profit from the land before the white man took it anyhow. They said the Choctaw had to adapt. Now, in that time, 2 men lived near this place here called Cedar, and these 2 men were friends. One of them's name was Silent Lewis, and the other was Muscovite District Sheriff Tecumseh Moore. These men grew up together, played stickball together at Scullyville. Their folks come over the trail together in the first year of the removals when so many died in the blizzards and floods. They'd known each other a long time. Tecumseh Moore didn't practice any politics, but just kept the peace in the district. Silent Lewis was a farmer, pureblood, married to a white woman, and he was one of the Choctaws who believed allotments was bad. Silent Lewis and some others made it up that they'd just have to kill a bunch of these Choctaw progressives who favored allotments, worry the rest of them, stop all this talk about cutting up the homeland. They were going to do these executions at night. Some of them were going to strike in Cedar County, some in Neshoba, Sambois, Jack's Fork, Kiamisha. All over the Choctaw Nation, all on the same night. It'd be done and over with then. The people would go back to living and taking care of themselves then. That's what Silent Lewis and these others thought. So they made it up, and come time on that night, 9 men rode west through the long valleys south of the Sambois. This was the time of the high corn before harvest, and it was hot. My daddy told it to me this way. The land was different then. The earth had not turned over and grown up clawed and scrabby. The rocks were buried deeper. The water wasn't brown then. This is how they say. Them that went with Silent Lewis had to go over by Hartshorn and kill Joe Hokulatubi, and then get on over to McAllister and kill some others. That was their job. So they had to ride fast. It was a long way to Hartshorn in that time. They crossed over the Little Fourche-Moline. It wasn't called that then, but I don't know now what it was called. And a yellow panther jumped down off a tree limb onto Eli Holbert's back. They were slowed there to cross the water, and they passed under some sycamores, and this cat fell down silent from 50 feet up that tree maybe, because the trees were all that tall and taller then, and it landed on Eli Holbert's back. Holbert fell off sideways, and the cat sprung off quiet into the night and never let out a sound. They all thought Holbert was dead, but he was just stunned and come to after a while, and they rode on west again. But they all knew that to be a bad sign. No panther jumps on a man riding with 8 other men and horses. When they got to Joe Hokulatubi's, they found him sleeping on the porch. Silent Lewis went in first. He went in close enough to see the outline of Joe's body on a bed there in the corner. Joe must have heard him. "Who is it?" he called out in the dark. Joe sat up, said it again. "Who is it? Who's there?" Silent Lewis never answered. He fired 1 shot. That signaled the others, and everybody went in firing. They shot Joseph Hokulatubi all to pieces there on the dark porch. He never even got up from the bed. Then they rode on again, rode fast, rode west towards McAllister. They were set to kill 3 or 4 others. They believed that all over the 3 districts other Choctaws were carrying out their executions in the night, same way they'd all made it up together, but it didn't happen like that. Somebody must have told. Time they got to McAllister, the men they were set to execute were all hiding out. They couldn't find nobody to kill. A fellow rode in from Tuscaloosa and told how all over the nation the progressives were either lined up to fight or else hiding out like rabbits. So they knew there was some serious trouble. They had a standoff there at McAllister for a time. Both sides come together and faced off at McAllister. Men from both parties camped out west of town. They sat looking at each other. Hundreds of armed Choctaws ready to fight and kill one another. They sat that way for 4 days. They never did fight. That's one part of this story. They started in talking. After a while, they finally settled that they'd break up and go home to their families, and Silent Lewis and his bunch would go to trial for the death of Deputy Sheriff Joseph Oklatubi. So then the road with Silent Lewis surrendered. Silent Lewis was getting his horse shod one cold morning in South McAllister, and Tecumseh Moore come along and nodded his head at him. Silent paid off the blacksmith and saddled up his red mare, mounted her, followed Moore back to Hartshorn, where the other riders were under guard. The two were quiet on the way from McAllister to Hartshorn. They neither one said a word. Tecumseh Moore kept his back to Silent Lewis, walked his horse slow in the dirt of the road. In this way, it come about there was a trial. A lot of talk, a lot of words in the newspapers. The United States government come in on it. The papers took sides and stirred up the people. Each side called the other buzzards and skunks. Choctaw courts said the men who killed Joe Oklatubi had to be shot. Some of the people said that was right. Others said no, they ought to only receive 100 lashes, but the courts said they had to be shot. The United States government come in on it again. There was more trials and papers and lawyering. Come down to only Silent Lewis and one other was set to be executed. Come down to it finally, Silent Lewis was the only one they said had to be shot. So Silent Lewis went back home to wait for the day of his execution. He stayed home for 1 season and a little more, and then after harvest and just before winter and more than 2 years after the death of Joe Oklatubi, Silent Lewis hitched up his team and set out from the house with his wife sitting silent and staring in the wagon beside him. There were some in the nation had already forgot the old ways. They tried to talk Silent Lewis into running, said he ought to keep going in that wagon and head on down into Texas. Said it was no sense any more in a man traveling headlong to his own death. But Silent Lewis kept to the old ways. The shame was going to kill him if he went down to Texas, so there he'd be dead anyhow, but with shame and not honor. It wasn't any kind of choice for a man. Him and his wife drove 20 miles in 1 day and set up camp near the courthouse alongside the creek. Now, Tecumseh Moore let it be known about that if anybody wanted to rescue Silent Lewis, why, him and his men would give him up without a fight. That would happen sometimes back in those days. A man who was set to get executed might get took off on horseback by his friends just before he got shot. Most of the people thought that would happen with Silent Lewis. Choctaw government thought it would happen, and that's how come them to send in the light horsemen. They were swarming around all over the place. Tecumseh Moore thought it would happen. He believed it would happen. He didn't want to shoot his old friend. He waited past the time when the sun reached its high point. That was the time set for the execution. The day was a color like the breast of a mourning dove, grayish like brown, shaded nearly to pink. Tecumseh Moore acted like he couldn't see when the sun reached its high point, but the sun was one light spot trying to burn through the sky mist, and anybody could see it. He had them read the death sentence 2 or 3 times. The light horsemen pranced their horses in and out amongst the people. The people talked in low voices, and then their voices started rising like the slow rise of wind. Tecumseh Moore could see there wasn't any help for it. He said, "I'm not going to shoot this man. We've been friends all my life." He appointed Deputy Sheriff Lyman Pusely to do the shooting, and sent for the blanket. They spread the blanket according to law on the ground at the side of the courthouse. The people gathered in a great circle all around. Silent Lewis took off his jacket and sat on the blanket. He didn't look at his wife, didn't look at anybody, just stared between the legs of the people at the courthouse wall straight ahead. His wife stood inside the circle of people. She didn't act like anything, but looked across to the other side of the circle with eyes like a blind woman. Eli Holbird took Silent's boots off him. He was the only one of the 8 men who helped him kill Joe Oklatubi to show up for his execution. least, he was the only one anybody saw. Holbert held Silen's boots inside his hands and went over and stood in the circle next to Silen's wife. One Choctaw man stretched Silen Lewis's legs out in front of him on the blanket. Silen sat up straight. Two others held Silen's arms stretched out on either side of him. Another walked up behind him and bent over his shoulder and opened his shirt. The shirt was white. This man dipped his fingers in a tin of white powder and put his fingers on Silen Lewis's chest and drew a white circle over the place he figured Silen's heart to be. Silen kept his eyes open and steady on the wall of the courthouse. He sat stiff, his shirt and the powdered circle glaring white answering each other against the brown of his skin. Tecumseh Moore looked up the road and down the road. His eyes searched the hills cradling the courthouse on all sides. The people were silent like wind that drops and goes still in the last minute before a twister. There was no sound of horses running, no movement on the road or among the oaks and cedars on the hills. Sheriff Moore waited for some sign of rescue. The pale disk of sun slid long past the high point, and there was no sound. Lyman Pusely held his Winchester ready. Sheriff Moore raised his arm finally, and still there was no movement. Then a high, keening cry came, first light and far away sounding, so that the sheriff didn't know where it came from, and then close by, high-pitched, tortured, with no stops for breath in between. It came from the closed lips and dead eyes of Silen Lewis's white wife. Tecumseh Moore swooped his arm down. Lyman Pusely fired his rifle. Smoke puffed from the mouth of the rifle, and the white circle on Silen Lewis's chest exploded into red. He jerked back and sprawled face up, arms open on the blanket. Those two Choctaws still had hold of his hands. But Silen Lewis wasn't dead yet. His wife's high cry dropped low and snarling in her belly like the growl of a hurt dog. Silen Lewis jerked and twitched on the blanket, and the two men held him down by the arms. The people watched, silent, and one or two of them walked away. Still, Silen Lewis wouldn't die. Tecumseh Moore looked at him twitching on the blanket, not living and not dying. Silen Lewis made no sound. After too much time passed, Sheriff Moore knew again that there wasn't any help for it. He went over and knelt on the blanket. He put the palm of his left hand over the mouth of his friend and felt the warm breath pushing against it. Silen's eyes were glazed over, but he turned them from the sky to look up at Tecumseh Moore's eyes. Sheriff Tecumseh Moore saw it then. He saw it like a memory he'd nearly forgotten. How there was no reason for the people to be all turned against themselves and killing each other. How Silen Lewis had no call to shoot Joe Hokulatubi in his bed on his dark porch. How Lyman Pusely had no call to shoot Silen Lewis. How in the old time, in the old nation, in the homeland where the bones of the ancestors were buried, in Ocklafalia by the Tombigbee waters, in the long-ago time the Choctaw knew how to fight and kill enemies. How enemies were always, in the old time, only others and not the Choctaw people themselves. And how it was, when the white man wanted the land of the old nation, that the people first came to be divided. How the white man said to some of them, "Here, you give us this land, and we'll give you this other, and it will belong to the Choctaw as long as the waters run." How the white man had a good trick then to give whiskey to some and money to others. How he'd named some of them chiefs who had no right or honor to be named so, for the one purpose of getting those Choctaws to sign papers of lies giving away the people's land. How it was the people divided. That was the first sign of the loss of the old nation, before so many died on the long trail of tears. When the people left the bones of the old ones and came up the great river, removed by the white soldiers to the new land. Tecumseh Moore felt the warm, living breath of Silen Lewis, felt him jerking and shaking. He closed the fingers of his right hand over the nose of Silen Lewis and squeezed shut the air holes and twisted his palm into Silen Lewis's mouth. Silen's eyes stayed open, looking up at the eyes of my grandfather, and his twitches and spasms grew slower and softer. My grandfather knew then that he knelt on the death blanket with his killing hand on his friend's mouth because the Choctaw had not known how to turn back that good trick of the white man. They hadn't known how to keep him from turning the people against themselves. So, not long after the death of Silent Louis, the United States government passed the law allowing allotments and carved up the nation. Not too long after that, the land was all gone out of the people's hands. Like some of them said, it wasn't any choice anyhow. Well, this story's an old one. It happened a long time ago. Back when our words, Oklahoma, that called us the Red People, had not yet turned over to mean white man's land. Dirty Words by Antonya Nelson. Copyright 1992 by Antonya Nelson. First appeared in the New Yorker, reprinted by permission. Fruit. It was a 9-month incarceration. It was solitary confinement. It was dry and stupefying, full of sweets and regression, a hormonal trip to childhood, to cheap candy and bad music and copious tears. It was pregnancy, and Bet saw that she might not be reformed by the end of it. She might not turn out to be a good mother. Already she'd gone slack with gravity, sad and self-indulgent. Her pets, a cat and a dog, sexual neuters themselves, were as fat as she. Here, she told them again and again, presenting the open refrigerator for their perusal. Help yourselves. There was no kick to be had anywhere but in the kitchen. She'd called her own mother after 6 months. I'm pregnant, she said, into the hissing reception. From far away 2 time zones and a chasmal continental divide, her mother answered, Who is this? Between them was the white noise of futile hope, misunderstanding, and exhaustion. Bet's mother used to claim she hated pregnancy, but in the end felt it worthwhile. Now she left off the last part. She gave 30-year-old conventional wisdom as advice, which Bet, newly fluent in the rules of the game, would eagerly, incoherently defy. She would gain 40 pounds instead of 20, quit her brown-stain habits of coffee and cigarettes, possibly take up jogging. She would not drink. In La Jolla, her mother sniffed, I drank like a fish the whole time, and you and your sister turned out just fine. Bet wasn't sure. In her family, children drank early on, in the civilized tradition of Europeans, yet with the exuberance of Americans, glib and intemperate. They drank early on, and when they grew up, later on, after dinner, post-dessert, into the a.m. hours. Where she came from, you sampled every flavor of fun and found it good. She took the could-you-be-an-addict kind of test whenever she came across it, always failing, or was it passing, within 3 humorless questions. She'd attended a single AA meeting, staying long enough to feel satisfactorily removed from its ranks. They were hiding vodka in Evian bottles, slipping away to bars far from home, counting hours between drunks, and limiting themselves to 1 a week. In short, they weren't having a good time. Bet's problem was that she merely missed drinking. It was like a hilarious friend who had moved away, like a party that had ended. She'd told the AA circle, a gritty group of ecru-eyed chain-smokers, that she'd grown up next to groves of orange trees, but her stories were nostalgic instead of repentant. It was in the groves that Bet learned to drink, fresh orange juice with vodka, or with rum, tequila from across the border. In Chicago, where citrus arrived green and hard and undersized, shiny with wax, she longed for the orange trees, driving alongside them, the rhythmic pattern with which they fractured rays of the sun. At night, she might dream of parking in the groves. A boy was beside her, the heat of the desert and the car bringing out from his freshly laundered shirt his own heat and the scent of soap flakes. They drank in the groves and played with the headlights, switched them off, then on, the trees suddenly surrounding them as in a hold-up, then fleeing in the sudden dark like spirits. Sometimes irrigation fog came and settled in the groves, rank moisture that did not evaporate, a dense, pesticidal haze among the orange trees. Her puberty came back to her, or she went to it, eating citrus, dreaming of old friends, of the groves. Her dream landscape always had as its backdrop the branches of trees with oranges like bright baubles. When she couldn't sleep, she lay resentful beside the baby's father, kicking his ankle whenever she was kicked from within. He would rouse himself enough to put a heavy, forgiving arm across her chest. He was older, willing to delay gratification. Bet liked grown-ups. They were generous. They had patience. In their eyes, she was and always would be young. It would have been sweet to have a teenage adventure. She dreamed giddy car rides into city lights, laughing with boys she didn't know who handed her cigarettes and beers. Only when she rolled the taste in her mouth, allowed it to unfurl in her limbs, might she remember she was pregnant and wake-stricken, heart banging with worry about the baby. She cried progesterone-born tears, was wrenched by hysterical hiccups. Inside her grew a brutish boy, a leaper, a diver, an insomniac, his angular knees and his feet and skull stirring restlessly through the night like ice cubes. His image on the ultrasound screen, one of a swimmer, in focus this moment, blurred by motion the next, scrotum looking bigger than his brain. Down on the floor, Bet's loyal dog wheezed with asthma, but was happy to be loved suddenly so well, so weepily. Bet put her face to his and cried, doomed, hugely and miserably unintoxicated. Husband. Her husband had been born in 1936 to Polish immigrants who never really learned English. They did not want to be absorbed into America. They had simply wished to leave Poland. He was Sergio Petrosky, Serge to his friends. He owned a coffee house that had a Marxist slant. For your latte, you paid only what you could. He was a widower. His first wife had been a political poet named Ferosa Rosario, who had been slain. The word itself was enough to unnerve Bet, for holding opinions. Sergio, by virtue of history, because he had one, intimidated Bet. Would this intimidation pass for love, she sometimes wondered? When compared with his past, her California orange grove life looked as naive and sunny as a sitcom. Until she saw him naked, Sergio had made her feel immorally young and uneducated, which was precisely what she'd come to Chicago to feel. She had not been a victim. She did not grasp oppression. His breadth, his resources, the stacks of books that he could quote from and recommend, the people who called him late at night, long distance from prison or deathbed. Bet, alas, had no way to link herself to this international chain of passionate intelligentsia. Then they ended up tangled on a couch together one Saturday after closing time, after the setting of the alarms and the locking of the doors. It was your basic apolitical clinch. Sergio was stocky and gray, walrus-featured, sadly drooping in the face like Albert Einstein, 53 years old, most often found wearing what he called his Greek fisherman sweater, a sewage-colored woolen garment that covered his barrel-like paunch. Bet was 25, 2 inches taller than he, wearing clogs, to exaggerate the difference, to feel some advantage. He had held her face in his hands, and she could not return the direct gaze he gave her, could only close her eyes and give in to what she knew best, which was the fundamental mechanics of love. She allowed her breathing to deepen, and felt him lick her eyelids. He wore a cologne from France, sent to him by a former girlfriend, a pepperminty scent like a cool candy, like sweet schnapps, and Bet, on her clogs, leaned into it and rubbed her cheek against the cross-hatched skin of his neck. Still he stared at her. She could feel his eyes on her arms and elbows, but she imagined herself hiding inside his embrace, trying to believe that this thing between them had nothing to do with age. The room around them, the display rack of hand-lettered cards, the walls of framed manifestos, floated away. That night, before they eased awkwardly onto the bristly plaid couch Sergio kept in the back office. He brushed his teeth. It was this, and his grandfatherly nakedness, that finally gave Bet a window of confidence. With him she had only one edge, and it had to do with being born in 1964 in California, in a grove of orange trees, and with having taut skin still marked by the 3 triangles of a long-ago tan, and breath she never bothered to freshen. They were married in the coffee-house, attended by employees and neighbors, poets and customers. A woman read a poem after the ceremony, though Bet could discern nothing wedding-like or well-wishing in it. There were dark birds circling carnage in Gdansk, gutters of blood, scalpels and bombs and bones, and clouds that looked like the severed wings of doves. After the woman ended, paused, and then dropped her hand with which she had been conducting her own vibrating voice, the audience, Bet's co-workers and Sergio's friends, gave an artful and depressed appreciative grunt. Bet looked around at them and then laughed, drunk and tall. Sergio tried to smile in her direction, to be a good sport, his face glossy with nervous bravura. He'd married such a young girl so spontaneously, on so little evidence of worth, then applauded vigorously for the reader, who was small and unadorned and whose expression was utterly venomous. Only later did Bet learn that the poem was one by Sergio's dead wife. Ferosa haunted Bet like a guilty conscience. Sergio seemed always involved with a project in Ferosa's memory, the details of which Bet could not keep straight. He raised money and circulated petitions. That was the general gist, but each time the funds went to different people, hostages in prison, booksellers going bankrupt, destitute protesters who picketed the Tribune or Oscar Mayer. Now it was Iraq and Kuwait. Pregnant, Bet had thought she might find her way in for good forever. She thought she might appear mysterious and estimable to him, carrying a secret inside her which he could not comprehend, toward which he would have to pay an outsider's homage. Instead, Bet found Ferosa's book of poems in Sergio's desk. They were, she understood as she read them one long, unsleeping and unsettling night, all about the politically correct stance of not having children. "We unmake our country," Ferosa had written of her skinny, shrunk, chili pepper-shaped homeland, gene by gene, cell by cell. Tourist. For the first 3 months of the pregnancy, Bet was hot. For the next 3, cold. In Chicago, the weather was either on or off, but never what you might call good. She sat on a radiator and watched the parade of service people who kept her building presentable. They all wore uniforms, brown or white or blue. They all stopped just below her window to consult their lists, then buzzed a tenant. Her clothes hung like skeletons in the closet, and, unwilling to commit herself to stretch pants, support hose, or underwires, she wore the same frumpy thing every day, her own sort of uniform, once maroon, now weather-washed pink. Her libido, she was told by the OB, might run rampant, might drive Dad out the door. She maintained a lookout for such a development, but remained oddly content reading erotica, never missing the real event. Her husband was a grown-up. He would wait 9 months if need be. He'd done it before, been celibate for 2 years when he'd grown disenchanted with himself and his relationships with women. Bet thought him wise and profound, like a Buddha, like a turtle. How could he love her? He simply did. He found in her something she could not find herself. He laughed at her when she did not mean to be funny. One day, he caught her by the wrist and held her, nearly crying, when she returned from shopping. She deposited bags of cans and eggs and salty snacks on the table, mystified by his damp eyes, horrified to think she might discover him to be weak, standing above him while he closed her skirt around his face like a handkerchief. Inside her body, a boy of their making rolled and punched. Outside, the father put his ear to the drama and seemed to despair. Bet tried to chart a course of action while she stroked his silky, thin hair, and saw herself en route to California, pregnant behind a steering wheel. But it was an abysmal and unconnected image. Her previous life, filled with forgettable family and forgetful friends, would not secure her. This was her place, yet it depended on Sergio's steady presence. She tilted his face toward her own and squinted into it. "You're all I have," she reprimanded him. It turned out he'd been reading the newspaper. It was world events that had consumed and grieved him, as they frequently did. Later, the two of them shared a pot of licorice tea and watched reruns on the tiny black-and-white TV they kept stashed in a closet, Sergio laughing and laughing at the old-fashioned jokes, hugging Bet and pounding the table with his fist. She did not believe he meant to make her feel inadequate. "You hide what becomes you," he told her, when she insisted on knowing what made her merit his ample affection. "You are sweet when you cross your arms over your big breasts to make them disappear. You are shy with them, as if they might embarrass someone, don't you see?" She did. His praise thrilled her. She'd always thought of herself as being a size or so too large, but she made him continue by pretending otherwise. "You love me for my bosoms?" Though he was smart about her, he mostly played into her hands. "Bosoms," he said, laughing. "I was making a metaphor. You don't know those things about yourself which are appealing. That's what I like." Still, it was tiresome to be mistaken for his daughter, to have people, especially women, and especially now, in Bet's 7th month, stare at the two of them with disgust. Sergio's mother, who lived in a nursing home 3 blocks from their apartment, puffed her mouth when Bet came to visit, as if she might spit a tooth onto Bet's lap. Before moving to the home, before Sergio's father's death, before the oxygen machine they'd attached her to, Matska had been vaguely senile. Her apartment always smelled of gas, though Sergio's parents claimed over and over to have had the problem checked by their super. Matska would smile and invite Bet into her seedy kitchen, humbly introducing herself and her husband, never sure who the girl was. Now, purely oxygenated, she knew. "Child," she hissed, and Bet did not know whether it was she being addressed or the one in her womb. Matska's English, still a foreign language to her, was full of inconsistencies. She seemed to use child as a term not unlike whore or witch. Sergio was protected from her fury by her evident belief that Bet had tricked him into marriage via sex or incantation, Bet supposed, which, strictly speaking, might not be so far from the truth, and still held him under a spell. "Most mothers want to be grandparents," Bet whined. "She ought to be thrilled with me," Sergio agreed, seeming to think the arrival of the baby, this grandson, a genealogy Bet didn't like to consider for long, would soften things among them all. However, Matska was also a drinker. It had been a useful common denominator because it was a role Bet inhabited the way she did that of a lover, with assurance. Before Matska went into the home, she and Bet used to sit for comfortable hours in front of an open window, wearing coats, drinking cooking sherry, Matska relating the story of her son's life, his tender childhood. Bet continued to visit the nursing home, hoping one day to discover Matska returned to her former hospitality, with a deck of cards — she loved honeymoon bridge — or a friendly bottle of cheap sherry resting on her bed table. Sergio did not drink, and he was the only friend Bet had made in Chicago with whom she didn't immediately associate alcohol. Choosing him, she told herself when she worried, showed her willingness to turn her back on frivolity. At the coffee house, she had always gotten high with Benjamin, but now that she was pregnant, Benjamin had little to say to her. He was Sergio's oldest friend, a business partner by default, a former of this, that, and the other, tired, cynical, gay. What possible use did gay men have for pregnant women? So seeded, so Kansas, so fat. She went to visit one day, dressed not in the artful black clothing she'd learned to wear in her former life, but in something floral and baggy. "Yikes, a romper," Benjamin said when he greeted her, squinting his eyes as if against glare, laughing. Bet knocked over a pyramid of Melita filter baskets when she rounded a corner. Squatting among the plastic cones, she tried not to cry. "How's things?" she sniffed, hungry for the outer world, collusion, jokes. "Swell," Benjamin said, making the word as ripe as she, holding himself away from her as if her condition were transmittable or he might be embarrassed by association. And then he asked, as everyone always asked, always in a great, solicitous, sorry tone, "How are you feeling?" She smiled thinly and told some version of the truth. "There's only 3 states of mind for a pregnant woman: suicidal, homicidal, and placid." You woke up, and there you were, propped on one pointy corner of the triangle or another. Ordinarily, they might smoke pot together in the back room. Benjamin kept a stash and pipe in a file drawer for the regulars, for civilized, chummy, rainy-day intimacies on the plaid couch. How Bet missed her real life. Now the back room reeked of underarm sweat and rotted orange peels. Benjamin turned to face her, suddenly inspired by something, his eyes unaccountably eager. "Let me see you," he said. He was staring at what had once been her waist. "I've never seen a naked pregnant woman. What do you say? Give me a look-see?" Bet felt herself redden, horrified at exposing herself. "Go get knocked up yourself if you want to see a freak show." Spinning to leave, she crashed into an adding machine, sending it only as far as the seat of a roll-away chair. Benjamin sighed in disappointment, still mesmerized by her midsection. Other people stared, too. A dark and craven man followed her around Dominic's, circling aisles so that he continued to approach her head-on, staring intently at her abdomen as if she might be about to burst with prophecy. Something maniacal in his eyes kept her from saying a word. In the presence of all the gaping world, Bet remained mute, ashamed of the large evidence of copulation she carried with her every day. It was worse than a scarlet letter. It forced her to waddle, to buy prunes and healthful cereal that looked and tasted like little haystacks, to require carry-out service. In the checkout line, she managed to overturn a display of horoscopes, tiny rolled tubes that spilled to the floor like a pack of cigarettes. She was too ungainly to retrieve them from under the magazine stand. Knocking things over was not confined to public spaces. At home, pens jumped from tabletops, papers from shelves. "Could you pick that up?" she would ask the cat. "Oh, never mind, forget it." From tummy to knee she was a map of bruises, a geography of lumpy flesh and tender veins. Sergio had to kneel at her feet to roll her stockings up her ankles. Counters and the newly tight space of their small bathroom conspired against her. She was a large belly, wobbling through the world like an ugly tourist, cloddish and with a loud, guffawing laugh. Baby. Memory of life before maternity leave had dried up and blown away. She stood on a vast desert like a Russian nesting doll, shiny and round and solitary, but for the little clone hidden inside. Her condition, by now, was inescapable. The baby, a conundrum like a ship in a bottle. In the park, small children, infants, the mere sight of strollers were terrifying. Parents tried to converse with her. She scurried to dog territory, where others, childless, knelt with plastic bags and paper towels, screeched the names they might otherwise have bestowed on offspring: Maurice, Chloe, Oates. "Help," she sometimes said at the grocery store, unable to reach the desired brand of rye crackers on a top shelf. She hoped someone might hear and understand, as if she were short and old like Motzke. Sergio decided Bet was to be spoiled and petted. He fawned. He cooked leafy greens. He brought her grotesque bouquets of blood-red roses. Somewhere he found a bottle of wine containing no alcohol, a promising, deeply colored Merlot. Bet sipped, then gulped, but it tasted precisely like what it was, 12.8% absinthe. Sergio shrugged sheepishly, then lay behind her and kneaded her spongy skin while she sniffed his sleeve for the adult odors he'd picked up on the L, diesel exhaust and mentholated cigarette smoke. "Only 2 more months," he said carelessly at one point. He was preparing his future nostalgia for these despicable days. She had never felt so isolated, like an astronaut floating through space. "Reel me in," she might gesture in her bloated white suit in a panic. But on board the ship, her co-pilot would wave serenely, thinking she was pointing out the idiotic beauty of Pluto. Denied wine, she substituted chocolate. She'd lost her talent for discrimination, and Oreo was as good as Godiva. The days wore on, not in their usual parade of ups and downs, clowns and cops, but precisely identical to one another. She rolled from bed each morning, horrified by how many more times she would have to do it. She walked sluggishly, creating new, deeper-sourced noises in the wood floor, and then sprawled at the kitchen table. She weighed more than Sergio now. Shoes, the one form of clothing that had never betrayed her, had never been outgrown before, worn out, no longer fit. She popped from everything. Overblown dough, a rhino in her own home. Sleep was her only recourse. The deeper, the better. Each afternoon she prepared a nest. She pulled the phone cord from the wall, shut the blinds, turned the metal radiator up high, stripped naked, and then positioned pillows between her knees and under her neck and over her exposed ear. She drifted as if in the ocean, thinking of weightlessness, of sunshine, of being without a body. She put her hand to her hard belly and felt herself as suspended as her child, dreamy and liquid, without consciousness or conscience. War. Meanwhile, the Middle East roiled. Sergio organized one of what were known as events at the coffee house. Anti-war poetry and music. Bet decided against attending. Wasn't it arrogant, after all, to turn up pregnant at a time like this? Besides, she could not interest herself in the war. It was abominable, but she was busy. She couldn't even think of the word abominable without changing it to abdominal. She signed petitions, but had no idea what they signified. Clever peace slogans went over her head. In the evenings, when Sergio flipped on the news, the television now lived on the kitchen counter, Bet retreated to the bedroom and browsed through baby catalogs. She heard the word scud and still thought of boys who weren't cool enough. Fellowship. The first day of their Lamaze birth class, each couple was asked to reveal the length of their marriage, their occupations, and whether this was a first child. In the beginning, Bet enjoyed her and Sergio's relative bizarreness. Other moms and coaches spent their days at real estate offices or car dealerships or architectural firms. One coach, obviously unwillingly associated with the whole project, stubbornly announced himself unemployed. His wife, an enormous red-faced woman who had fallen into her chair as if ready to put down roots there, sucked him on the arm. "He does phone solicitation," she explained, "in between jobs." The group grew to tolerate one another, and Bet found herself looking forward to their meetings. She began wishing Sergio were as clunky as the other husbands, as young and as easily embarrassed by the instructor's frankness. Instead, the lingo rolled right off his tongue. Cervix, placenta, lanugo. He read the books, and none of what he read made him squirm. It occurred to Bet that the rest of her life would be abnormal, that Sergio would train their boy to hug dolls and to cry and to wear, without masculine resentment, lumpy Ecuadorian sweaters. "Remind me why I wanted a baby?" she asked Sergio over the telephone. Only over the phone could she concentrate on conversation. In person, she was too distracted. Her body got in her way, the swollen ankles, the popped navel. "Was it your ticking biological clock?" he teased, squeaking in his chair at the cafe. "Or maybe mine?" He giggled, and Bet was tempted to join him, but often these days she found herself frighteningly close to turning Sergio's jokes into a tragic version of her life. There was music in the background at the cafe, loud guitars and drums, manhole covers clashing together. "Benjamin says maybe our marriage was going wrong," Sergio went on playing. "Actually, I can't remember why we got with child, can't you?" The truth was, there was truth. She did remember. Every now and then, a wash of emotion came over Bet so strongly that she had to sit down and cover her eyes for fear of falling. This was the reason. The scientific principle governing the teardrop-shaped female body, inertia, or vertigo, or something not yet discovered and named. It had to do with her tender breasts, with TV commercials about puppies, with the childhood taste of hot oatmeal and raisins, with Sergio's sleeping face under her wakeful, skeptic scrutiny, with her part in the dreadful, thrilling innocence of new life. Dog. 3 flights of stairs became too many in her 8th month, and the dog had never learned to heel, raised as he had been in lawn-filled, permissive California. Sergio suggested, tentatively, that he drop the dog each morning at Motska's nursing home, where they encouraged pets and warm, fuzzy feelings, and let the dog make use of the yard the residents themselves hadn't set foot in for the last 3 months. Sergio spoke out of regard for Bet's precarious physical state, the ice on the back steps, the fact that the dog, which weighed 80 pounds, could be considered dangerous in this weather to someone in her condition. And he was. Bet recalled a day not more than a week before when she'd slid, clinging with one hand to the frozen pipe that served as banister, the other hand resting over her baby, the dog, a flight below, sledding comically on his side legs, flailing but catching at nothing. "Okay," she said tearfully. Pregnancy had made her stupid with commitment to the animal, and she choked up over his absence. Sergio dropped off and picked up the dog the way one would a child in daycare. "It's great, it's so yuppie," Sergio would say when he got home. Bet squatted. She seemed to do nothing but squat these days, to pull tiny clots of pressed snow from between the dog's toes. The clots were like hailstones, round and solid as pebbles from nestling all day in his paws. Meanwhile his tongue would work at her hands, reminding her gently, though persistently, that he did not like his paws touched. It was inconceivable to her that she would love anything more than she did the dog. The nursing home's director, ambassador to the outside world, called one afternoon 3 days before the baby was due to say that the dog was acting, well, funny. "Funny ha-ha?" Bet asked. "Funny strange?" After a long pause, the director chuckled uncertainly. "Your dog is digging our fence up. You must come fetch him." Bet looked down and discovered herself to be sitting in a warm puddle. "Yes," she cried. "Broken water. Yes." She set the receiver in its cradle. A lolling voice was carrying on patiently from far away. "We wouldn't want to be forced to let him escape. We wouldn't want to have to actually give chase." Before phoning Sergio, Bet stood to survey the damage. Then, while on her feet, she decided to have a drink. It seemed the indubitably correct move now that her child was about to be washed from her body. Grown-up Chivas in hand, she'd never drunk scotch before, she dialed the coffee house. Her sweatpants were soaked. Inside her, curious movement began, more articulate, less muffled. All lines were busy at the shop, so she waited, sipping distractedly on her drink, wondering if what she felt was contractions. If so, they weren't as bad as everyone made them out to be. When, after 5 or 6 minutes, all lines were still busy, Bet asked an operator to cut in. "I'm the owner's wife," she told the woman, who had no interest in the nature of the emergency, "and I've gone into labor." "Uh-huh," the operator said nasally. When she returned to Bet, she informed her that no one was on any of the lines, everything was off the hook. At this, Bet gulped down the remainder of the scotch and phoned her doctor, whose nurse told her to take a cab to the hospital. Before leaving, she brushed her teeth. Motherhood. Woozily, she gave birth. On the way to the hospital, she'd had to lecture her cab driver. He'd made the mistake of expressing his disappointment at his wife's getting a C-section. His accent annoyed Bet, That and the fact that he'd taken a longer route than necessary to Northwestern. Bet swooned on the stiff plastic back seat, feet straddling the floor hump, forehead propped on the back of the front seat. This, she concluded, was it. Hardly breathing, she could smell her cabbie's aftershave, his aging American sedan, the grotesque odors of former fares. "My wife, she did not try hard enough," he said. "Oh, give me a break," Bet shouted at the floor when she could take in enough oxygen to say anything. From rib cage to pelvis, she was taut as a basketball. "It's true," the driver swore. "She only tried one day for the natural birth." "As in 24 hours? Bet lifted her head long enough to see him nod vigorously. "I feel sorry for her," she said. "Yes," he said. "It's very bad she couldn't do it the natural way." "No," Bet said, struggling to speak now. "I feel sorry she's still your wife." But he couldn't possibly understand her. A barge had come pushing through her, a seizure of pain like a fired missile. Sergio made it to the hospital in time to cut the baby's cord. The phones had been off the hook at the coffee house because the war had ended. Benjamin and Sergio were toasting the possibility of peace and hadn't wanted to be interrupted. "My turn to take care of him," Sergio now shouted happily to the room full of green-clothed, adoring women. Bet heard one woman say to another, "It's so unusual to have a grandfather in delivery." The obstetrician dashed out the door, due at another birth party down the hall. From her room she phoned her mother. For a truce-like time they discussed labor while Bet watched Sergio through the nursery glass, walking up and down with little Ed, named for his real grandfathers, both of them, two men long gone from two worlds equally lost. Bet was teary considering it. From La Jolla, her mother told her she had begun writing poetry. "Oh, please," Bet said in exasperation. "I already have one poet too many in my life." "Listen, here's a line about all these California grandmas. I'm working with Mother Goose here. You ready? Quote, 'There was an old woman who lived in a shoe. She had so many children, she did know what to do,' unquote. What do you think? I'm taking a class at the branch library." Bet said, "I better go lactate." Sex. Toward her pets, she held recalled affection. And this is what she now felt toward Sergio as well. Habitual love, her response to his caresses like a segment of a routine, this, then that. Not unlike grinding coffee beans in a stupor each morning. For his part, Sergio's affection extended to Eddie via Bet. He still loved her best, but between Bet and Eddie, small, red-fisted thing, there was something brand new. He was a high she knew she didn't deserve. His eager face at her breast every few hours, his confused, cross-eyed looks and wrinkled forehead that seemed to pose to her a severe and simple question. "Who are you?" Sergio fetched his mother, who came to the apartment bearing a roast to celebrate the baby's birth and the end of the Gulf War offensive. Sitting in the refrigerator, dripping blood onto a milk carton, the clear, wrapped lump of meat looked for all the world like a placenta. Bet gagged down dinner anyway. Her mother-in-law was trying to make reparation. At the stove, Matska had mistaken one knob for another. A burner on top glowed red all afternoon, while in the cold oven the meat grew gray, remained raw. They sliced it and fried it before eating it, but still it was unbearably rare. "He looks like his father," Matska told them of Eddie. Bet agreed, but then all newborns looked like old men to her. Matska held him without supporting his wobbly head, allowing it to loll sideways and back. You're good," she cooed into his slow, opaque eyes. Bet drank champagne, one sparkling glass after another, idly subtracting ages until she realized that she was closer in age to her son than she was to her husband, and that her husband was closer in age to his mother than to her. The baby did many less than pleasant things, but they didn't bother Bet. Sergio, however, with his bald head, the hairs in his ears, the saggy paunch of flesh, an odor he couldn't quite disguise, these things began to disgust her, though she spent the day changing diapers full of tar and wiping down the yellow chin of her son. Eddie's skin was remarkably similar to Sergio's, dry as paper and baggy as a pachyderm's. She grew to dread Sergio's touch, to turn her mouth away from his minty kisses. He closed his eyes and groped, like the baby, for the favors of her flesh. She began to wish him dead, to imagine the car accident or heart attack that might take him. In his absence, she was ecstatic, autonomous once more, propelling the baby through the neighborhood in his stroller, dragging the dog behind, grinning at strangers and chatting. But at Sergio's arrival home each evening, Bet might dissolve into tears, complain about her sore breasts and the baby's interminable, choking cry. Sergio would hold the boy and walk from room to room, listening to Bet without looking at her. She watched him and heard herself as if from a corner of the ceiling. Who was this shrew inside her? She seemed to be set on driving her husband from her life. How much would he take, she wondered? At what point would his adult disposition give way to boyish hurt? Each time, just before she went too far, Bet ran to Sergio and held him tight. She was sorry, so sorry, and he, as ever, forgave. They could resume relations, her obstetrician informed her. You really think so? Bet wanted to ask. She'd been a prisoner of war. She'd come back metamorphosed, a veteran, politicized. In celebration, she drank beer while little Eddie nursed, both of them warm and a little drunk. Now that he was out and fine, above average in all ways, on all scales, 99 out of 100, alcohol became Bet's friend again. Everything appeared through the lens of her successful campaign. Ferosa was a beloved but deposed demagogue, Matska a psychological sissy, and Sergio? An anachronism. His son would be blonde, and the baby already preferred his mother. Bet. In the back of her mind sat the dirty words divorce and departure, like loot in a secret safe deposit box. She was healthy, vigorous, young. A pretty American girl with her own car. Her body snapped back, pre-pregnant and firm, virgin. The country stretched to either side of her, festooned with yellow ribbons, offering no resistance. She could drive anywhere, and ever after live happily, happily, happily. The Pink House by John H. Richardson. Copyright 1992 by John H. Richardson, as originally published by The Atlantic, July 1992, reprinted with permission. We stood in an empty house looking at a walk-in closet. At least Mom and I did. Dad stood by the window smoking a cigarette and pretending to ignore us. We had been house hunting for 3 days, and Dad had been cranky since the middle of the first day when he realized just how much house he could expect for his money. Double what he could get in the States, but there was no telling him that. By now, he was impossible. As the real estate agent ran down the history of the house, he gazed out over the red-tiled rooftops with a look of growing misery. The sun, flowing into the dark room, etched pits and hollows into his face until he looked as harsh as a monk in a medieval woodcut. Mom leaned in to inspect the closet. She nodded her head at the shelves, confirming their existence, doing the polite thing, making the agent happy. Walk-in closet, Dad muttered. We don't need a walk-in closet. My parents had been living in Mexico for almost 2 years, since shortly after my father retired. They chose Tonalá because of its superb climate, second only to Nairobi's, everyone said, and because it housed the largest expatriate community of retired Americans in the world, nearly 100,000 of them. There were book clubs, garden clubs, eating clubs, golf courses galore, the American Society and its many functions, and Mom and Dad had quickly gathered a group of friends. Now Mom wanted to buy a house. She promised Dad his own garden, his own library. It would have a high wall, Mexican style. An oasis. They'd pay for it in cash and never have to worry about rent again. Dad wasn't persuaded. He spoke again, louder. We don't need a walk-in closet. Mom avoided the agent's look. She spoke with patient reason as to a child. There's nothing unusual about a walk-in closet. Dad cleared his throat gruffly. Well, I don't need one, and I don't see any point in spending a small fortune to have one. This was one of his tricks for getting out of something he didn't want to do, simply saying he didn't feel like it would be rude by his lights, so he worked up a steam of indignation until we gave in to his bad mood. He brought his cigarette to his mouth. The cigarette had a very long ash, nearly half its length. We all looked at it. Despite the slight trembling of Dad's hand, the ash didn't fall. "Maybe we'd better come back another time," Mom said to the agent, giving her a stretched-across-the-teeth social smile. In the car, she opened her purse in her lap and began adjusting her makeup. We waited. "Really, Richard," she said, "must you embarrass me like that?" Dad said nothing. That was a perfectly reasonable house. There was nothing extreme about that house. It had a swimming pool, Dad said. Mom made a ch sound. "There'll be bills," Dad said. "Cleaning bills, heating bills, bills for chemicals and whatnot. I don't need a pool. You don't need a pool." "It might be nice to go swimming," Mom said. Dad scowled. "I'd say your swimming days are over." Mom was silent for a moment. Finally she spoke. "Thank you very much," she said, a stop in her voice. Watching from the back seat, I thought Mom was overdoing it a bit, enjoying the melodrama of a personal offense. "Looked like a great house to me," I said. They ignored me, but I knew it would be best to continue to fill the silence, that being one of the primary functions of children, so I babbled. "The acoustics were great. What a place to play guitar. That living room. Big kitchen. Loved all that tile work. It was just great." That was for Mom. Now for Dad. "Of course, I don't see what you want to buy a house for down here anyway. I mean, California, that would be cool, near the beach, but that's me. And you guys have your own priorities and needs and stuff, which I guess include living in this godforsaken, disease-ridden, macho, sexist country." "I'm not sure I do want to buy a house," Dad said. "Your mother is the one who insists on it." Dad flipped on the turn signal and glanced at the lane to his right, his face dark with concentration. Mom didn't speak until there was a break in the traffic. "Honestly," she said, "you talked to the accountant, you talked to Dr. Joe. You were the one who said we should do this, and I agreed. Now when it comes to the point of actually doing something, you make everything impossible. This happens every time we try to make a decision." Dad just compressed his lips and looked out his side window. Mom could see that continuing the conversation was pointless, and we rode the rest of the way home in silence. When we got home that year being an apartment near Midtown, Dad went straight into the kitchen. After a moment, we heard the clink of glass and bottle. When Dad emerged, glass in hand, Mom gave him a critical look which he ignored. "I'm going to read," he said, heading for his bedroom. Mom shook her head and sighed, moving toward the kitchen. I followed. "Are you hungry?" she asked. "I thought I'd go out for a while," I said, "get some tostadas." I leaned against the counter as she went through the refrigerator. The kitchen was blue. Blue fridge, blue counter, blue walls. "This is the way it's been," she said. "He's been this way ever since he retired. I honestly don't know if I can stand it much longer." She shifted a few Tupperware containers in search of something. "Come on, Mom," I said, thinking she was being melodramatic again. "You're not talking divorce?" "I've thought about it," she said grimly, wiping her mayonnaise knife clean with 2 definite strokes against the edge of a slice of bread. I was quiet for a few moments, giving ritual gravity to Mom's statement, even though I didn't remotely believe it. Now she was setting up a tray with salt and pepper shakers and a placemat, good china, a Steuben crystal glass, even a miniature vase and 1 small rosebud. In our house, there was always a flower on every tray. Divorce. The thought annoyed me. The confidence annoyed me, but it had nothing to do with me. I hadn't even seen much of the folks for the past 7 years, since I was 16 and they got hysterical over some minor recreational drug abuse. I got into college early, came home once or twice for vacation, the last time 2 years ago, the year Dad retired, and I graduated from college. That was another disaster. So I was surprised and a little flattered and secretly pleased when Mom called me up and said that Dad wasn't doing very well. Could I come down? "This'll blow over," I said. "He's just having trouble adjusting to retired life." "Some trouble," she said. She looked the tray over, aligned a fork, picked it up, and started for the door. "Maybe if you didn't wait on him hand and foot," I said. "He should eat," she said, taking the tray to his bedroom. When she opened the door, I saw Dad lying sideways on the bed, propped up on his elbow, with a cigarette in one hand and a book in the other. He turned a page and looked up, his expression vague. As Mom carried the tray to the bed, he shifted to make room for it, and his cigarette ash fell on the bedspread, which was already burned in a half-dozen places. "Oh, Richard," Mom said, quickly brushing the ash away. Escape. I shot down the stairs of our small apartment building, pillbox balconies, smell of damp cement, and burst out onto the street. The street was narrow here, choked with trees that split the sidewalks, but down a few blocks was a broad divided boulevard with grass and trees and fountains in the middle and a statue on every corner. At one end stood a huge sculpture of the child heroes, a few dozen schoolboys who had fought the North American imperialist armies with primitive guns and no grown-up supervision. They were slaughtered, of course, but they showed initiative. At the other end was a huge grocery store, an example of the recent national fad for giant mercados. For a while, I just strolled around looking at girls. Finally, I ducked into my favorite tostada place. Wherever I was, I always found a favorite restaurant and always ordered the same thing, and ordered 2 beers and tostadas, which I wolfed down with sudden hunger. Then I picked up my head and inhaled the balmy, flowered air. Jacarandas, bougainvillea, gardenias. It seemed a terrible injustice that there was no one around to have sex with. The next morning at 9:30, Mom was already walking around the apartment picking at things. She fluffed the pillows on the sofa. She ran a finger across the lid of a cigarette box. "I told him we were leaving at 10, she said. "This is just like him." Then she turned to me and confided, "He was up all night." She called out his name. "I'll get him," I said. I went to Dad's door and knocked once, twice, pushed it open. The room was dark and stank of cigarettes. Dad lay on his back, his mouth open, his fringe of gray hair tufted from his skull. I touched his leg to see if it was warm. "Dad?" I said, shaking him by the shoulder. "Dad!" His eyes opened. It took a moment for him to focus. He gave me a weak and pitiful smile. "Oh," he said, clearing his throat. "Mom's getting antsy," I said, my voice cold. "She wants to get going." "I'm getting up," Dad said. He folded back the covers. His body seemed smaller than I remembered, his legs and arms brown and wiry, his belly pregnant and white. As he sat up, the fly of his boxer shorts gaped open. Dad sat on the bed, his feet on the floor, his hands holding the edge of the mattress. His big toes had extremely thick nails that curved sideways, making his feet look almost deformed. The toes were bright red. "What's wrong with your toes?" I said. Dad said nothing. "They look infected," I said. Dad grunted dismissively. He put his hands on his thighs and moved forward into a half-crouch. Then he pushed off the bed, balancing and straightening at the same time. He faced me, gave an absent nod, and then bowed his head and reached for his robe. An hour later, he was dressed in his uniform of double-knit pants and guayabera, an open-necked Mexican dress shirt, which seemed to me quite a come-down from the expensive suits he used to wear. His face was like a shirt from a suitcase, clean but creased. We rode the elevator down to the garage and got in the car and drove off, Dad maddeningly slow at everything from locking the front door to getting the car out of the garage. As we got to the garage door, Dad said for the 3rd time in as many days, "This is an electronic door. We have all the latest improvements here." Despite his hangover, he was trying to be hearty, a proper member of the Stoic generation, the Depression generation that never complained, that took pride in bluffing their way through the day no matter how bad they felt, except for those occasional explosions. This annoyed me, and I stayed glumly silent. How could he resolve his problems if he ignored his feelings? When I had a hangover, I babied myself. An hour later, Mom stood in the middle of the kitchen as the real estate agent threw open cabinets. The agent was talking about how wonderful it was that this house had so much storage space. Mom oohed and awed. "Is this a microwave?" she asked. "That's the first one I've ever seen." "Mom," I said, "we owned a microwave, remember? In Whittier." "I meant down here," she said. "You hardly ever see them down here." She turned to Dad, who was standing in the doorway, trying to muster an expression of mild bemusement. "Look at that, Richard, a microwave." Dad grunted. "No walk-in closets this time," the agent said. Mom and Dad forced out social chuckles. "There is a safe, however," she added. "That would be useful," Mom said. "We could give up the safe deposit box, save a few hundred pesos." Dad put on a mock expression of joyous gratitude. His eyebrows went way up, his smile spread absurdly wide. "Now that interests me," he said. "Now you have caught my interest. You're appealing to my deepest desires." The agent laughed. "Would you care to see it?" she said. We trooped off to the bedroom to inspect the safe. It was set into the wall, the paint around it darker where a painting must have hung. It was gray, like gunmetal, but stippled, with walls about an inch thick. The inside was just big enough to stack 5 or 6 hardback books. "It looks sturdy enough," Dad said. "It's fireproof, too," the agent said. We all stood there for a minute, staring into the gray steel box. "What was wrong with that house?" Mom asked bitterly an hour later as we drove home. "Am I not permitted simply to dislike something?" Dad said. "Did I work my entire life to be forced to buy a house I don't want to buy?" "It would be nice if you had a reason," Mom said. "I didn't like it," Dad said. "I just didn't like it. It was too bright or too dark or something." "Too bright or too dark, honestly?" "Well, damn it," Dad said. "I agree with Pop," I said. "That house sucked." "Daniel," Mom said, this time using the same exasperated tone on me. "It did. It was too close, like a zoo or something. The way all the bedrooms and even the kitchen opened onto the living room. I kept expecting to see bars on the doors and some little cave in the back where the animals go to hide." "That's exactly it," Dad said. "I couldn't have put it that well myself, son. That's exactly it, a zoo, a goddamn zoo. At the cost of over $100,000. Once again, Mom sighed, chastising me with her eyes in the rearview mirror. "And there was no pool," I said, just to be a monster. Dad fell right in with it. "At that price, it should have a pool," he agreed, nodding. Mom widened her eyes in outrage. Later that day, Mom held out a canapé tray to Frankie Day, her principal ally in the battle to buy a house. Frankie was about 50 with a crew cut and bright red cheeks. He was a retired real estate mogul and Mom's confidant. Even though Dad was sitting right there, Mom spoke in a whisper. "We can't even get through 2 houses a day. He gets so mad." Frankie spoke to Dad with his exaggerated, ironic drawl. "Really, Richard, you can't expect to see just the thing you want your first day out. You know Raul, who owns that little restaurant in Los Oblatos? He spent 2 solid months looking, and he found that marvelous place. You were there on Letitia's birthday, with the flowering trees." "It is lovely," Mom said. "What did he pay, though?" my father said. For reasons obscure to all of us, he showed Frankie a lot of respect. "I can't believe these prices." Frankie nodded. "Everything is going up," he agreed. "It's the market. It's absolutely wild, and I don't think it's going to get better." Mom gave him a look. "At least not soon," Frankie said quickly. He knew the rules. But it was too late. Dad went off on a fret about the local stock market. For the past year or 2, it had been his personal gold mine, and every time he'd mentioned it, he had preened like a proud father. But he also seemed to worry about it constantly. What if it were all a delusion, a mirage? What if he lost his guayabera? These doubts made him even more fiercely loyal. When I wondered out loud if the Mexican stock market was the best place to put his money, he gave a little chuckle that said he knew better. But when Frankie said he had his doubts, too, Dad started asking fearful questions. "What have you heard?" "Which stocks are weakening?" Finally, Frankie and Mom managed to steer the subject back to the house. "You know, Richard," Frankie said, "if you want to save money, the best places are outside Chapultepec altogether. Even Providencia is getting expensive." Mom had suggested this dozens of times, but Dad would have none of it. "You can get a mansion out at the lake for—" "I will not live at the lake," Dad blurted. Mom frowned at him. His sudden vehemence was inappropriate. "Richard," she said. Dad shook his head and waved his cigarette, refusing to be shushed. Everyone we know lives here, he said to Frankie. Margaret wouldn't want to live too far from here. Nobody said we had to buy at the lake, Mom said. We're just talking. I don't like the lake, Dad continued. It's too damn remote from everything. It's isolated. There's no hospital. I just don't like it. Okay, Mom said. Well, damn it, Dad said. Frankie and Mom sipped at their drinks while Dad pouted. I always liked the lake, I said. Frankie took over again. What you want to think about, Richard, is somewhere out on the outskirts like Chapalita or Oblatos. Quiet, close to town, cheap. Lots of people are moving out there now. Rancho Contento is a lovely place, for instance. Which one? The one near Oblatos, away from the Barranca, Frankie said. The one that changed its name? Mom said. There had been a lawsuit between the two Rancho Contentos, and one was now called Rancho Mirage, but everyone still enjoyed the confusion and refused to use the new name. Frankie nodded. Remember, Richard, where Dad and Bo live? The Breeses from Texas? Dad shrugged. And Serena, the actress? Frankie said. It's nice, isn't it? Mom said. Remember the cobbled streets? Dad nodded grudgingly. I don't think I could live in a place named Rancho Contento. It really is a charming place, Frankie said. I hear you can get a 3- or 4-bedroom house with a half-acre for about 60,000 American. That won't buy you maid's quarters in Chapultepec. 60,000? Dad asked. Dad was weakening, and Frankie ran with it. He mentioned the convenient shopping center and the advantage of access to the back road to the airport, and the popular Aguas Calientes hot springs nearby. The rancho even had its own little 9-hole golf course, splitting the older top half of the development from the newer half below, with the lowest green fees of any course in the area. There were lovely places to walk. It was well protected, surrounded completely by a wall, and always had a guard at the gate. Not to mention the convenient Club Deportivo de Tonalá, with its tennis courts, indoor pool, and popular bar. And the nearby town of Los Oblatos was so historic. You know, the Arabian Nights, that marvelous little restaurant, Frankie said, with the patio? We ate there, with the peacocks. All this was according to Mom's plan. We weren't surprised when, immediately after Frankie left, Dad solemnly observed that perhaps we should look a bit out in Rancho Contento, despite its awful, unfortunate name. Mom looked at me and rolled her eyes. Later, Dad confided in me. Your mother prefers it here, he said, but it's just too damned expensive. I can't afford to buy here. I have to think how she's going to manage when I pass on. The next morning, Mom made a few calls, and by lunch we were driving out to Rancho Contento. It was a rustic-looking private development with wide, rough-cobbled streets, completely surrounded by a mossy brick wall. In the lower half, most of the houses had open lawns in the American manner, but above the golf course the streets wandered into the foothills, and the houses all had walls. There were even a few crumbling haciendas dating back to just before the Mexican Revolution, huge, shady estates as quiet and timeless as monasteries. On the widest of 5 avenues, horses moved slowly along the dusty center divide. It looked exactly like an older Mexican neighborhood, but without any of the dark little corner stores that sell nothing but bread, sodas, cigarettes, gum, and tired-looking fruit. Dad had never been above the golf course before and was quite impressed. As we explored, the real estate agent told us the peculiar history of the rancho. It was originally settled near the turn of the century by an American who had made a fortune in the Alaska gold rush and came south to found the proverbial gleaming city on a hill. But the American got chased out by the Revolution and returned north a broken man. Not only was his wife killed in the fighting, but his sister took up with a young Mexican revolutionary and actually carried a rifle into battle by his side. The American left behind only a few scattered haciendas and the rough outline of imagined streets. Half an hour later, we were standing outside a huge house. We were in the highest part of the rancho, where the streets parted around giant, gnarled cottonwoods, and all the gates looked like entrances to Aztec tombs. The house before us was at least 50 years old, maybe 60, one of the first large places built on the hillside after the Revolution. The wall around it was massive, 10 feet high and at least 2 feet thick. The agent was saying we could get the house for a song because the owner wanted out quickly. "It's quite impressive," Dad said. Mom didn't say anything. The agent pushed open the door. Inside, the house was dark and dusty. Mom's nose wrinkled in immediate distaste. At the back of the foyer, a curving staircase rose up to a narrow balcony. On one side was a living room, on the other what seemed to be a library. "Well," Dad said. He was still standing just inside the door. "It's quite baronial." The agent said the house was selling for just $90,000. Dad appeared to be pleasantly surprised. This house was twice the size of the ones we had been looking at. Mom ran her finger along the table and brought it up for inspection. It was black. She looked at the ceilings dubiously. "It hasn't been cleaned for months," the agent said quickly. "Not since the owner went back north." "It is dusty," Mom said. "Look, Margaret," Dad said. "Built-in shelves." Dad led the way into the library, admiring the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. He then posed himself with his back to the fireplace and actually clasped his hands behind his back. The agent smiled. "Does it work?" Mom asked, nodding at the fireplace. "Of course it works," Dad said. "Yes, it works," the agent said. She led us back through the foyer and across the living room to a set of French doors. They opened onto the backyard. She opened the doors and displayed the yard with an upheld hand. "No pool," she said. Mom narrowed her eyes and sniffed. By the time the tour was over, Dad was clearly in love with the crumbling old house. He went on and on about its charm and scale and what a wonderful place it would be to entertain. Mom was pointedly silent. When we got to the foyer, Dad said he thought we should make an offer. Mom paused in the middle of a step, took Dad's arm, and smiled sweetly at the real estate agent. "Could we have a moment?" she asked. The agent said she would wait in the car. We could just close the door behind us when we were finished. The minute she got out of sight, Mom exploded. "I can't believe you, Richard," she said. "Here you are, ready to make an offer. Look at this place. It's huge." Dad looked confused. "I thought you wanted space," he said. "Space? Not a warehouse," Mom said. "This place is so old, I'll bet anything it has a million things that need repairing. Old rotted this and that, and rusted pipes and whatnot. You can't just make an offer. This place should be surveyed by a professional. We don't know what we'd be getting into. And why has it been on the market for months if it's such a good deal? Just imagine cleaning it." Dad appeared to be dumbfounded. "Well," he said, "I thought—" "You didn't think," she said, turning and walking out the door. After a moment, Dad looked at me and shrugged. I shrugged back. "Looked okay to me," I said. That night, Dad went on one of his horrible benders. Mom and I sat in the living room talking in hushed voices, and every now and then Dad would come walking through in his boxer shorts with a crystal water glass in his hand. He'd nod his head to acknowledge us. Once he said, "Still up?" "I don't want him going with us," Mom was saying. "He gets so upset, and then this, I'm afraid he'll have a heart attack." "He's going to feel awful in the morning," I said. "I hope he's alive in the morning," Mom said. "I always go in there wondering." After a moment, I suggested that I stay with Dad while Mom went house hunting alone. "I mean, if it upsets him that much." "You know your father," Mom said. "There's no way he'll let me go alone." "Why don't we commit him to a mental institution for a week?" I said. "We'll say it's a case of temporary insanity. Ours if we don't get him out of our hair." Mom laughed. Then she sighed. "I wish I could," she said. At that moment, I noticed something dark on the floor. "What's that?" I said. "Look." It was a bloody footprint. Looking down the room, I saw another and another and another, a whole series of bloody footprints leading to my father's room. "He probably dropped a glass and cut himself," Mom said, not getting up. "He's done it before." I went to the pantry where we kept the liquor, looked around, and came back out. "No sign of any glass," I said. Mom got out of her chair, and we headed toward Dad's room. We knocked, heard a grunt, and pushed open the door. Mom gasped. The whole bottom half of Dad's bed was soaked with blood. Dad was lying there reading, completely oblivious. 12 hours later, We stood at the foot of Dad's hospital bed. Mom was shaking her head. "You really are a strange and stubborn person," she said. Dad looked sheepish. His feet, it turned out, were horribly infected after being gouged deep and long by two fierce ingrown toenails that had actually embedded themselves nearly half an inch into the pulp of his big toes. Apparently, he'd been trying to dig out the ingrown toenails with a nail file when he drunkenly stabbed himself in the ankle deep enough to require 3 stitches. Then, it seems, he'd given up his efforts at home surgery, dabbed at the wound with his sheet, and gone to get another drink. We left Dad in his private room and walked down the hall with Dr. Joe. "It's really not that serious," he said. "What's surprising is that he let it get that bad. He must have been in pain for months. Anyway, I can have him out of here tomorrow." Mom's reaction was instantaneous. "Oh, no," she said. Dr. Joe looked at her curiously. His hair was going prematurely white. He wasn't much more than 30, and that, combined with his stodgy bedside manner and the medicinal smell he gave off, made him seem almost as old as his patients. "Can't you keep him for a while?" Mom said. Dr. Joe laughed. "There were people waiting for the bed, sick people," he said. "He had no right to mislead an adult patient about his true condition. Besides, Dad would kill him if he ever found out." "If he keeps drinking the way he has been," Mom said, "he won't live long enough to kill you." Dr. Joe puffed out his lips and clasped his hands, tapping his thumbs together. "You know how he is about spending money," Mom continued. "This house thing has got him rattled so. I've never seen him like this. If you could just keep him for a week, we could buy something and it would be over." Dr. Joe pondered. "He really shouldn't be drinking with his EKG," he said. "He smokes 2 packs a day," Mom said. "More like 3, I offered." Dr. Joe nodded and said that maybe keeping Dad for a week's detox wouldn't be such a bad idea. He was amazed that the old man survived the things he'd put his body through, he said. Maybe a week in the hospital would put the fear of God into him. Mom said she thought that was a great idea. When we got back to his room, Dad was offering his pathetic smile to a nurse who was shaking her head and saying, "No, no, no. Por favor," Dad said, holding up a finger and speaking in a voice full of mock anguish. "Solamente uno. Solamente uno." "Eres un hombre muy malo, Señor Sinclair," the nurse said, shaking her finger back at him. "Tú sabes aquí no se puede fumar." He was begging for a cigarette. With Dad in the hospital, house hunting became much more efficient. Instead of touring every house at length, Dad thought that saying no at first glance would insult the agent. Mom took a quick walk through and said it would never do. In this way, we got through 3 or 4 houses in a morning. During the afternoons, I would visit Dad and tell him about the day. Though he would never admit it, the old man seemed relieved to be out of the picture. Most of the time, when I came in, he was flirting with a nurse, playing the pitiful invalid to catch a cigarette or a smile. The nurses seemed to get a big kick out of him. The lecture Dr. Joe had apparently given him had worked, giving him an apologetic, sheepish quality that made him, I had to admit, pretty damn lovable. I learned not to dwell on the specifics of a house. Some detail was sure to set Dad off. I tried to stay vague and bright. When things got tense, I diverted the subject to my latest scheme for making money. I was thinking of importing fire agates to the States with the help of a Mexican kid I had met at the tennis club. Dad was always pleased when I showed signs of entrepreneurial enthusiasm, but he seemed happiest of all when I told him I didn't like any of the houses we'd seen that day, as if that were a sign of our toughness as buyers. He was very concerned that we were not tough buyers. Mostly we played chess. Once or twice I beat him and Dad praised my playing. "You're a natural player," he said. But he added immediately that I was too hasty, too impatient, and the unhappy speculations these criticisms raised about my future turned him dark for the day. Once he told me I was growing up to be a fine young man, which left me in shock. 4 days after Dad entered the hospital, the real estate agent told us that another house had become available in Rancho Contento. It was an emergency sale, solidly below the market price, and another buyer was already interested. We drove right out. It was the Pink House. Mom loved it at first sight. The gazebo and cactus garden out front, and the faded pink paint a perfect pastel against the white wrought iron bars on the windows. The sunroom that doubled as an entrance, the arched brick ceilings, also white. The red tile floors, the flagstone back porch with its awning heavy with vines, the narrow staircase to the roof choked with bougainvillea. The swimming pool with inlaid angelfish winking from the bottom, bubbles of white tile rising from their mouths. It was a lovely place, a true oasis, abstracted by high white walls from the dust and tumult of Mexico. "It's lovely," Mom said. The agent watched us with a knowing smile. Without showing any particular enthusiasm, she was canny in that way. Mom asked the agent about price and closing costs and so on. It was selling for around $80,000, which was at least $10,000 and probably $15,000 below the going price for that much house in that neighborhood. As we drove away, Mom asked me what I thought. "It's nice," I said. "Did you see the kitchen? Lots of space. The yard? Dad'll freak about that pool." Mom gave her head a little impatient shake and actually said, "Pooh." She nodded her head several times and gripped the steering wheel. "I'm going to make an offer," she said very firmly. A few days later, we were ready. Back at the hospital, I went in to talk to Dad first, the shock troops in Mom's battle plan. "Build it up," she had told me, and I did. "It's really beautiful, Dad," I said. "It's like the perfect house." "You say it's pink?" Dad asked, frowning. "Yeah. You can paint it if you don't like it." He seemed very skeptical. "Yeah," he repeated, mocking my diction in a blatant attempt to stall for time. "You're focusing on the negative," I said. "You can paint a goddamn house. The point is Mom's in love with it, and it's really a great house. It's everything you wanted. It's even cheap." "I wouldn't call $80,000 cheap." "Patience," I told myself. "You'd pay twice that in Chapultepec," I said. Dad shook his head, dubious about my statement and the general state of the world. "But the rancho," Dad said. "I really don't think your mother will like being so remote." "Dad, she loves it. She's the one who wants to move there, and you're the one who wants to save money. It's perfect. You're driving me crazy." Dad continued to shake his head. "I don't know." "Dad, you haven't even seen it." "Calm down," I told myself. "This is not productive." Dad lifted his hand to his mouth and laid his fingers against his lips. "It's hard for me to think," he said, indicating with a slight wave the absent cigarette. "Blackmailer?" I said. He smiled. Mom and Dr. Joe were waiting out in the hall. Mom gave me a questioning look. I shrugged. "He wants a cigarette." "The condemned man," Mom answered wryly, unsnapping her purse and pulling out her pack. Dr. Joe shook his head and said he couldn't approve of this at all, but he seemed amused. We all trooped into the room, me in front, holding the cigarette forward like a white flag. Dad snatched it as soon as I got within range. He examined it. "I shouldn't smoke this," he said. He wasn't talking about health. Mom had given me one of her American cigarettes, which cost twice as much as the local brands. Dad was offended by the lapse in his sterling record of self-denial, but he lit it anyway and leaned back in his pillows, inhaling deeply and gratefully. "A pink house," he said, shaking his head at the world's infinite peculiarity. Mom pulled a chair up to the bed and sat down, all business. She'd been hard at work since finding the house, and already the offer had been accepted and the purchase contract had been vetted by our lawyer. It was now in an envelope in the purse on her lap, waiting for Dad's signature. "A pink house," Dad repeated. "It sounds like something for a chorus girl." Mom made the pooh sound. "I'll tell you right now," he continued, taking another deep drag on his cigarette. "I will not live in a pink house. I will never live in a pink house." We returned the next day with Frankie. "Look at the fabulous invalid," Frankie said as he swept into the room. "I hear you're flirting shamelessly with all the nurses." "Oh, no, not me," Dad said too heartily. "I'm too damned old." He didn't look well. His toes, however, poking from the bottom of the sheet so that the infection would get air, had gone back to nearly a normal color. "You look like hell," Frankie said. Dad chuckled weakly, and Frankie leaned over the bed and pulled something out of his pocket. I saw the flash of glass. "Don't abuse it," Frankie said. It was a half-pint of vodka. Dad looked puzzled at first, and then smiled with touching gratitude. "So, have you heard about your gorgeous new house?" Dad pushed the bottle under the covers and reached for his bedside glass. "Can you empty this for me?" he said. As I headed for the bathroom, Dad turned to Frankie and answered, "I don't know about that." "I saw it this morning," Frankie said. "It is really, truly a beautiful place. You will absolutely love it. The yard, the garden, and I'm telling you, as an investment, you couldn't do better. You know, they're expanding the shopping center and building a whole new development between Oblatos and the turnoff. That whole part of town is coming up faster than downtown Dallas." "Margaret didn't tell me about a development," Dad said, taking the empty glass I held out. He clamped it between his legs, unscrewed the vodka top, and poured out a fist of booze. "Well," Frankie said, his tone forgiving, "she's just in love with that house." "What about the neighborhood?" Dad asked, taking a grateful first sip. I slipped out and went to the office where Mom sat gossiping with Dr. Joe. "How are they doing?" Mom asked. I shrugged. "He's listening." Mom shook her head, a gesture at once understanding and a little bitter. She knew exactly what I meant. Dad would give Frankie the respectful attention he could never give a member of his own family. It took a few more days. Dr. Joe helped, too, painting the house as an oasis where Dad could finally find the peace to reform. In the end, Dad was ready to sign the papers. Dr. Joe and Frankie were there to give last-minute support. Mom handed Dad a pen. "I need a cigarette," he said. "Richard," Dr. Joe scolded. "For God's sake," Dad said, "it's a huge amount of money." "Oh, give the poor man a cigarette," Frankie said. Mom opened her pack and handed Dad a cigarette. "Two," Dad said. She gave him two. The next day, I went to pick Dad up. Dr. Joe was finally releasing him. I wondered if Dad knew that the whole hospital stay was just a vicious conspiracy by his family and friends to force him into buying a house he really didn't want to buy. He seemed frail as he walked to the car, bent from the week in bed. He shuffled. Maybe his feet still hurt him. His head hung. I could see his gray hair clumped against his neck, which seemed as rough as elephant skin. It made me feel tender and sad. I opened the car door and held back a branch so that the old man could squeeze into the shotgun seat. It took a few long moments. "Let's go visit the house on the way," I suggested. "Have a look at what you bought." "Oh, no, son," Dad said. "I don't—" "Come on, Dad," I pleaded. I wanted to be there with him, see the pink house through his eyes. I wanted him to like it and be happy. Mom gave me the key. He said okay. We didn't talk much as we drove out to the rancho. Finally, I pulled the car up outside the wall and helped Dad to the gate. I unlocked it and pushed it open and stood back. "Ta-da!" I said. For a moment, he just stood there, looking through the gate at the faded pink house. His face showed no reaction, but his eyes were hooded and a bit sad. There was a little foreboding in them, a little anxiety. In the flame tree that rose above the gazebo to the left, a bird trilled a long series of notes. The tree was in flower, and Dad, looking up in the direction of the bird, let his eyes linger on the bright orange blooms. Then he looked back at the house where he would live until he died. He sighed once and began walking toward it, moving past me without a word, composed and ready to inspect his fate. A Modern Love Story by Diane Levenberg. Copyright 1991 by Diane Levenberg. A Modern Love Story first appeared in the December 1991 issue of Midstream magazine, published by the Theodore Herzl Foundation. It is the summer of '75, and I am fed up with loving a married man, brilliant young novelist though he is. Adele decides to offer me her version of The Talking Cure, the story I had longed to hear of her famous sister's renunciation of love. Adele lived not far from me in Greenwich Village, was married to a struggling writer who divided his time between poems and editing a fledgling literary magazine, and had set up house in what was to be a charming railroad flat on Barrow Street. I thought that narrow, winding street, that apartment with its huge windows facing the tree-shaded street below, was just the place for a passionate, bearded poet with his papers and books strewn all over the middle room's bare pine floor. She hoped someday to do something more than serve as editorial secretary at the Jewish Daily Forward, and sometimes seemed weary of her bohemian marriage. Never one to complain, she had engaging stories to tell of eager Yiddish poets and displaced critics rushing up to her office with a courtly air, handing her their weekly wares. Married to a man who loved to recite his latest masterpiece, Adele, friend of all of us trying to publish our poems and our stories, editor and translator, was then helpmeet to the word. To her, listening was an active act, and she paid passionate attention to our stories of rejected manuscripts, delayed and uncashable checks, and unrequited love. I was flattered when one cool Sunday afternoon, after serving both of us Turkish coffee, mixed with just a hint of hazelnut, in her sunny living room, she settled herself in the oak rocking chair brought from her parents' home in Baltimore. In that graceful, meticulous way she smoothed the green and blue throw across her lap and began her sister's tale of passionate, adoring love which had erupted the summer before. You know my sister only from occasionally reading her articles. And once or twice I think you've heard her speak, yes? So it would be hard for you for anyone to know how intensely self-conscious she is, how painfully shy. Who knows what brought that on? She used to be so lively, so vivacious, until she was about 10 and I was 12. Yes, I remember because I was pirouetting before the mirror in my bat mitzvah dress. She watched me wistfully and assured me she would never look as pretty in that dress. My narcissistic dance was halted. I turned away, embarrassed, because the sister I adored was now stepping aside and I wasn't ready to accept the responsibility of protecting her. Yes, I knew even then she would need protection because, though I never understood it, I knew her pride had been broken. And I don't think it returned until years later when— But wait, here I am getting ahead of myself. Let me tell the story in its correct order. She came to New York to study at the Jewish Theological Seminary. At that time, there was no chance that they would ever ordain women rabbis, but they had read her essays, they were indebted to her for the work she had done editing the papers of their founder's wife, and as they interviewed her, I believe they saw something special. She has a passion for scholarship, my sister, and an uncanny energy. She sleeps only about 5 hours a night and can work long hours. Without hesitation, they accepted her as a special student. She returned to Baltimore to pack her meager belongings, a few dresses, some records. She used to say she couldn't live without the optimism of Mozart, and her books. Not knowing yet where she would live, she put most of them in storage, but I remember how she described what would become the basis of her New York library. The newly translated Bible, a set of Proust, Thomas Mann's The Magic Mountain, a volume of Heine, a biography of Herzl, and The Woman's Room, a novel she didn't like, but to which she felt uncommonly drawn. How had she decided to come to New York? Yes, now I remember. Mama had come to Papa's study to find her asleep at his desk. My sister had tried once again to edit his papers, but like many young women of her generation, though she had studied Bible, Hebrew literature, and the code of Jewish law, she had never formally studied the Talmud. What did taku mean? Or hakidami? My father had written almost an entire book on his understanding of ketubot, a tractate of the Talmud dealing with, among other things, the marriage contract. She had neither the skills nor the required knowledge to translate and organize his chapters. Moreover, whenever she began to open his yellowing notebooks, a wellspring of grief would invariably open in her. Tired and distracted, she missed Papa. She longed for a man in her life. She was sorry to be alone and unmarried. Mama brushed back a few stray wisps of hair, her unfashionably long hair, which each morning in 100 strokes my sister, in her one homage to vanity, brushed to a silky shine. Appreciating this comforting gesture, my sister opened her eyes. "Have some tea," offered Mama. "I need more than that," complained my sister. "I have an idea. Why don't you apply to the Jewish Theological Seminary as a special student? They haven't as yet ordained any women rabbis, but how could they refuse to let you audit some Talmud classes? Then you will feel more competent working on Papa's book." I think Mama cared more about a possible husband for my sister than she did about Papa's manuscript, and for once she was sensitive enough to approach my sister through her brain. It worked. They spent the summer closing down the old house in Baltimore, and by the end of September she was living on 102nd Street, 2 subway stops or a quick bus ride to the seminary. Mama moved in with us here in the village and quickly became the president of her Hadassah chapter, which entailed frequent visits uptown to the national office. My sister had her studies, more books to edit. My husband Toby was then working as an editor at Schocken and found my sister work. Things were thus peaceful and purposeful for a while. In the seminary reading room, transformed now into a synagogue with its geometric-patterned ceiling and leaded glass windows filtering the light, my sister found true sanctuary. For a moment, she imagined pulling down one of the cookie-cutter shapes from the ceiling. She would bake her cookies to resemble star-shaped coins. In the center of each, she outlined the head of a man to whom she had dared not yet speak. She giggled softly to herself. It had been a long time since she had felt so light and free. It was Rosh Hashanah, and caught as she was by how the light played on the books lining the room, she felt a surge of hope. Yes, finally, after the sweaty heat of her burdensome moves, she was feeling sexually alive. What should she ask for in this new year, in a new city with challenging tasks to fill her days? She looked out the open window to catch sight of the foliage in the courtyard. The branches, decked out in their finest golds and ambers, seemed also, as they beckoned and retreated, to be praying. For what did she want to pray? When she turned back to her siddur, Mama's comforting hand on her arm reminded her. She had seen him once in the library preparing for his class. As she approached the reading table, he stared straight at her, but then, bringing his glasses from the top of his head, he continued to write. It was all the moment she needed to see that he had the most extraordinary blue eyes. Every time she tried to enter his Talmud class, she saw those eyes again and retreated. In the cafeteria, she heard his students talking. He was brilliant and sarcastic. He was intimidating and humbling. Frequently, his cynical retorts embarrassed them, yet they loved him. It was rumored that he had been hired because the seminary's former chancellor, Rabbi Louis Finkelstein, believed that under his guidance the young Russian immigrant would grow to become the world's greatest scholar. "Today," said the young rabbinical student, "he raised his infamous eyebrow and hooked his thumbs into his vest pockets." The student assumed an exaggerated posture and, imitating a Russian accent, continued, "If you could run the bathwater for Rabbi Akiva's most illiterate student, you might be more constructive than you are now, yes?" "Who knows? There may be some truth to that," said his friend. "You think so? That's why I left the ashram and came here. I never could quite accept it that washing dishes was as holy as studying sacred texts. But that's what's so appealing about him. He seems to know some secret of the universe that we are still too stupid to grasp. So I forgive his sarcasm and return to his class, almost like a chastised lover." His friend blushed. "Yes, I know what you mean. We are all afraid of him, and yet when I sit in his class I seem suddenly to become aware of my own soul." My sister cleared her dishes onto a tray. So, she thought, even the boys are fatally attracted. She would need daily contact with him to become adjusted to his imperious manner. She would want to see him human and flawed, and to know that despite his brilliance in regard to Talmudic matters, in the ways of the world he was still an innocent. She prayed that second day of Rosh Hashanah that the next time he cast his blue eyes upon her, he might really see her. The rest of the month she suffered from a raging flu which kept her in bed and away from the synagogue on Shabbat. Rabbis Iskolsky and Mintz called at the apartment to ask how she was and to inquire whether the American poetry class she had been informally offering would be held that evening. I was there with Mama visiting, reading aloud to her from a new Borges collection, and I was surprised that she consented to teach them. They enjoyed the poetry, a subject new and foreign to them, and were beginning to incorporate lines from Wallace Stevens and D.H. Lawrence into the sermons they were delivering at the seminary synagogue and elsewhere. I stayed on to participate in the discussion. She stiffened beside me when, without warning, he too appeared. She had Mama offer them some tea, and then fled with me into the bedroom. Her hands were shaking as she tried to brush her hair. "I'm a mess," she wailed. "I didn't dress, just this old robe." This from my sister, who never once had I heard mention a word about her wardrobe. Perhaps I understood sooner than she did, but I kept my own counsel. My sister had had suitors. Yes, she even had been engaged twice. And though we never shared such intimacies, I'm sure there were others with whom she had had romances. But I had never heard her speak of them. I had met only 2 men in her life, each time at my home for dinner, when it seemed clear to her that she might marry. I cooked my kosher version of chicken Kiev for each of them, but knew that nothing would come of it. They were, how shall I say it, inappropriate. One, hopelessly pedantic, repeatedly pressing his pencil point down to emphasize his point. The other too naive, preparing to set up a newspaper commune in Soho. No, these were not men for my sister. She stumbled through the class, her voice shaking, her hands sweating. Fortunately, these are, in addition to the signs of love, also the symptoms of the flu from which my sister was suffering. They offered their condolences and, as though to repay the energy she was expending, offered her their insights to which the poems had opened them. He was silent throughout. Then he offered her his gift, from which she never quite recovered. In his mellifluous voice, with his unforgettable Russian accent, he leaned back, closed his eyes, and recited from memory one of her favorite poems, Peter Quince at the clavier. We were all silent, and for a second I believe her breathing stopped. She wiped her brow, and then to protect her I insisted they leave and let her retire. "So now you know," she said. "You saw for yourself." "Yes," I replied, to save her the indignity of further revelation. He had shown no sign of feeling for her, and my sister was not one cut out for unrequited love. Later that week, when he met her outside the seminary cafeteria, he asked whether she would be good enough to edit a paper he was preparing for a scholarly journal. She had no time to think. "By the way," he said, his eyebrow arched to its full height, "I haven't seen you in my Talmud class yet. Aren't you enrolled?" "Yes," she mumbled. "Good. Then here's the manuscript. My deadline is 2 weeks from now. I will call you." And he handed her his paper. Just like that, with stains on it from the blintzes and sour cream he had been eating for lunch. She read his paper and wondered why he had to look for his material among the writings of the Church Fathers, but he hadn't asked her to criticize, merely to edit. And she pleased him with the result. "You've worked diligently on this," he said approvingly. "Look, how about some entertainment now? Brodsky is here from Russia. He's reading tonight at New York University. Would you join me?" She nodded. "I'll pick you up at 7, all right?" Is it her imagination? Or as the subway lurched past 72nd Street, did his arm really brush hers? Did he lean closer than he had to? She wished that first they might have eaten together, or ridden down in a cab. Anything to be able to talk to him just as one person to another. He kept his eyes closed throughout the entire reading. Afterward, he left her standing to one side while he went up to shake Brodsky's hand. They seemed to be old friends. "Would you like to come to a party?" he asked her. "Susan Sontag has invited some of Brodsky's friends to her place, just some crackers and cheese, some wine, and perhaps some good talk. Though I never expect much from these post-reading affairs. But who knows? Maybe Brodsky can be asked to read another poem. Will you come?" This time, they shared a cab with 4 others. He said little, sitting in the front, too preoccupied to turn around and say more than a few words. Once, though, he recited from memory a poem he wished Brodsky might have read. At the party, held in a large apartment on West End Avenue, Susan Sontag, drink in hand, was holding court discussing Walter Benjamin's suicide. "Hello," she said, moving away from the circle of listeners. "I'm so glad you could come. I read your last piece on Jewish role models. Very interesting. I quite agreed with you. They have to be rediscovered, if not reinvented." My sister was stunned. Her article had appeared in a literary magazine with a circle of perhaps 500. "It's true," she said, when she returned home that night. "Susan Sontag reads everything." Was it also true that he wanted to see my sister as often as possible? His articles increased in frequency and number. He would appear at her door at least once a week to pick something up, to deliver another section of a chapter. Then she would make tea, they would discuss a recent novel, a favorite poem, the morning's headlines, or, if it were a Friday, he might offer her his interpretation of that week's Torah reading. Finally, one afternoon, his hand closed over hers as she offered him his tea. In delirious thanks, she invited him for Shabbat dinner. He accepted. She actually, crazed woman that my sister had become, counted the minutes until he would arrive. He didn't disappoint her. He brought flowers, a poem to recite. In his soft, lilting voice, he recited the Kiddush, and she pictured him standing there week after week in the years to come, her soulmate. They sat on the couch after dinner, and suddenly, when she rose to find him a book he wanted to see, he took her hand, stood up, and kissed her softly on the mouth. As though something were settled between them, he sat down again, pulling her down next to him. He continued to hold her hand, leaned back, closed his eyes, and said nothing more for the next hour. My sister was afraid to break the spell. Besides, as far as she knew, she had died and gone to heaven. He rose to leave. "Tomorrow," he said, "I will call for you at 9. We will go together to the synagogue. Yes." "Yes," said my sister, and yes again many times in the months that followed. He was an old-fashioned suitor. He took her to concerts, plays, good restaurants. He had left the wasteland of Russia for the cornucopia of America, and he wanted her to share it. But his heart? Did he also want to share that? She was never quite sure. It was an intellectual courtship. His passion was reserved for his scholarship. They held hands. He kissed her hello, goodbye, but no more. And she, despite her own burgeoning sexuality, was content. They had an understanding. He didn't fail her. 5 months later, on an evening walk along Riverside Drive, he said, "We're compatible, yes. We are, how do my students say it, on the same wavelength. It would be nice to live together, to be married, yes?" Yes, of course, yes. She had never learned yet how to say no to him. I, of course, wasn't so sure. What did marriage mean to him? Separate bedrooms? He had never more than kissed her. Unlike my sister, I don't find transcendence in social intercourse. She, however, thought she had discovered a new world where happiness meant a pair of blue eyes looking tenderly down upon her face, or at a manuscript she had just edited. Her own writing and my father's papers remained in a drawer. I invited them to dinner to celebrate their engagement. He came into the kitchen, watching me cook, a pleased smile across his face. "That's what I like to see," he said. "A woman preparing dinner. It is so comforting, yes?" "Yes. It's nice when men cook, too. My husband Toby finds it relaxing after a day deliberating over someone's scrawled notes, to chop peppers, slice mushrooms. He's become quite an accomplished chef. Yes? I cannot understand that. I prefer my study. Or my woman to cook. This new American feminism, I am not sure I understand it. It is a puzzle, yes. We take the risks in the world. A home, children, the exercise of loving kindness, these are the domain of women, yes? No, I said. They are equally the domain of men, and women have as much right to choose love at home or assume the challenge of the risks in the outside world. As much as it is yours, it is their right to choose. To choose? Who asked me to become a scholar? I somehow think that for women their most important choice concerns the appropriate man to marry. They have to think of the children they will bear. Shaw was right. It is in this way, in this exercise of choice, that women really rule the world. And what if there is no man to marry? My sister asked quietly. She had been standing at the kitchen door. Come, sit down, bellowed Toby. Dinner's ready. So I never heard his answer. Whether or not they discussed it, I never knew. A month later, Toby had a heart attack, and 2 months later, he had to leave Shotgun. He needed a rest and a less pressured job. They asked my sister to become the senior editor. The rest, as they say, is history. You mean that her scholar left and married someone else? Yes, but only after she told him that she wanted something more out of life than cooking his meals 3 a day because he came home for lunch and editing his lectures. Suddenly her pride returned. She told him no. She would write her own essays and be paid for her editing. He stormed out angrily, took a leave from the seminary, went to Israel, and a few months later married Anne. A friend of mine was once invited to their home for dinner. His new wife lovingly wiped the crumbs from his beard and polished each Fleischig tablespoon until her smiling face was mirrored there. I know my sister has a brilliant career. Ironically, when he returned and brought his book to Shotgun, it was she who had to edit it. But if you ask me, he edited her life. She will never marry anyone else. She lives not far from here, talking to the flowers in her garden, reading poetry for comfort before she goes to sleep, alone. 2 years after our talk, Adele and her husband were suddenly killed in a car crash. Adele never knew that in 1978, her sister became the founder of the Jewish Women's Organization. She never saw her sister off to Israel to become Israel's first woman minister of Arab affairs. We read in the American press how she is constantly working to achieve a lasting peace between Israelis and Arabs, those with whom Israel is at war and those who wish to become its citizens. As my phone rings at the appointed hour, my lover, though faithless, is prompt. I think of her living alone in Jerusalem, in her small stone house, talking to the flowers in her garden. It is midnight there now, and I see her writing in her journal, composing her poems. I think of what it took for her to push aside her love and find her purpose. Thanks to her, there may be peace one day in Israel. But as Adele predicted, won't her stalwart heart always be at war? After all these years, I let the receiver rest in its cradle. Newark Job by John Van Kirk. Reprinted by permission from the Hudson Review, Volume 44, Number 4, Winter 1992, copyright 1991 by John Van Kirk. Where are we going, Dad? Ernest Hemingway, Indian Camp. Young Henry Bowman woke instantly at the touch of his father's hand on his shoulder. It was not yet light. Still want to go, son? Yeah, Dad, yeah, he answered quietly, careful not to wake his brothers, who slept a few feet away. What time is it? About 6:30, his father said. Plenty of time. The boy climbed down silently from his upper bunk and put on the clothes he had set out the night before. In the bathroom, he washed his face while the man shaved, the wash rag and safety razor alternately passing through the stream of steaming water. And he combed his hair in the lower part of the mirror while the man was wiping away the last traces of shaving cream in the upper. Black whiskers swirled down the drain. The boy carried his hiking boots downstairs to the kitchen where the kettle was already whistling, made instant coffee and toast for his father, and fixed himself some tea and a bowl of cereal. He was lacing up his boots when his father came in. "You know you don't have to go if you don't want to, son," the man said. "We're going to be gone all day." "No, Dad, I want to go." After they ate, they went down into the cellar where the tools and fittings were arranged in black buckets. The man quickly selected what he figured he would need, and the boy started carrying the buckets out to the car. The sun was a low, pale glow in a cold gray sky. Nobody else was out. Some trucks went by on the street at the top of the hill, but that was all. The man carried out the big bottle of gas, cradling it in his arms like a papoose as he laid it gently on its side in the back of the old Ford station wagon. "2 more buckets and we're on our way," he said. When the loading was finished, the boy had to get into the car on the driver's side, because both doors on the other side had been wired up with coat-hanger wire and a broom handle after the locks broke. The man turned on the radio as he started the car. He backed carefully down the steep driveway and headed up the hill. They got to Sarge's plumbing supply at about 10 after 8. A black boy about Hank's age was washing the windows of the storefront with a long-handled squeegee. Sarge was sitting on a high stool behind the counter with a stained coffee cup in front of him. He was smoking a fat, soggy cigar, and when he put it into his mouth, his lips, normally thin as a British major's, would unfold around it, thick and shiny as the lips of a cartoon Ubangi. Behind him was a color picture of a yellow-haired woman kneeling in the center of an arrangement of chrome-plated plumbing fixtures, faucets and taps, shower heads, traps and drains. Her breasts were clearly visible through her sheer yellow nightgown. The white paper calendar that was stapled to the picture said October 1965. The hot water heater wasn't there yet. "If that slumlord you're working for would shell out for a quality product, I'd have had one waiting for you," Sarge said to Henry's father. "Hell, I got 2 Westinghouses out back now and a General Electric on the floor, but this other company, you can't hardly depend on 'em, you know. I don't like to deal with 'em." "I know. I don't like it any more than you do, but work is where you find it, and when you don't have a license." "Yeah, I guess so, but you know, I never figured you for this kind of work anyway. You should have been a doctor or something." Sarge looked over at Hank. "You know, your old man was the best medic I ever seen. He saved a Jap's life when we were over there after the war. He ever tell you that?" Hank looked at his father. His father was silent for a moment, looking at nothing. Then he looked back at Sarge. "When you expected to get here?" he asked flatly. "They were supposed to have it here first thing this morning," Sarge said, rolling the cigar around in his mouth. "But it's a shine outfit. Ain't no telling when they'll show up." They waited. The man had a coffee, and he bought the boy a bottle of Coke from the red machine. The heater arrived about 20 minutes later. The driver and his helper put the long box into the back of the old station wagon. They wedged a hand truck borrowed from Sarge in on top of it. Henry slipped into the car through the right-hand window, which he had left open. The man made a wide U-turn in front of the store and snapped off a farewell salute to Sarge, who was now out on the sidewalk inspecting the windows. A tall, loose-jointed black man wearing a bright pink shirt, brown leather jacket, and wide-brimmed purple hat was crossing the street. "Hey, Dark Cloud," the man called out to him, gunning the motor and accelerating away. They stopped to eat in a diner converted from an old railroad car. "I know it's early for lunch," the man said, "but I don't like to knock off once we start, and where we're going there's no place fit to eat nearby." The waitress called the man Honey and smiled at him like she knew him. They ordered Taylor ham and egg sandwiches on hard rolls. "Did you really save a man's life?" the boy asked while they ate. "I guess so," his father answered, "but that was a long time ago." The boy waited for the man to say more, but the man just ate in silence. Finally he spoke. "When we get there, I want you to watch where you sit down," he said. "Your mom will kill us both if you bring home any bugs. If you want anything more, you'd better get it now. We probably won't eat again till dinner." The boy had a piece of apple pie and a coffee light with sugar. He felt like a real working man and swaggered confidently on the way out. "What are they like?" the boy asked as they drove. "Who?" "These people where we're going." "They're good people," the man said. Mrs. Williams is kind of like a real-life Aunt Jemima, big colored woman with a pack of kids, and she'd do anything for 'em, her kids, I mean, or whosoever's kids they are. I think they're her grandchildren, mostly. She has a couple of daughters who are there sometimes. The little ones are probably theirs. Billy's her boy, though. He's a good boy, good-looking, too, real light, almost olive, about as good-looking a colored boy as I've ever seen, and his sisters are black as coal. Hank tried to fit the color olive to a person, but he couldn't. They entered a bleak neighborhood of vacant lots and boarded-up storefronts. Newspapers blew in the cold wind. From the backs of some of the buildings, brightly colored laundry flapped between steeply tilting gray wooden porches. In one of the lots, some men stood huddled around a burning oil drum, their faces as black as the huge burnt sheets of paper ash that floated up from the barrel on shimmering waves of heat. It was almost 11 by the time they pulled up in front of the sad-looking brick building where the job was. A few curled flakes of white lead clung to the dry gray wood of the doorway and window frames. The mortar between the bricks was crumbling away, and some of the corner bricks had already fallen out and lay broken in the gray dirt of the yard. "This Mr. Hallinan's building?" the boy asked. "Just about all the buildings on this block are Hallinan's," the man answered. "But they're also... they look like they're ready to fall down." "Well, son, Hallinan is what you'd call a little tight, and I guess he doesn't want to put any more money into these places than he has to." "But how can you work for a guy like that?" "See those shoes you're wearing? You think they grow on trees?" The man had keys, and he opened the main door and undid a heavy padlock that hung from a rusty hasp on a door off the entryway. This door led to the basement, and when it was opened, a smell of dry mold and wet ashes flooded the landing, and the boy heard a rustling sound like squirrels scrabbling up a tree. "Go get some of those bricks outside and prop open the doors, son, while I get us some light and clear the path for the heater." The boy did as he was told. Then, while the man rigged up a caged utility light with a long extension cord, the boy carried the buckets of tools down into the cellar. He didn't mind the cellar so much, his father there with him, but going out to the car alone, though it was only a short walk across the narrow yard, frightened him a little. He saw no one, yet he felt exposed out there, like a soldier behind enemy lines. His working man's swagger fled him, and he felt small and vulnerable. The man went out for the big torch, and then the two of them, working together, loaded the hot water heater onto Sarge's hand truck. "Attaboy," the man said, as they eased the rig down the worn and irregular stairs. "Careful there. Easy does it. Okay, that's got her. You're getting stronger, Henry. I don't think I could have done that part without you." The boy swelled a little at this. "No sweat, Dad," he said. They uncrated the big white heater, jockeyed it into position on a small concrete platform sunk into the dirt floor, and set to work. This was the part that the boy liked most. He set out the valves, the T's, and the elbows on a piece of newspaper. He cleaned up the connecting parts with steel wool until they shined, and he brushed the flux onto them when the man was ready. He had learned this while working with his father in his own house and on other jobs back in the suburbs. He had had to work hard to become good at it and to convince the man to take him on a Saturday job, a Newark job. Now the man even let him measure and cut some of the pieces of copper tubing. He measured them with the folding ruler, marked them with the stroke of a small triangular file, and then cut them with the tubing cutter, tightening it gradually as he rotated it around the tube until the circular blade broke through the pipe and the cut piece broke cleanly off. He then reamed out the newly cut part with the flat steel reamer on the back of the cutting tool until the inside edge was smooth and all the sharp copper slivers were scraped away. While he was doing this, the man lit a cigar and got the torch ready. When everything was neatly laid out, the man lit the torch from the end of the cigar and began to solder the pieces in place. Hank laughed when his father asked him over the hissing roar of the torch for a female T. "The one there with the tits," he had said. Looking around while the man methodically sweated the solder into each joint, the boy could see where his father's work began and left off. Most of the pipes in the ceiling aside from being old and crusted with rust and flaking paint, went every which way, but amidst all that confusion there were a few that ran straight and level with square corners. Some had little white tags hanging from them to tell what they led to. That was what the cellar ceiling in Hank's own house looked like, but it was only now that Hank realized that not all plumbers worked this way. It made him feel proud of his father. Then the torch went off with a loud pop and sudden silence. Now the man turned the faucet to let the heater fill with water while he hooked up the electricity. The boy looked at the wires that hung from the ceiling, their tips covered with red plastic screw caps ready to be connected. "Did you run those wires, Dad?" "About 2 weeks ago. We do it all, son," he smiled. By the time the tank was filled, Hank's father had screwed the wires in, turned on the power at the fuse box on the other end of the basement, and switched on the heater. He then shut the water off that went to the Williamses' apartment. "Time to go upstairs," he said. Upstairs was like nowhere the boy had been before. The smell hit him first. Not the same musty, pissy smell of the basement, but a new, hot and smoky, thick smell, the smell of burning lard and unaired, crowded rooms. It poured out hot and stifling into the shabby landing when the door opened, and the boy swallowed hard and almost gagged on going in. But he got accustomed to it quickly, or forgot it, as the scene before him caught him up. His eyes roamed the place greedily, fascinated, taking it in from the floor to the ceiling, from the nearly vanished pattern of leaves and branches on the cracked and peeling linoleum spread like a carpet in the middle of the floor, to the visibly rotten boards that buckled beneath the feet of the rust-stained radiator, hissing and steaming under the lone half-boarded window. From the stains, like maps on the cracked gray walls, to the splintery slats of lath in the crumbling plaster ceiling. Dark laundry hung from a makeshift clothesline in one corner of the room, near the entry to what must have been the kitchen, and 2 small children slept on a narrow bed in another. In the center of the room was a hide-a-bed extended, and a sleeping woman lay sprawled across it in a tattered slip. Her skin was as black as loam, and Hank wanted to look more because she was really almost naked, and he had never seen a woman naked before except in pictures. But he felt embarrassed to be staring, and he had to look away. That was when he saw the trophies. One of the walls was covered with them. There must have been 50 or more, from small medallions and engraved plaques to 2-foot-high plinths and pedestals with Olympic-looking golden athletes on them. "Those are my boy Billy's," the soft voice drawled. He looked to see who was talking to him. It was Mrs. Williams. It had to be. His father was right. She did look like Aunt Jemima, big and black and round and smiling. But in another way, she didn't look like Aunt Jemima at all. That is, she didn't look like a cartoon or a picture on a syrup bottle. She looked real, and there wasn't anything funny about her. And when he looked into her eyes, so dark they seemed black too, he smiled, liking her right away. "We're sure glad to see you, Mr. Bowman," she was saying to the man. "You know how long since we got hot water? 3 weeks now. That Mr. Hallinan, he don't care about us over here. I'm sorry, Mrs. Williams, but I work during the week at my regular job. And every night this week I had to work on another job where they got no heat." "Oh, I know you come soon as you could. I don't mean to complain. You're a nice man, Mr. Bowman. Tell the truth, I don't know how that Mr. Hallinan get you to work for him, but I'm glad he do." She turned to Hank, and then back to the man. "And this your boy?" she said. "Yes, ma'am. That's my son Henry." "Well, he is a fine boy," she said. "So handsome." Hank felt himself begin to redden. Then she turned to him. "And your father," she said, "he's a fine man. You take after him, and you be a fine man too, a gentleman." "Got the water turned off for a while," the man said. "Anybody needs to use the bathroom is going to have to go over to a neighbor's." "Oh, that reminds me. Miss Walker next door asked me to ask you if you come today. Could you go by her place, run that thing you got down her toilet? It's been stopped up 3-4 days now." "Yeah, sure, okay." "Son, go on down to the car and get the snake and my black rubber gloves. We'll do that first." Mrs. Walker's apartment was so different from Mrs. Williams that it was difficult at first to believe it was in the same building. It didn't seem newer, and there was nothing new in it, but everything was clean and shiny. It smelled of lemons. There were carpets, threadbare and faded, but there, on the floor. And there were a lot of framed photographs on the walls. All the people in the pictures were black, and most of them were dressed in formal clothes. Mrs. Walker looked formal, too. She was thin with gray hair, and she stood straight and stiff like a schoolteacher. "Thank you so much for coming over, Mr. Bowman," she said, with what sounded almost like an English accent. The snaking job was slow work. While his father cranked the steel spring down the toilet, Hank stared out into the living room. Behind all of the neatly hung pictures were the same cracked and peeling walls as next door. Under the carpet were the same buckling floorboards, but the furnishings were arranged as if it were a fine house. There were doilies on the chairbacks and arms. When the steel snake was pulled back up, the foul stench that came with it was so strong it burned Hank's eyes, and he realized that his father's cigar was good for more than lighting torches. Mrs. Walker offered them sodas when they were through. "Thank you, ma'am," the man said. "We'd be glad for the drinks, but if you don't mind, we'd like to take them with us to the job next door." "Of course," she said, opening the bottles. "And thank you again, Mr. Bowman." Again, the nauseating smell and stifling heat struck Hank as he and his father went back into the other apartment. But after the snaking job, it didn't seem nearly so bad as before. They quickly set to work. First, they had to connect a new line under the kitchen sink, and as the man opened the cabinet, a swarm of brown bugs scurried away. The boy jumped when he saw them. "Just cockroaches, son," the man said. "They won't hurt you, but watch where you set your jacket. We don't want to take any home." Hank folded his jacket carefully and set it on the newspaper with the joints and pieces of pipe. He then sat cross-legged on top of it, ready to hand his father the tools and fittings as he needed them. A short while later, one of the little boys who had been asleep on the bed wandered up behind Hank to see what was going on. The boy had blue eyes and was sucking his thumb. He rocked a little as he watched the man work, and he put his free hand on Hank's shoulder to steady himself. Hank turned to him and asked his name, but the little boy ran away without answering and jumped up onto the fold-out bed, waking the woman in the slip. She looked sleepily over toward Hank and his father and hurriedly covered herself with a blanket. Next, a new shower had to be installed. This was Hal and Ann's solution to the problem of old rusted-out bathtub faucets. Cut the lines and run a new piece of pipe up to a cheap shower head. It took longer than expected to hook up because of problems anchoring it, and Hank could see that his father was unhappy with the ugly metal straps he had to use to fix the pipe to the crumbling wall. The man showed the boy how the fittings were designed to go inside the wall. When it was all connected, the man went down into the basement again to turn the water back on. When he came up again, they tested the new work, and Hank listened to the water rattle up the empty pipes. The connections were good, and the hot water was hot. Then they noticed that a pool of water was forming under the old tub, which stood on 4 short iron legs, and it turned out that a piece of the drain pipe had rusted away. Luckily, the man had a replacement part in one of his buckets, but that took time, too. When they were at last ready to repack the station wagon, it was already growing dark. "Will the men be coming home soon?" Hank asked his father. "Huh?" "The men. They'll be coming home from work pretty soon, won't they?" "I don't know, son. I've never seen any men here." "But the kids. I don't get it. These people have their own ways, son. Seems like the men don't stick around long. They just, I don't know, run off after a while. And the kids? Don't worry about them, son. You worry about you." Hank noticed that many of the street lights were not working, including the one nearest the car. As he and his father were carrying the last buckets of tools and fittings, an old pink Buick with a Continental kit came screeching around the corner and skidded to a stop in front of the building. 2 black boys, a few years older than Hank, jumped out of the car, and Hank saw his father tense. The young men opened up the back door of the Buick and helped another one to climb out. They were practically carrying him. Then the car drove off as noisily as it had arrived. "It's Billy," Hank's father said suddenly when the boys got to the bright area at the entrance to the building. They were just dragging the limp body along now, and Hank saw a puddle of what looked like motor oil form beneath its feet as they struggled with the door. "Stay close to me, son," the man said. "That's Mrs. Williams' boy." The man ran over to the door, and the boy followed. "Henry, you go up and clear the way and tell Mrs. Williams we're coming. One of you boys watch over my tools out there." "Sure, mister," one said. "You going to be all right?" "I don't know, son. I hope so." The man moved quickly, and by the time Hank had cleared the way to the small bed in the corner of the main room, he was already coming through the door with the bleeding boy in his arms, the other boy now behind him. "Get the kids out of here," the man said. "Henry, get those clean diapers we saw in the bathroom. Mrs. Williams, you get a scissors and some clean towels. If you have any tape, get it. No, don't wet them. There isn't time. He's weak from loss of blood, but I can't see where it's all coming from. Get me some light over here. The blood don't show up like on us. Hank, you mop him with the diapers. Tell me when you find a cut." The man was working on the face, which had a deep gash that cut through one eye and laid the cheek open to the teeth below it. The lens of the cut eye looked like frosted glass, and the split white was red. The boy couldn't believe that this was happening. He was watching his father tape the face closed with Scotch tape, which was all Mrs. Williams could find. The man was having difficulty making the tape stick to the black boy's clammy skin. Then Hank found a pool of blood that he couldn't seem to get mopped up. It was down by the crotch, and he didn't want to touch it, and he couldn't find anything but blood. "Dad," he said, "there's something wrong down here." "Let me see," the father said with surprising calm. "Ah, okay, give me the scissors." Hank could hear the mother crying while he watched his father cut away the trousers. The other boy was telling her that they had been just sitting around against the car by the school when these guys they didn't know showed up and started something. "And why you ain't cut George Johnson and my boy all sliced to ribbons?" "We told Billy to let it go, but they kept calling him Indian and high yellow, and he couldn't take it, and he went for 'em. I think he cut one of them, too." "Oh, my Lord," said Mrs. Williams. It was a big hole, Hank could see now, as his father wiped up around it. How did the knife get up there practically to his balls? And his leg was like a piece of carved wood, not olive-colored at all, but chestnut, with muscles like a statue, but like an axe had bitten deep into the upper thigh. The life was pouring out of the boy fast. The man took a diaper and cut it with the scissors, then tore it into a long, thin strip. This he twisted and then drew up into the boy's groin. He brought the other end around under the leg and then pulled it tight. He must have caught the pressure point just right because the flow of blood slowed even before he got the thing tied off. "Mama, get the shower warmed up and bring me some towels or blankets into the bathroom," the man said as he cut or tore away the remaining clothing. He then picked up the naked youth and carried him to the shower. "I got to wash him up to see where else he's cut. Thank God they got hot water now." The black boy groaned and shivered as the man slid him into the tub and directed the shower over him. "You're going to be all right, son. Don't talk. We're going to get you all fixed up." The water splattered pink against the wall and swirled in a red whirlpool at the drain as the man, getting soaked himself, mopped the boy roughly with a towel. The dark, limp body glistened wetly, the drain swirl fading from rose to runny watercolor red. "Mama, get them blankets now. Looks like I got all the big cuts closed, but we got to get him to a hospital right away." The man lifted the black boy, wrapped in blankets onto his shoulder fireman style, and carried him downstairs and out into the front seat of the car. He then had to clear some of the buckets out to put the seat up for Mrs. Williams and Hank. "You watch this stuff for me," he said to the other two boys on the sidewalk. Mrs. Williams was struggling helplessly with the back door on the right-hand side. "That door doesn't work, ma'am," Hank told her, and he led her gently around to the other side of the car. The man drove quickly and efficiently to the hospital. He did not squeal his tires, but he did go through 2 red lights after stopping first to check for traffic. The hurt boy was silent now. He was not even moaning, and Hank was afraid that he might be dead. The fat old black lady, when she wasn't giving directions, was mumbling something over and over to herself. Hank decided that she was praying. Her face was shiny with tears. At the hospital, things did not go as quickly as the man seemed to think they should. The emergency room was not full, but there were a lot of people in it. The only white people there were Hank and his father and two harried-looking attendants who were busy having everyone fill out the complicated admittance forms. "Can't you see there's no time for this?" the man said. "This boy is dying." "Yeah, everybody comes in here is dying," said one of the attendants. "Is he your boy, sir?" the other one asked. "Of course he's not my boy. You can see that, but then he's not your problem, is he now, Mrs. What's-your-name? You have to fill this—" "Hey," the man shouted, "do you hear me? Just how stupid are you? Do you think I patched this boy up and brought him here and kept him alive this long just so you idiots could let him die? Where's the doctor? I want to see the doctor." "I'm sorry, sir, but the doctor—" "Just what the hell is going on out here?" boomed a deep, rounded voice. Everybody in the place was suddenly quiet. At the doors that led into the inner part of the hospital stood a distinguished-looking black man with a gray mustache and a white lab coat. "Are you the doctor?" the man asked. The black man just looked at him. "This boy is dying. He's been in a knife fight, and I had to put a tourniquet on his leg, and I think he's going to lose an eye, but you got to look at the leg. It's an artery that's cut." The man pulled back the blankets. The black boy did not look so chestnutty now as he had in the dim light of the apartment, or maybe it was the blood that he had lost, because he looked gray now. Hank did not know what dead looked like, but he thought that the boy looked dead. The doctor picked up the boy's arm by the wrist and looked at his watch. Then he dropped the wrist and bent low over the boy's ruined face, laying 2 fingers aside his neck. "The tourniquet?" the deep voice asked gently. The man uncovered the boy's crotch. The doctor looked closely at the torn strip of towel and at the wound just below it. "How long since you put this on?" 20 minutes, half-hour, the man said. "Get a gurney out here." The doctor's voice filled the room. "I want this boy in surgery immediately. Get him typed and get some blood into him." Then he turned to the man and said softly, "They work very hard. Sometimes they do not see what is in front of them." A black nurse appeared from within with the cart and, with the help of the attendants, lifted the wounded boy onto it and wheeled him away through 2 swinging doors. "You have probably saved this boy's life, friend," the doctor said to the man. "Now I must try to save his leg. As for the eye—" He shook his head sadly. "First the leg." The doctor turned and walked away through the swinging doors. Then they waited. They made a strange trio, Hank thought, sitting there in the waiting room, the white man and the boy, both spattered with blood, and the big black woman rocking silently. Mrs. Williams suggested that Hank and his father go on home, but the man said that he would not leave her there. He made a telephone call to Hank's mother to say that they'd be late. Almost 2 hours passed before the doctor came back out. He addressed himself to the woman. "Your boy's going to live, Mrs. Williams," he said. He looked tired and somehow older than before. "Praise the Lord," Mrs. Williams said. "Can I see him?" "Soon. He's going to be out for a few hours. You can look in on him before you go. Right now, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions." "What, doctor?" "Are you in touch with the boy's father?" Mrs. Williams' head dropped. "No, sir, I'm not." "Is there a man around who can talk to him? Someone he looks up to?" "No, sir. There ain't no man around, and we don't need one. My Billy is a good boy." "I'm sure he is, ma'am. He was an athlete, I could see that. Built like a quarter horse. It's probably what saved him. But it didn't keep this from happening, did it? I get lots of boys in here cut up, but not athletes like your boy. He shouldn't be here, but he is. And he's been badly hurt. He's lost an eye, and it's going to be a long time before he walks without a cane. But that's done. I'm worried about what happens now. He's not going to be running any races for a long while, if ever. What's he going to do? Who's going to stop him from going for revenge?" "But, doctor, you said he was going to be all right." "I said he was going to live. He's not going to be like he was. His leg is in bad shape. There could be nerve damage, other complications. He'll need therapy. It's going to take time. And he's lost an eye." "Can I see him now?" "Yes. But just for a minute. The nurse will take you in. Goodbye, Mrs. Williams. I probably won't see you again."
"But who's going to see to my boy?"
"The regular doctors here are very good. They are more up-to-date than I am. I just help out in the emergency on weekends since I retired from my practice. He'll be well taken care of, but you remember what I said about when he gets out. Maybe you can get a teacher to talk to him, or a coach. This can't be allowed to happen again. These kids butchering each other like cowboys and Indians. As they went deeper into the hospital, the antiseptic smell grew stronger. Billy was in a pale green room with an old black man. Both of them were asleep. One whole side of Billy's face was covered with bright white bandages. The other side was ash gray. The rest of him was covered by the sheets. He looked smaller than before. Some tubes went from a bottle at the top of a pole into a needle stuck in his left forearm. Mrs. Williams knelt beside the bed, touched her son's arm, and seemed to pray softly to herself. After a few minutes, the nurse ushered them out again. "Come and see him in the morning," she said. "You'll be able to talk to him then." Hank and his father drove Mrs. Williams home. As they pulled up to the building, they could see that the buckets of tools that had been left on the sidewalk were gone. The man said nothing, but going in, they saw that all the tools had been brought into the entryway, and Billy's two friends were leaning against them. Their flashy clothes were rumpled and bloody, and they looked as if they had been sleeping. "Is he all right?" they asked almost in unison. "He's alive," the man said tiredly. The black boys didn't say anything more, but after the man took Mrs. Williams up the stairs to her apartment, they helped carry the tools out to the car. The man thanked them and held out $2 bills. "Thanks for watching my tools," he said. "They're my—" "Thanks." They wouldn't take the money. "You helped our friend, mister. You don't owe us nothing," one said. "Yeah," said the other. "We owes you." As his father pulled the car away from the curb, Hank looked back at the building, and for a moment in the dark he caught a glimpse of it as something other than what it now was. A glimpse, perhaps, of what it had been years before, when the dirt yard had been a lawn, and the mortar between the bricks was hard and white, and the trim was shiny with fresh paint. He saw men with hats in antique cars coming to call on women in dresses. But then the image fled, and he saw the same gray, crumbling wreck of a tenement. The man tuned the radio to the soft music station. They passed the lot where Hank had seen the burning oil drum in the morning, and it was still there, but now the blaze lit up the night like a bonfire, sending sparks up into the black sky and casting long, dancing shadows of the dark men huddled around it. Not long after that, they turned onto a brightly lit avenue, and Hank found himself breathing an almost audible sigh of relief to be out of the darkness. He soon fell asleep. When he awoke, the car was pulling up the steep driveway. It took him a moment to shake his head clear, and after he slid across the seat and out, he leaned lightly on the side of the car and worked his way around to the back to unload the buckets. "That's all right, son," the man said. "We'll leave him till morning. You go inside and get cleaned up for bed. I'll tell your mother what happened." Upstairs, Hank stretched out in the tub. A few hours ago, he had seen another boy stretched out in a tub. The image burned in his mind. He looked down at himself and thought of the fine, athletic frame of the other boy, the legs like carved wood. Would he ever grow into a body like that? And then he thought of the blood, of the cut face, the horrible eye, and the gash. They had almost cut his... God, and he thought of that which he had seen too. He had never seen a black one before, and he felt small and pink and more like a boy than the young man which he so wanted to be. Then he thought of the wounds again, and the foggy eye, and he scrubbed himself hard to wash off the dried blood and the plumber's dirt and all of it. He opened the drain and stood to dry himself, and as he toweled his body off, he watched the blood and grease and dirt swirl down the drain, and he thought of that other drain with the red blood swirling down it, and he wrapped the towel tight around him. After the bath, he went downstairs to eat. His mother had made him some sandwiches and hot chocolate. He had forgotten that he hadn't eaten since lunch. His mother asked him nothing about the day. Daddy saved a boy's life tonight, he offered. I know, she said. He looked at her, and she at him. It's late, she said. Eat up. You have to be up early tomorrow for church. Your brothers are all asleep. He realized, after a moment, that he was grateful to her for not asking him more about it, for now that he thought about it, he saw that he didn't want to talk about it after all. He ate the cookies she gave him after the sandwiches, and then went up to bed. His father came to see him in his bedroom. It had been a long time since he had come up to say goodnight. He went to the other bunk bed first, then to the bed below Hank's, gently adjusting the blankets over each of Hank's brothers. Finally, he straightened up and stood with his hand on the headboard of Hank's top bunk. I'm sorry you had to see that, son, he said. But I helped you, didn't I? Yes, son, you sure did. I couldn't have asked for a better helper. Now get some sleep. Okay, Dad, good night. Good night, son. Hank watched his father back slowly out of the room. He looked tired. The part of the floor brightened by the hall light shrunk, and then winked out softly as the bedroom door was eased shut. Hank stretched out straight in his bed, worked the back of his head into the pillow, and waited for his eyes to get used to the dark. The Islands, by Alice Adams. Copyright 1991 by the O.R. Press, reprinted from the Ontario Review by permission of the author and the O.R. Press, Incorporated. What does it mean to love an animal, a pet, in my case a cat, in the fierce, entire, and unambivalent way that some of us do? I really want to know this. Did the cat represent some person, a parent or a child, some part of one's self? I don't think so. And none of the words or phrases that one uses for human connections sounds quite right. Crazy about, really liked, very fond of. None of those describes how I felt and still feel about my cat. Many years ago, soon after we got the cat, her name was Pink, I went to Rome with my husband Andrew, whom I really liked. I was crazy about Andrew, and very fond of him, too. And I have a most vivid memory of lying awake in Rome in the pretty bed in its deep alcove in the nice small hotel near the Borghese Gardens. Lying there, so fortunate to be in Rome with Andrew, and missing Pink, a small striped cat with no tail, missing Pink unbearably. Even blaming Andrew for having brought me there, although he loved her too almost as much as I did. And now Pink has died, and I cannot accept or believe in her death any more than I could believe in Rome. Andrew also died 3 years ago, but this story is not his story. A couple of days after Pink died, this has all been recent, I went to Hawaii with a new friend, Slater. It had not been planned that way. I had known for months that Pink was slowly failing. She was 19. But I did not expect her to die. She just suddenly did. And then I went off to the islands, as my old friend Zoe Pinkerton used to call them in her nasal, moneyed voice. I went to Hawaii as planned, which interfered with my proper mourning for Pink. I feel as though those islands interposed themselves between her death and me. When I needed to be alone to absorb her death, I was over there with Slater. Slater is a developer, malls and condominium complexes all over the world. Andrew would not have approved of Slater, and sometimes I don't think that I do either. Slater is tall and lean, red-haired, a little younger than I am, and very attractive, I suppose, although on first meeting Slater I was not at all drawn to him, which I have come to think is one of the reasons he found me so attractive, calling me the next day, insisting on dinner that night. He was probably used to women who found him terrific right off. But I thought Slater talked too much about money, or just talked too much, period. Later on, when I began to like him a little better, I was flattered by all that attention, is the truth. I thought that Slater's very differences from Andrew should be a good sign. You're supposed to look for opposites, not reproductions, I read somewhere. Andrew and I had acquired Pink from Zoe, a very rich alcoholic at that time, a new neighbor of ours in Berkeley. Having met Andrew down in his bookstore, she invited us to what turned out to be a very long Sunday lunch party in her splendidly decked and viewed new Berkeley Hills house. Getting to know some of the least offensive neighbors is how she probably thought of it. Her style was harsh, abrasive. Anything for a laugh was surely one of her mottos, but she was pretty funny fairly often. We saw her around when she first moved to Berkeley from Ireland, a brief experiment that had not worked out too well. And then she met Andrew in his store and found that we were neighbors, and she invited us to her party, and Andrew fell in love with a beautiful cat. The most beautiful cat I ever saw, he told Zoe, and she was soft and silver with great blue eyes, the mother of Pink. Well, you're in luck, Zoe told us. That's Molly Bloom, and she just had 5 kittens. They're all in a box downstairs in my bedroom, and you get to choose any one you want. It's your door prize for being such a handsome couple. Andrew went off to look at the kittens, and then came back up to me. There's one that's really great, he said, a tailless wonder, must be part Manx. As in several Berkeley Hills houses, Zoe's great sprawl of a bedroom was downstairs, with its own narrow deck, its view of the bay and the bridge and of San Francisco. The room was the most appalling mess I had ever seen. Clothes, papers, books, dirty glasses, spilled powder, more clothes dumped everywhere. I was surprised that my tidy, somewhat censorious husband even entered, and that he was able to find the big wicker basket filled with what looked to be discarded silk underthings, presumably clean, in which 5 very tiny kittens mewed and tried to rise and stalk about on thin, uncertain legs. The one that Andrew had picked was gray, striped, a tabby with a stub of a tail, very large eyes, and tall ears. I agreed that she was darling. How great it would be to have a cat again. Our last cat, Lily, who was sweet and pretty but undistinguished, had died some years ago. And so Andrew and I went back upstairs and told Zoe, who was almost very drunk, that we wanted the one with no tail. "Oh, Stubbs," she rasped. "You don't have to take that one. What are you guys, some kind of Berkeley bleeding hearts? You can have a whole cat." And she laughed, delighted as always with her own wit. "No," we told her. "We wanted that particular cat. We liked her best." Aside from seeing the cats, our first sight of Pink, the best part of Zoe's lunch was her daughter, Lucy, a shy, pretty, and very gentle young woman, as opposed to the other guests, a rowdy, oil-rich group, old friends of Zoe's from Texas. "What a curious litter," I remarked to Andrew, walking home up Marin to our considerably smaller house. "All different. 5 different patterns of cat. 5 fathers." Andrew had read a book about this, I could tell. Andrew read everything. It's called multiple insemination and occurs fairly often in cats. It's theoretically possible in humans, but they haven't come across any instances. He laughed, really pleased with this lore. "It's sure something to think about. Just don't." Andrew, an extremely smart, passionate, selfish, and generous man, a medium-successful bookstore owner. A former academic, he left teaching in order to have more time to read, he said. Also, I thought, he much preferred being alone in his store to the company of students or, worse, of other professors. A loner, Andrew. Small and almost handsome, competitive, a gifted tennis player, mediocre pianist. Gray hair and gray-green eyes. As I have said, I was crazy about Andrew, usually. I found him funny and interestingly observant, sexy and smart. His death was more grievous to me than I can or will say. "You guys don't have to take Stubbs. You can have a whole cat all your own." Zoe Pinkerton on the phone a few days later. Like many alcoholics, she tended to repeat herself, although in Zoe's case, some vast Texan store of self-confidence may have fueled her repetitions. And we, in our turn, repeated, we wanted the little one with no tail. Zoe told us that she would bring Stubbs over in a week or so. Then the kittens would be old enough to leave Molly Bloom. Andrew. Molly Bloom, indeed. I. No wonder she got multiply inseminated. Andrew. Exactly. We both, though somewhat warily, liked Zoe, or we were both somewhat charmed by her. For one thing, she made it clear that she thought we were great. For another, she was smart. She had read even more than Andrew had. A very small woman, she walked with a swagger. Her laugh was loud and liberal. I sometimes felt that Pink was a little like Zoe, a tiny cat with a high, proud walk, a cat with a lot to say. In a couple of weeks, then, Zoe called, and she came over with this tiny, tailless kitten under her arm. A Saturday afternoon, Andrew was at home, puttering in the garden like the good Berkeley husband that he did not intend to be. Zoe arrived in her purple suede pants and a vivid orange sweater. This picture is a little poignant. Fairly soon after that, the booze began to get the better of her legs, and she stopped taking walks at all. She held out a tiny kitten, all huge gray eyes and pointed ears. A kitten who took one look at us and began to purr. She purred for several days, it seemed, as she walked all over our house and made it her own. "This is absolutely the best place I've ever been," she seemed to say, "and you are the greatest people. You are my people." From the beginning, then, our connection with Pink seemed like a privilege. Automatically, we accorded her rights that poor Lily would never have aspired to. She decided to sleep with us. In the middle of the night, there came a light, soft plop on our bed, which was low and wide, and then a small sound. A little announcement of her presence. "Littlest announcer," said Andrew, and we called her that, among her other names. Neither of us ever mentioned locking her out. Several times in the night she would leave us and then return, each time with the same small sound, the littlest announcement. In those days, the early days of Pink, I was doing a lot of freelance editing for local small presses, which is to say that I spent many waking hours at my desk. Pink assessed my habits early on and decided to make them her own, or perhaps she decided that she too was an editor. In any case, she would come up to my lap, where she would sit, often looking up with something to say. She was, in fact, the only cat I have ever known with whom a sort of conversation was possible. We made sounds back and forth at each other very politely, and though mine were mostly nonsense syllables, Pink seemed pleased. Pink was her main name, about which Zoe Pinkerton was very happy. "Lordy, no one's ever named a cat for me before." But Andrew and I used many other names for her. I had an idea that Pink liked a new name occasionally. Maybe we all would. In any case, we called her a lot of other, mostly P-starting names: Peppercorn, Pipsy Doodler, Poipu Beach. This last was a favorite place of Zoe's when she went out to the islands. Pink seemed to like all those names. She regarded us both with her great gray eyes, especially me. She was always mostly my cat. I find that this is very hard, describing a long relationship with a cat. For one thing, there is not much change of feeling on either side. The cat gets a little bigger, and you get older. Things happen to both of you, but mostly there is just continuation. Worried about raccoons and Berkeley free-roaming dogs, we decided early on that Pink was to be a house cat for good. She was not expendable. But Andrew and I liked to take weekend trips, and after she came to live with us, we often took Pink along. She liked car travel right away. Settled on the seat between us, she would join right in whenever we broke what had been a silence, not interrupting, just adding her own small voice, a sort of soft, clear mew. This must have been in the early 70s. We talked a lot about Nixon and Watergate. "Mew if you think he's guilty," Andrew would say to Pink, who always responded satisfactorily. Sometimes, especially on summer trips, we would take Pink out for a semi-walk. Our following Pink is what it usually amounted to, as she bounded into some meadow grass with miniature leaps. Once, before I could stop her, she suddenly raced ahead to a chipmunk. I was horrified, but then she raced back to me with the chipmunk in her mouth, and after a tiny shake, she let him go, and the chipmunk ran off unscathed. Pink had what hunters call a soft mouth. Of course she did. We went to Rome, and I missed her very much. And we went off to the Piazza Argentina and gave a lot of lira to the very old woman there who was feeding all those mangy, half-blind cats, in honor of Pink. I hope that I am not describing some idealized, perfect, adorable cat, because Pink was never that. She was entirely herself, sometimes cross, and always independent. On the few occasions when I swatted her, very gently, she would hit me right back, a return swat on the hand, though always with sheathed claws. I like to think that her long life with us, and then just with me, was a very happy one. Her version, though, would undoubtedly state that she was perfectly happy until Black and Brown moved in. Another Berkeley lunch. A weekday, and all the women present work and have very little time, and so this getting together seems a rare treat. Our hostess, a diminutive and brilliant art historian, announces that her cat, Parsley, is extremely pregnant. Honestly, any minute, she laughs. And this is clearly true. The poor burdened cat, a brown Burmese, comes into the room heavy and uncomfortable and restless, searching. A little later, in the midst of serving our many-salad lunch, the hostess says that the cat is actually having her kittens now in the kitchen closet. We all troop out into the kitchen to watch. The first tiny sack-enclosed kitten to barrel out is a black one, instantly vigorous, eager to stand up and get on with her life. Then 3 more come at intervals. It is hard to make out their colors. More multiple insemination, I told Andrew that night. It must be rife in Berkeley, like everyone says. It was fascinating watching them being born. I guess, if you like obstetrics. A month or so later, the art historian friend called with a very sad story. She had just been diagnosed as being very clearly allergic to cats. I thought I wasn't feeling too well, but I never thought it could be the cats. I know you already have that marvelous Pink, but do you think, until I find someone to take them, just the 2 that are left? Surprisingly, Andrew, when consulted, said, well, why not? Be entertainment for old Pink. She must be getting pretty bored with just us. We did not consult Pink, who hated those cats on sight. But Andrew was right away crazy about them, especially the black one. Maybe he had wanted a cat of his own? We called them, of course, Black and Brown. They were 2 Burmese females, or semi-Burmese, soon established in our house, and seeming to believe that they lived there. Black was, she is, the more interesting and aggressive of the 2, and from the first she truly took to Pink, exhibiting the sort of clear affection that admits of no rebuff. We had had Pink spayed as soon as she was old enough, after one quite miserable heat, and now Black and Brown seemed to come into heat consecutively, and to look to Pink for relief. She raged and scratched at them as they, alternatively, squirmed and rubbed toward her, especially Brown, who gave all the signs of a major passion for Pink. Furious, Pink seemed to be saying, even if I were the tomcat that you long for, I would never look at you. Black and Brown were spayed, and relations among the cats settled down to a much less luridly sexual pattern. Black and Brown both liked Pink and wished to be close to her, which she would almost never permit. She refused to eat with them, haughtily waiting at mealtimes until they were through. It is easy for me to imagine Black and Brown as people, as women. Black would be a sculptor, I think, very strong, moving freely and widely through the world, unmarried, no children, whereas Brown would be a very sweet and pretty, rather silly woman, adored by her husband and sons. But I do not imagine Pink as a person at all. I only see her as herself, a cat. Zoe was going to move to Hawaii, she suddenly said. Somewhere on Kauai-Natch, and probably Poipu if those grubby developers have kept their hands off anything there. Her hatchet laugh. But I like the idea of living on the islands away from it all, and so does Gordon. You guys will have to come and visit us there. Bring Pink, but not those other 2 strays. Gordon was a new beau, just turned up from somewhere in Zoe's complex Dallas childhood. With misgivings, but I think mostly goodwill, we went over to meet him to hear about all these new plans. Gordon was dark and pale and puffy, great black blotches under his narrow, dishonest eyes, a practiced laugh. Meeting him, I right off thought, they're not going to Hawaii. They're not going anywhere together. Gordon did not drink at all that day, although I later heard that he was a famous drunk. But occasionally he chided Zoe, who, as usual, was belting down vodka on ice. Now, baby, he kept saying. Strident, striding Zoe, baby. Let's go easy on the sauce. Remember what we promised. We? At which Zoe laughed, long and loud, as though her drinking were a good joke that we all shared. A week or so after that, Zoe called and said she was just out of the hospital. I'm not in the greatest shape in the world, she said, and after that there was no more mention of Gordon nor of a move to Hawaii. And not very long after that, Zoe moved down to Santa Barbara. She had friends there, she said. Pink by now was in some cat equivalent to middle age, still quite small, still playful at times. She was almost always talkative. She disliked Black and Brown, but sometimes I would find her nestled against one of them, usually Black, in sleep. I had a clear sense that I was not supposed to know about this occasional rapport or whatever. Pink still came up to my lap as I worked, and she slept on our bed at night, which we had always forbidden Black and Brown to do. We bought a new, somewhat larger house further up in the hills. It had stairs, and the cats ran happily up and down, and they seemed to thrive like elderly people who benefit from a new program of exercise. Andrew got sick, a terrible, swift-moving cancer that killed him within a year, and for a long time I did very little but grieve. I sometimes saw friends, and I tried to work. There was a lot to do about Andrew's bookstore, which I sold, but mostly I stayed at home with my cats, all of whom were now allowed to sleep with me on that suddenly too-wide bed. Pink at that time chose to get under the covers with me. In a peremptory way, she would tap at my cheek or my forehead, demanding to be taken in. This would happen several times in the course of the night, which was not a great help to my already fragile pattern of sleep, but it never occurred to me to deny her, and I was always too embarrassed to mention this to my doctor when I complained of lack of sleep. And then, after several years, I met Slater at a well-meaning friend's house. Although, as I have said, I did not much like him at first, I was struck by his nice dark red hair and by his extreme directness. Andrew had a tendency to be vague. It was sometimes hard to get at just what he meant. Not so with Slater, who was very clear, immediately clear about the fact that he liked me a lot and wanted us to spend time together. And so we became somewhat involved, Slater and I, despite certain temperamental obstacles, including the fact that he does not much like cats. And eventually we began to plan a trip to Hawaii, where Slater had business to see to. Pink, as an old cat, slept more and more, and her high-assed strut showed sometimes a slight arthritic creak. Her voice got appreciably louder. No longer a littlest announcer, her statements were loud and clear. I have to admit, it was not the most attractive sound. It seems possible that she was getting a little deaf. When I took her to the vet, a sympathetic, tall, and handsome young Japanese woman, she always said, "She sure doesn't look her age," at which both Pink and I preened. The vet, Dr. Eno, greatly admired the stripes below Pink's neck on her breast, which looked like intricate necklaces. I admired them, too, and so had Andrew. Needless to say, the cats were perfectly trained to the sandbox and very dainty in their habits. But at a certain point, I began to notice small accidents around the house from time to time, especially when I had been away for a day or two. It seemed a punishment, cat turds in some dark corner. But it was hard to fix responsibility, and I decided to blame all three and to take various measures, like the installation of an upstairs sandbox, which helped. I did think that Pink was getting a little old for all those stairs. Since she was an old cat, I sometimes, though rarely, thought of the fact that Pink would die. Of course she would eventually, although at times, bad times, the weeks and months around Andrew's illness and death, I melodramatically announced more or less to myself that Pink's death would be the one thing I could not bear. Pink has promised to outlive me, I told several friends, and almost believed. At times, I even felt that we were the same person-cat, that we somehow inhabited each other. In a way, I still do feel that. If I did not, her loss would be truly unbearable. I worried about her when I went away on trips. I would always come into my house with some little apprehension that she might not be there. She was usually the last of the three cats to appear in the kitchen, where I stood confused among baggage, mail, and phone messages. I would greet Black and Brown, and then begin to call her, "Pink, Pink," until very diffident and proud, she would stroll unhurriedly toward me, and I would sweep her up into my arms with foolish cries of relief and of love. "Ah, my darling old Pink." As I have said, Slater did not particularly like cats. He had nothing against them, really, just a general indifference. He eventually developed a fondness for Brown, believing that she liked him too, but actually Brown is a whore among cats. She will purr and rub up against anyone who might feed her. whereas Pink was always discriminating in every way and fussy. Slater complained that one of the cats deposited small turds on the bath mat in the room where he sometimes showered, and I am afraid that this was indeed old Pink, both angry and becoming incontinent. One night at dinner at my house, when Slater and I alone were admiring my view of the bay and of romantic San Francisco, all those lights, we were also talking about our trip to Hawaii, making plans. He had been there before and was enthusiastic. Then the phone rang, and it was Lucy, daughter of Zoe, who told me that her mother had died the day before in Santa Barbara. Her doctor said it was amazing she'd lived so long, all those years of booze. I guess. But, Lucy, it's so sad. I'm so sorry. I know. A pause. I'd love to see you sometime. How's old Pink? Oh, Pink's fine, I lied. Coming back to the table, I explained as best I could about Zoe Pinkerton, how we got Pink. I played it all down, knowing his feelings about cats. But I thought he would like the multiple insemination part, and he did, as had Andrew. It is startling when two such dissimilar men, Andrew the somewhat dreamy book person, and Slater the practical man, get so turned on by the same dumb joke. So strange that we're going to Poipu, I told Slater. Zoe always talked about Poipu. As I said this, I knew it was not the sort of coincidence that Slater would find remarkable. I'm afraid it's changed a lot, he said, quite missing the point. The early developers have probably knocked hell out of it, the greedy competition. So much for mysterious ways. 2 days before we were to go to Hawaii, in the morning, Pink seemed disoriented, unsure, when she was in her sandbox, her feeding place. Also, she clearly had some bad intestinal disorder. She was very sick, but still, in a way, it seemed cruel to take her to the vet, whom I somehow knew could do nothing for her. However, at last I saw no alternative. She, Dr. Eno, the admirable vet, found a large, hard mass in Pink's stomach, almost certainly cancer, inoperable. I just can't reverse what's wrong with her, the doctor told me, with great sadness. And succinctness. I saw what she meant. I was so terribly torn, though. Should I bring Pink home for a few more days, whatever was left to her, although she was so miserable, so embarrassed at her own condition? I chose not to do that, although I still wonder, I still am torn. And I still cannot think of the last moments of Pink, whose death I chose. I wept on and off for a couple of days. I called some close friends who would have wanted to know about Pink, I thought. They were all most supportively kind. Most of my best friends love cats. And then it was time to leave for Hawaii. Sometimes, during those days of packing and then flying to Hawaii, I thought it odd that Pink was not more constantly on my mind, even odd that I did not weep more than I did. Now, though, looking back on that trip and its various aftermaths, I see that, in fact, I was thinking about Pink all that time, that she was totally in charge, as she always had been. We stayed in a pretty condominium complex, 2-story white buildings with porches and decks, and everywhere sweeping green lawns and flowers. A low wall of rocks, a small, coarsely sanded beach, and the vast and billowing sea. Ours was a second-floor unit, with a nice wide balcony for sunset drinks or daytime sunning. And looking down from that balcony one night, our first, I saw the people in the building next door, out on the grass beside what must have been their kitchen, feeding their cats. They must have brought along these cats, 2 supple gray Siamese, and were giving them their supper. I chose not to mention this to Slater. I thought I could imagine his reaction, but in the days after that, every time we walked past that building, I slowed my pace and looked carefully for the cats, and a couple of times I saw them. Such pretty cats, and very friendly for Siamese. Imagine traveling to Hawaii with your cats, though I was not at all sure that I would have wanted Black and Brown along, nice as they are and pretty. Another cat event, there were 4 in all, came as we drove from Lihue back to Poipu, going very slowly over those very sedate tree and flower-lined streets with their decorous spare houses. Suddenly we felt, a sort of thump, and Slater, looking startled, slowed down even further and looked back. "Lord God, that was a cat," he said. "A cat?" He ran right out into the car and then ran back. "Are you sure? She's all right?" "Absolutely. Got a good scare, though," Slater chuckled. "But you might have killed that cat," I did not say. And for a moment I wondered if he actually had, and lied, saying the cat was okay. However, Slater would never lie to spare my feelings, I am quite sure of that. The third cat happening took place as we drove down a winding, very steep mountain road. We had been up to see the Mammoth Gorges cut into the island near its western edge. On either side of the road there was thick green jungular growth, and suddenly, there among the vines and shrubs, I saw a small yellow cat staring out, her ears lowered, frightened, eyes begging. Slater saw her, too, and even he observed, "Good Lord, people dumping off animals to starve. It's awful." "You sure she doesn't live out there? A wilderness cat?" "I don't think so." "Honest, Slater." We did not talk, then or later, about going back to rescue that cat, not until the next day when he asked me what I would like to do, and I said, "I'd like to go back for that cat." He assumed I was joking, and I guess I mostly was. There were too many obvious reasons not to save that particular cat, including the difficulty of finding her again, but I remembered her face, I can see it still, that expression of much resented dependence. It was a way that even Pink looked very occasionally. Wherever we drove, through small, neat, impoverished native settlements, blocks of houses that Slater and his cohorts planned to buy and demolish to replace with fancy condos, with their lavish flowers all restrained into tidy beds, I kept looking at the yards and under the houses. I wanted to see a cat or some cats. I wanted to see Pink again. Realizing what I was doing, I continued to do it, to strain for the sight of a cat. The fourth and final cat event took place as we walked home from dinner one night, in the flower-scented, corny, romantic Hawaiian darkness. To our left was the surging Black Sea, and to our right, large, tamed white shrubbery and a hotel swimming pool, glistening blackly under feeble yellow floodlights. And then, quite suddenly, from nowhere, a small cat appeared in our path, shyly and uncertainly arching her back against a bush. A black cat, with some yellow tortoise markings, a long, thin curve of a tail. "He looks just like your Pink, doesn't he?" Slater actually said this, and I suppose he believed it to be true. "What, Pink? But her tail, Jesus, didn't you even see my cat?" I'm afraid I went on in this vein sporadically for several days. But it did seem so incredible not remembering Pink, my elegantly striped, my tailless wonder. It is also true that I was purposefully using this lapse, as one will in a poor connection. I dreaded going home with no Pink to call out to as I came in the door, and the actuality was nearly as bad as my imaginings of it. Black and brown, lazy and affectionate, glad to see me. And no Pink, with her scolding hauteur, her long, delayed yielding to my blandishments. I had no good pictures of Pink, and to explain this odd fact, I have to admit that I am very bad about snapshots. I have never devised a really good way of storing and keeping them, and tend rather to enclose any interesting ones in letters to people who might like them, to whom they would have some meaning, and to shove the others into drawers, among old letters and other unclassifiable mementos. I began then to scour my house for Pink pictures, looking everywhere. In an album, Andrew and I put together a couple of albums early on, I found a great many pictures of Pink as a tiny, tall-eared, brand-new kitten stalking across a padded window seat, hiding behind an oversized Boston fern, among all the other pictures from those days. Zoe Pinkerton, happy and smoking a long cigarette and almost drunk, wearing outrageous colors on the deck of her house, and Andrew and I, young and very happy, silly, snapped by someone at a party. Andrew in his bookstore, horn-rimmed and quirky. Andrew uncharacteristically working in our garden. Andrew all over the place. But no middle-year or recent pictures of Pink. I had, in fact, I then remembered, sent the most recent shots of Pink to Zoe. It must have been just before Zoe, died. With a silly note about old survivors, something like that. It occurred to me to get in touch with Lucy, Zoe's daughter, to see if those pictures had turned up among Zoe's effects. But knowing the chaos in which Zoe had always lived and doubtless died, I decided that this would be tactless, unnecessary trouble, and I gave up looking for pictures. Slater called yesterday to say that he is going back to Hawaii, a sudden trip, business. I imagine that he is about to finish the ruination of all that was left of Zoe's islands. He certainly did not suggest that I come along, nor did he speak specifically of our getting together again, and I rather think that he, like me, has begun to wonder what we were doing together in the first place. It does seem to me that I was drawn to him for a very suspicious reason, his lack of resemblance to Andrea. Why ever should I seek out the opposite of a person I truly loved? But I do look forward to some time alone now. I will think about Pink. I always feel her presence in my house everywhere. Pink, stalking and severe, ears high. Pink in my lap, raising her head with some small, soft thing to say. And maybe, since Black and Brown are getting fairly old now, too, I will think about getting another new young cat, maybe with luck a small, gray, partially Manx with no tail at all, and beautiful necklaces. The Rare Muscovite by Stephen Dixon. Copyright 1991 by Stephen Dixon. The Rare Muscovite first appeared in Western Humanities Review, winter 1991. I can be such an egotistical, self-righteous, pompous son of a bitch, unaccepting, non-accepting. I can't think of the right word, but it's what I so often am, and all of it's what I was again. Moscow. My wife and I, she to research a book she's anthologizing and introducing, I just to accompany her and see a city and be in a country I've never been to. And it's really just the extra airfare, since restaurants are very cheap, and the hotel room's the same for one or two. She, Marguerite, speaks Russian. We'll be working all day in libraries and with Russian contacts, so through a colleague in America weeks before we left, got an interpreter for me for the 5 weekdays. Svetlana shows up at our hotel at 9, half-hour before she's supposed to. I'm squatting in the little tub, reach over and push the door shut, and Marguerite lets her in. I overhear them. Good mornings in Russian. Then, please, if it's possible, everything in English from now on. I want to sharpen my interpreting facilities even better from your trip, and I'm planning of visiting America in a year, and my earliness is because the metro got here faster than I thought, and was less crowded than expected. Then our brave police downstairs let me up with a wave when I thought I'd have more difficulties, and I didn't want to walk around in the slippery cold or sit in the dreary lobby with everyone blowing smoke and sturgeon fumes on me and talking in their loud German and English and American voices. Present employees? Excluded, of course. I had a stroke, you see, 2 years ago. Recovered from this side being paralyzed to where I could barely walk. 12 almonds a day, a healer from Kiev said. The doctors could offer no medicine but time for me. You might think it madness. I know so much how Americans rely on science, but the almonds worked, I'm sure of it, and I don't want to get excited. I can't afford to, you say, by having to tell them off to their faces, all those bloated businessmen, elephants, blowing loud smoke and talk on me. I am one of those rare Muscovites whom? Let me get it correct now. Who detests those burning props. I get dressed in the bathroom, come out, introduce myself, make coffee for us, take out sugar packets and coffee cake and tiny Edam cheeses we got on the plane with our dinner, and snack, offer her peanut butter and dried salami and crackers we brought with us. You don't get anything like this here, she says, unless you wait on line for hours or buy it in the dollar stores, which I'll take you to, she says to me. Hams in tins, coffee in cans, the best sardines and cheeses and most overpriced caviar. You won't need those, perhaps, for only a week's visit in a hotel. But if you have Russian friends who do, or you want to make a gift out of to them, that's also what they have there. And lemon and peppered vodka and Scottish scotch and Ararat. You know what that is? Da, I say. Ah, listen, wonderful. Possible he doesn't need an interpreter. But people say it can be as good or as better as the best French cognac. I wouldn't know, since I'm also rare in Moscow in that I've never had a taste for alcohol. Maybe for my bad tooth as a girl, but nothing else. And also at the Beryaska, American cigarettes to kill people is what you get there, too. 1 carton of them, none other than Marlboros, would be equivalent to, at black market rubles for dollars, a month's wages for the average worker here, or 50 rubles less. If you want to, we'll go. For if you return to America and your wife tells Millie you didn't have an opportunity to buy the best Russian whiskeys and gifts because I was taking you to all the more cultural places, I shall be very embarrassed and dismayed. No, I say. Any place you take me to is fine, since it'll all be new to me. Though if we want Ararat and vodka, better I here at the duty-free store at the airport going home. But for use in your room, Marguerite tells me she'll be entertaining scholars here. Perhaps you brought the much-preferred American whiskey with you, or you don't drink, or once did, but went AA, which is only beginning here. It's not that? If it was, or should it be were, I throw up my hands, point to Marguerite, and say, she knows. Oh, small difference, since we both know what I meant, and I have the few places and hours the AA clubs meet each week. Anyway, it's all up to you. I am simply here to coast you through. And the truth of the matter is that the Beryaskas, though something to see for their glamorous contradictions, if not outright falsehoods, to the rest of Moscow and present Russian life, have no real appeal to me. But what am I getting at with all this? I had an idea of saying right at the start, happens again, and then explaining what does. She gets a stroke our 3rd weekday here, dies, and because I didn't especially care for her almost from the moment I heard her through the bathroom door, actually got irritated, but not visibly, by her almost incessant talking and parading of her knowledge and vast learning. She seemed to know something to a lot about everything we spoke about or saw. She was familiar with the details of Marguerite's project and doctoral dissertation, and knew the works of the people Marguerite was going to see, as well as every writer, painter, and composer I mentioned and building we visited or I pointed out. Knew the dates, history, influences, inner meanings, could quote lines, cite pages, and recite poems, and so on. What? I forget what I started out saying. But she has this stroke, dies. Police have to break down her apartment door to get her 2 days after her stroke. And I feel very bad about it, of course, and guilty. I bad-mouthed her so much to Marguerite and asked her to phone her to call her off after the 2nd day, at least for a day, and then I'd see how I felt. I want to walk around alone, not meet any schedules, get lost on the metro if I want, with only the few Russian words I know. Find a farmer's market by myself and the Tolstoy Museum and Tolstoy's house again if I like, which I think I would, but without her telling me who painted what picture on the wall and who the people are in the portraits, and what famous composer played what famous composition on the grand piano there. I just want to feel the place. Guess which side of the bed Tolstoy slept. And those desks of his and Sophia's, and no electric lights, and that sad room behind theirs where their youngest son— I forget his name, though she told me, and I think he was the youngest— died of scarlet fever in that oversized crib she said was a typical 7-year-old's bed then. Or maybe he died in the hospital, and she said he only got sick at home. For sure, she had it right, whatever she told me. Or just to stay in our room finishing War and Peace and maybe going downstairs to the hotel cafe for a coffee and bun. And I feel, if I had let her continue being my interpreter and guide, though we never used that word, instead of giving her a paid day off. Paid, it's so absurd, since it was so little money, and because she has no survivors, we now don't know whom to send it to. She might have somehow survived, or at worst been with me when she had the stroke, and I could have got help for her and saved her life. Or been with us, if we again took her to the hotel restaurant for dinner that night, and why not? Since she knew which foods were freshest, so was an asset of sorts, and she didn't ask for more wages, and the dinner was certainly cheap enough. But she died in her room that Wednesday. Might not have had anywhere to go except to stand in the cold for hours on different food lines. She was retired, but not even 60. And maybe was incensed at me. Knew I didn't like her much, for not very good reasons, but she stayed because she needed the money. Or worried the job wouldn't work out because of what she sensed I felt about her, or grieved or got angry over it, or both, or something else, and that somehow provoked the stroke. But I feel partly responsible for it, also that I wasn't there when I possibly could have been to help her when she got the stroke. And when I say, happens again, I mean because I've done things like that before. Badmouth people for inadequate reasons. There probably aren't any good ones. Just to avoid seeing them that night, for example, because they were preventing me from doing something I thought I might want to. Just their presence would. Or they had achieved some sort of stature or success that, let's say, I secretly wanted, which I'm not saying she had, though I have to admit I admired her intelligence tremendously, and though nothing so bad as a stroke or anything near it happened to any of them, I always knew I was wrong in this attitude and regretted it and told myself I wouldn't do it again, and sometimes only told myself I should try my hardest not to. I didn't say what I really wanted to there, only because, for whatever it is, my inability to say things clearly and straight, and because I really don't have the means to. The language, words, I'm simply unable to do it well, on paper and orally most of the time also, besides not probably having the necessary kind of intelligence and insights. I don't even know if what I just said makes much sense, but let me get on with this. I was where before? Where was I? I'm trying to convey another person, and without being explicit, another person's feelings about her death, and the way it changes ordinary life when it suddenly comes, and what it can bring out in himself. That, and more. Anyway, first place she takes me to, the first day, Monday, is Red Square. Krasnaya, Red. I'd also like to teach you Russian words connected to the places we go to, which is the easiest way to learn them, through practical identification. Like ulica, street, which you'll see everywhere after a word like Herzen or Gorky on buildings and street post signs. But first I must also teach you the Russian alphabet. And we might as well get Krasnaya Ploshat out of the way. See what I mean now? You understand without questioning me. But you can't be allowed to return home without saying you've been there, can you? I think I can, but okay. Even though Marguerite and I went there the Saturday we got here, she insisted I see it at night. I never saw it in the day, and nothing was open. Shall we walk? It's only 2 kilometers, or and a half, and I can walk that far. It's supposed to be healthy for me, besides. I ask how the sidewalks are. It looks cold and wet out, and she says icy, and I suggest we take the metro or a cab. I didn't want her falling or holding on to me for so long a walk. If you have dollars to pay or packs of American cigarettes to show and give away, we can get a cab, something most Muscovites can't do here. I doubt you'll want to see inside the Kremlin buildings. They're rather vulgar, glittery jewels and golden thrones, though you might want to see the domes over the Kremlin. But St. Basil's in Krasnaya Ploshat has some of the best of those, and later today or tomorrow we'll go to Novodevichy. Novo, which is one of the forms of new, which I think has the city's most beautiful of them. And I'd like taking you by train to Novgorod, which to me has the world's most beautiful of all. She goes on like that, steers me where she wants to go, doesn't think much of my suggestions. Arabat Street, where I'd like to get my gift-buying done with. Matryoshka or Maretroshka dolls. I can never seem to get the word right, and painted wooden boxes, and barrettes, and decorated potholders and things like that. Exclusively for tourists, she said, who want their pockets combed through and gypsy beggar boys to steal their wallets and socks and shoes. Oh, they'll do it, and with baby brothers on their backs to distract you. But if you insist to go there, I won't stop you, but it's walk, walk, walk through unruly crowds for practically one of your miles. Chekhov Museum. Ugly, not at all brings to vivid life the personality and living style of the man. But you love him, is that why? He's not Tolstoy, but I like his work very much, too. Tosca, that's misery or grief, or really long drawn-out sorrow. Not translatable as one word, and you can always remember it by the opera of the same name. A touching story. Very few is good, except Ivan Ilyich, which is more than touching. It's terrifying. This man reconciling himself to death after such an empty, trivial, how should I say it, unenlightened life. I read it once a year. Just as your War and Peace there, I try to every 3 years, or any time I need some tranquility of spirit and mind. You were right to bring only that book with you. It serves the place of an entire library. Unfortunately, there is little left of the Russian soul that's in that novel. The most grandiose metro stations, for tour buses to empty themselves out into only, except for regular riders like myself who truly use it. You'll be staring up at the statuary and chandeliers while getting bumped by our rudest inhabitants, too ignorant or impolite, or perhaps too eager in a rush to excuse themselves even to foreigners. But you wish to see these stations. And the deepest, you say, for some unexplained reasons? Then we'll go to these two. After we all have dinner at the hotel restaurant, and Svetlana leaves, I say to Marguerite, "Did you see the way she made those last-minute sandwiches? I mean, she got a free meal. I'm not begrudging her it, since it was cheap enough and she wasn't too intrusive at the table, and I had enough wine in me to ward her off when she was. And I know there's a shortage of dairy stuff in Moscow, but Jesus, have some self-respect and maybe consideration for us, since this is our hotel, and don't stuff the rest of the table bread into your bag and fill the 2 slices of bread left on your plate with a 1/4 pound of butter and wrap that up for home, too. I shouldn't be saying all this, right? Since I probably don't know what I'm talking about." "It's that you forget. She asked our permission first. She's giving the butter to an old woman in her building who can't get any, and the bread I guess she figures the woman will like also, or else just that the kitchen will throw it away. But suppose she was drying the bread for herself and hoarding the butter for a day when she won't have any, like tomorrow perhaps. So what? Okay, fair. But also, when she talks to us, I kind of get upset. You get very upset. I get a little less than that upset that she keeps me out entirely, and it's in English. When I do say something, when you're around, she often looks at me as if I were a kid who's barged in when he's been warned not to, as if this is adult conversation only, so buzz off. "You're the big genius and intellectual toiler," she's saying. "After all, it's your project we've come here for. I'm just a stupid sight-gazer. Didn't know Red Square wasn't inside the Kremlin, but at least I was honest enough to admit it. Doesn't know the difference between the Tver, that the way to say it? And Novgorod Russian icon schools. Why should I know? Who does but an art expert of that period or field, or someone who has few books to choose from in libraries and stores, but all the time in the world to read? But credit me with a little intelligence and conversational interest, or skills, or whatever you want to call it. Someone who can, on occasion, talk with some knowledge and depth about the less poppy and mundane things. For instance, also credit me with... But nothing when, at the Pushkin, seeing me standing there staring at the Van Goghs for a few minutes, she asks me, do I like them? "You bet," I said, which is what I usually say in front of Van Goghs, for what am I going to do when I'm still in a state of enthrallment? Go into every crack, dab, dot, and corner? But she gives me the French expression about each to his own taste, or gut, and then starts in with this pro-Monet and Cézanne and anti-Vincent treatise-like argument or lecture I could hardly understand. It was so over my head, or else she didn't know how to deliver it clearly and succinctly in English. But how these 3 Van Goghs, all on the same wall, are critically puffed up by unscrupulous experts, dealers in museums, so people, like me, I'm sure she's saying, who know little to zero about art and artistry, will pay $50 million apiece for. My point is, she thinks I'm uncultured or barely cultured, certainly not intelligent. A walking, talking absurdity when you think this schmuck also teaches at a university. Even if it were phys ed or home ec I taught, still he represents the academy, so should be much smarter, know several languages backwards, be able to communicate without hesitation and with full intellectual rigor and appropriate ornate words what he knows, sees, and likes, instead of being someone who probably always needs a thesaurus when he writes and talks. The typical example of the stereotyped American tourist she's shown around Moscow or just interpreted for before. Except, of course, you are the intelligentsia, and those rare non-academic people like the ones in Boston who gave you her name, fancy journalists, magazines, but so cultivated, she kept telling me, educated, eloquent, polyglot. At least the guy. Worldly and well-read, and with even an executed Decembrist count way back in his family. Because I've no advanced degrees nor easy time with the spoken language, and little political feeling, or at least nothing much to say about it for either of our countries, she thinks I've no mind of my own, and so have to have everything explained to. It can't be all that bad, and she has a wonderful itinerary for you tomorrow. The Tolstoy Museum, a farmer's market or two, where you can get me some cracked walnuts and real Russian honey, and anything that looks unusual there as gifts, and will travel well for home. And the Andronikov Monastery? Great, more icons. Don't go if you don't want, but also for its ancient tiny church and onion domes. And the Gum department store to buy records for $1, and a Znatsky shop there with the largest selection of them in the city. To impress her, pronounce the store Gum. Gum, Gum. Then step in with her someplace, get a taste of a worker's restaurant or cafe. She knows it all, and maybe over food alone you'll get to know and appreciate each other better. Anyway, she'll show you the ropes, how to use the trolley and payphone, and to shop without being cheated, and show your dollars without getting mugged. By the time she's through with you, you'll be exhausted, but have a map of the city in your head. Then you have a day off, and she from you. It's for me, too, you'll be doing this. I'll be too busy to go shopping even one afternoon, and though I've seen most of it before, you can tell me what you saw and also take pictures to show me and the kids later on. Svetlana shows up on the dot next morning. We see things by foot, trolley, metro, occasional cab for a $5 bill Marguerite was told to bring about 20 of to Moscow for just something like this. Svetlana says once, "Am I talking too much?" She is, but I say, "Nah. I've tendencies towards talk, possibly for being sequestered in my slight space the rest of the days, and the one woman I see most to take care of doesn't say 3 words at a time. But I'm an honest person. You're visiting a culture where honest persons with words is almost a belief, so you want to be an honest person too, don't you? Tell me to my face if I'm twisting your ears, as the English like to say, and perhaps the Americans too, or showing you too many things too fast to digest. No, I mean it. Everything couldn't be better, thanks." I don't want to be with her for lunch, so I say I think I'm still suffering from jet lag and would like a nap at my hotel. Would she mind eating alone? I give her money for the first-floor cafe, go upstairs and lie on my bed and drink coffee and read. She rings from the lobby an hour later. More places and constant information and chatter. "Are you sure I'm not talking too much?" "Why, do you think you are?" "Well, I might be." "No, absolutely not. It's all fine." Every monument and theater and famous person's birth or living place, and also every building we pass by foot, trolley, and cab that looks interesting architecturally or stands out because of its size, she has something to say about. That so? Yes, so this is where it is. I didn't know that. We meet Marguerite for dinner at a Georgian restaurant she had to make reservations for 2 days ago, and in a cab back to our hotel we drop Svetlana off at a metro station. She hands us each several candies. Special. Hard to get because individually wrapped and the ingredients very select. They're made by an acquaintance of mine in the Kremlin's confectionery kitchen and often given in droves to dignitaries and diplomats. We ought to export them simply for their colorful wrappers. Bears and squirrels, children would love them. That's very kind, thank you, I say. I don't eat candy myself, but we'll definitely try one, though not now because I'm too full, and save the rest for my girls. Marguerite's told her tomorrow will be a paid day off, and asks if she'd like the first 3 days' pay now. All at once, please. I wouldn't want to ride the metro with it. Too much in dollars, and one of our now many clever Moscow thieves might see it on my face. And on the 5th day, I say. Will you see it on my face, you mean? No, since that day, I'll hire a taxicab or continue with yours, flush like an American tourist or spending as freely as one, but because I'm Russian, all for the sum or extra one of $1, and then hide the money in my room for one of your rainy days. That is yours? Ours, and probably the English, too. Later, I say to Marguerite, know why she wants all her wages at once? Something disparaging, I suppose. No, just conjecture born out of insight or something, because she thinks we'll have to give her a bigger tip for the whole 50 than if we only gave her last day's pay on Friday. She's a shrewdie, all right, and even shrewder how well she disguises it. Disguises what? Everything. Or just things. Some. Holding back. Being extra gracious to me when we're alone, when I know damn well what she thinks of me intellectually. Or maybe just culturally. We've spoken of it. And this not wanting her pay day by day because of the increment, the incremental, because with more, well, you know. Or maybe I'm being far-fetched on this, but other things. That's what I'm asking. What? Did she ever do or say anything in particular to make you question her motives this way? As I said, just little things I've picked up, but nothing right now other than what I've mentioned that comes to mind. Well, I think you're way off about her. She's a touch sad, but decent and energetic and enthusiastic. And I only wish I had the time to be taken around by such a knowledgeable person who knows the city so well, even if she is so garrulous. And you were the one doing the bookwork all day. Actually, I think you'd like that more. No, I'm enjoying my rest away from work, and true, I suppose I should feel lucky having her for so little money, but the greater truth is I feel luckier being on my own tomorrow. Anyway, not to change the subject, I was thinking just now, da. What a nice, soft way to say yes. But to move along. She doesn't call Wednesday morning as she said she would to find out what time she should come Thursday morning. Marguerite calls her, and she doesn't answer. She doesn't call Thursday morning. Marguerite calls her every 15 minutes, thinking maybe she was out all night, slept at a friend's, has a secret life she never gave us a clue about, she says. Or got in after midnight last night when Marguerite stopped calling and didn't call us after that because she felt it was too late and was up and out for groceries or something early this morning. We leave the phone off the hook. Each room has its own number, so it's all direct when we go to the hotel restaurant for our complimentary breakfast. Marguerite calls when we get back, then asks me to stick around an hour more before going out on my own, if that's what I plan to do. When she was outside, she might have had trouble getting a payphone or misplaced our number, or didn't have the 2 kopecks on her, and nobody could give her change. Anything, and she just got hold of a phone. If you want, which you probably won't, call every 15 minutes or so. She might have just got home. But I'm a little worried about her, aren't you? And I say, of course, it doesn't seem like her, but I'm sure it's nothing. And she leaves for her appointment. I wait, but don't call, figuring if she just got home, first thing she'd do would be to call. I leave after an hour, walk around the old section of the city, try to find some buildings in War and Peace Marguerite said are still supposed to be here. The Rostos mansion, Pierre's house, but can't find the streets, even though they're on my map, and no one, if they're hearing me right and understanding the few Russian words Marguerite taught me yesterday to make myself understood in something like this, seems to have heard of them. Stop in a cafe for Odin coffee, mineralnaya water, and 2 bulka. Woman shakes her head. Bulki, bulka, 2, holding up 2 fingers, and then pointing to some rolls on the counter behind her. Me, but not sweet ones. Niet sachar, pожалуйста. And she gives me mineral water and coffee without the lump of sugar that usually comes with it, and takes enough change out of my palm to pay for it while I'm trying to find in it what amount I think she said. Marguerite calls Svetlana before we go to the hotel restaurant for dinner, calls when we get back to our room. I'm really worried now, she says. I know something's wrong. We know she isn't the type to promise to come, to say she'll call the night before to see precisely what hour we want her, and then just to disappear. And with that stroke she had 2 years ago. Oh, yeah, that's right. The stroke, I forgot. So what do we do? She calls a scholar she met the other day who said he knows of Svetlana, but he only has her phone number, not her address, nor knows anyone who does. But he'll make some calls. Even if we had her address, I say, what would we do with it? She told me it's about an hour's metro ride to her stop. Lots of changes, and at the end of the line. Or a couple of changes, but anyway, couple meaning what to her, 2, 3, 4? We'd go out there at this hour when people all over the city are getting bumped on the head and robbed, even by cab, or of course by cab, if we could get one, or one would take us that far. We'd be sure he'd wait. If he didn't, we'd be screwed. Not that, but say we found someone who knows her and lives near her, or someone who doesn't, but as a favor to us might want to help her. Maybe that person could phone a friend and go over, 2 men, or just you and him. What I'm saying is Russians still do that, put themselves out for strangers, especially one intellectual for another. And if this person didn't want to do it but lived fairly close to her, which would mean you wouldn't go because he couldn't come in for you and then go back there and so on, I'd say we'd pay the fare, cab, anything. And would a carton of Marlboros, a few weeks' salary for some at the regular exchange, encourage a friend of his to go along with him? Meaning, would it encourage him? But I've seen the way they've helped me, with leads, contacts, books, unpublished papers and notes and tapes very few American scholars would let me see and hear and copy down. And accompanying me clear across town for something, and then waiting there while I worked or saw someone so they could take me back here. She calls several people she's met, through them friends and colleagues of theirs, but the one person who's heard of Svetlana doesn't even know her phone number. The first scholar she spoke to calls back and says nobody he contacted knows where she lives or how to find out. I give up for now, she says. Maybe she's okay and off doing something we haven't thought of yet, but I seriously doubt it. I hope we're wrong, I say. You mean you think it's no good, too? Looks it. But as you said, we've only just met her, so there's lots we don't know. Little past midnight, we just got into our beds and shut the night table lights. The phone rings. A woman says, Abel, yes? Hello, I'm Katya Sergeyeva, very good friend of Svetlana. Pardon me for upsetting you if this is nothing, but I'm extremely worried for her. Was she with you all of today? Let me put my wife on, please. This is very important, so if there's any language problem, she can speak Russian. She tells Marguerite she and Svetlana have spoken every day with each other since Svetlana struck. Yesterday, she thought Svetlana went with us someplace outside of Moscow and got back later, stayed overnight at a hotel with us there. Now that she knows we haven't seen her for 2 days, she's sure something's wrong. She's going to go over to her apartment now with a friend. If Svetlana doesn't answer, she'll get the police to break down the door. Marguerite tells her we'll do whatever we can to help, so please count on us and call any time tonight, no matter how late. We read for a few minutes. Then she yawns, and hearing it, I yawn right after, and we agree we should try to nap. I wake up once thinking maybe Katya called, but we didn't hear it in our sleep, though the phone only rings loudly, and cover Marguerite up and turn off the lights. Katya calls just when Marguerite's about to dial her. She didn't get back to us last night because it was very late and things were still so unresolved. They got to the apartment, knocked, nobody answered, and they didn't hear anything behind the door, so they called the police, who said they couldn't get there till 10 this morning. They couldn't get there, I say, when Marguerite translates it for me while still on the phone. What if she still has some breath this minute, but dies a few seconds before they get there? Shh, she says, signaling she can't hear what Katya's saying. Katya says she and several friends are going to meet the police now at Svetlana's, and she'll call soon as she has some news. But she's convinced now Svetlana's dead. She also told Marguerite that after they knocked and called through the door last night, they went to about 20 apartments in the building, and nobody had seen Svetlana for 2 days. They went around asking at 1 and 2 in the morning. I told you people here do that. Not the police, as you heard, but you can call on your friends and most of your neighbors any time. So why didn't they all get together last night and knock down the door? Police wouldn't come, hell with them. Or is it's really maybe some highly penalizable crime? Possibly. Probably. Phone rings 2 hours later. Marguerite stayed around long as she could, but then had to leave for an important appointment that couldn't be rescheduled. Abel, yes? Katya here. Most unexpected news. And then her voice cracks, and she speaks excitably in Russian. Speak English, please. I understand very little Russian. Не говорю по-русски. Не говорю по-русски. And she says, Нет, not okay, can't. Wait. A woman gets on and says, Hello, I am Bella, good friend of Katya and Svetlana. It is terrible to speak to you, sir. Only this once, with only this terrible news for you. I speak English not good, but try. Svetlana is dead. She has stroke Wednesday, your day. She must have. We and police today believe that made her that way. Killed her. Great pity. Much sorrow. Wonderful woman, intelligent and kind, and so nice to this building and people and everywhere she goes. It is very, very sad. Very. I'm terribly sorry. Please tell Katya that. And what is her phone? Telephone number, please, even though I think my wife took it. But what is it if she didn't take it so she can phone Katya later? And she gives me it. For a couple of days after, I think how I would have liked it to turn out. I wouldn't show any signs I disliked her, was annoyed or irritated by her. If I did, and it was evident to her, I'd quickly apologize, saying it was something in me, personal, being away from my work, maybe worried about my kids, too much of that good lemon vodka last night, or bad sturgeon. Other excuses, but nothing she'd done. If she apologized for being such a chatterbox, as she said of herself once, covering her mouth with her hand, I'd say, Great, chatter away, don't hold back for my sake, because most of what you're saying is interesting and new to me, and better someone who talks and makes sense than keeps sullen and still. We'd go here, there, lunch, dinner with Marguerite, stop for coffee, tea for her, bulki, tort, or whatever the plural for them, which I'd ask her for. I'd suggest she take me inside the Kremlin, the Tolstoy and Chekhov museums. Whatever church and monastery she wants me to see in the city and outside it. At lunch, I'd give her some of the plastic sandwich bags I brought from New York and would say, Butter all the bread you want and stick them in the bags, and the bags into your pocketbook. Less messy, and the food's only going to go to waste, or be taken home by the kitchen staff. I'd take some myself, but we do all that kind of buttering and cheese-taking and other secret hoarding at the hotel's breakfast buffet every day. Children's toy store, Pushkin Museum again, where I might say maybe she has a point about the Van Goghs, and I've been duped as much as the next guy about his work, since I'm no art expert. Exhibition hall of contemporary Russian painting she spoke about, and I'd wanted to see but begged off because I didn't want her lecturing me. I'd take her up on teaching me 10 Russian words and a couple of phrases, and 1 complete sentence a day, and testing me occasionally on the Russian alphabet till I could read, or at least sound out all the stores' names and street signs. We'd talk about books and stories we've read, plays we've seen, she here, I in the States. Farewell dinner at a Czech restaurant Marguerite and I had talked weeks ago about ending our trip with. We'd toast to one another, to good literature, to Tolstoy and Chekhov and Barley, Akhmatova and Tsvetaeva, and the endurance of all great art, to the success of Marguerite's project, to my work at home, to Svetlana and everything she does, and for being such a fine interpreter and companion and friend, and showing and teaching me things I never would have seen or known. To our 2 girls and all our families and friends, to returning to Moscow soon, to her visiting America and our being her sponsors and me her guide for a day or 2, to continuing good relations between our countries, democracy and hers, to eternal peace between them, peace and disarmament everywhere, and good health and happiness and cooperation everywhere, too, and more dinners for the 3 of us like this one, future toasts. Then we'd ask the restaurant to order a taxi, and we'd drop her off at a metro station, kiss each other's cheeks, give her 5 days' salary and a $20 tip and some kind of present, one of the scarves Marguerite brought as presents from America. Cologne from America, or probably both if she hasn't given them away yet. Or I'd get out of the cab and help her out and then kiss her. Or we'd drive her home no matter how far out of the way and wait in the cab till she got in her building. Or I'd walk her to her first-floor hallway and stay there till she was upstairs and in her apartment or had enough time to get inside. Or we'd cab straight to our hotel and give our presents and enough extra fare in dollars for the cab to take her home. Back in New York, Marguerite says, "It's so strange to think the last day you see some person, very active and energetic and seemingly healthy, is the last day of that person's life, or the last night." Very odd, I say. Very. And I forgot to tell you, that Katya, you remember her? Svetlana's friend, who went over there with the police? Well, she said Svetlana was planning to give us a little party at her place after her last workday, or really not so little. After dinner, that she would invite some of her friends, interpreters and people in teaching and editing, and ask me for names of people I'd seen who might want to come, or anyone I wanted. I doubt many of them would have come unless they lived close by, and I would have done what I could without hurting her in any way to dissuade her, but that's something for her to want to do, since she was short of money, and you'd think she'd be too tired that day to give it. I'm thinking now, though, I'm having this very bad thought, without wanting to sound as if I don't appreciate what she wanted to do, but that her stroke saved us from it. It would have been the last thing I wanted at her place or any place, but to be honest, less at her place. Her friends were probably bright and nice, but a bit dull. Or maybe not, but I just wouldn't see the reason for the party. I don't know how we could have refused it, though, do you? Too tired and busy. We were leaving in a day and a half, and you needed to see some more people, or do research, or go over your notes or something. And we also had to pack, and were almost too tired for even that.